It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, December 11th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be here with all of you on this lovely, lovely Monday afternoon in New York City, the penultimate Monday of the MMA Hour schedule for 2023. So yes, look at this. Pencil just fell through. We've got this Monday. We've got the post-pay-per-view Monday coming up, of course, next weekend following UFC 296. And then we'll have the Wednesday show. And then we'll go on a bit of a holiday break. So 4 shows left in 2023. It's a big week. It's the final UFC pay-per-view. It's the final UFC fight card of 2023. And it's a fantastic one. Golly, we're going to be talking about it a lot on today's program. We're going to be talking about it a lot on Wednesday's program. We also have to recap the weekend that was in combat sports. A fairly entertaining one. PFL Europe finale on Friday, UFC back at the APEX for their final show of the year at that particular venue, and then, of course, the master class from one Devin Haney against Regis Prograis in San Francisco on Saturday night, not to mention a ton of news as well. So we'll get into all of it and more with a fantastic lineup. More on them in a moment, but I do want to let you know, as always, that today's program is presented by DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code THEMMAHour, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. Also want to let you know that support for this show comes from our good friends over at Cash App. There it is. Oh, I have to say it.
No, the button's like broken.
Anyway, you can get your paycheck. There it is, up to 2 days early. When you deposit it into your Cash App account, that's 2 extra days to treat yourself while everyone else is sitting around waiting for their money to drop. Basically, what that means is when you set up a direct deposit on Cash App, you get to live a full 2 days in the future. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store to set up direct deposit today. We're also brought to you by our good friends over at BetterHelp. I do want to let you know BetterHelp is a great gift for this holiday season, and I will tell you more about them later on in the program. Do check them out, betterhelp.com/MMA Hour. All right, what are we doing on today's program? We're talking a lot about the weekend that was, and we're looking ahead to the weekend to come. Back into the show, we will be joined by the reigning defending UFC welterweight champion, Leon Rocky Edwards. Rocky Edwards, Rocky, doesn't work. There's only one Rocky Edwards that works. One Rocky Edwards. Walking along, singing a song, walking in a rocky wonderland. He returns to action on Saturday, defending his welterweight title for the second time. Final fight of 2023. It's the main event for UFC 296. It's Leon Edwards against Colby Covington, who we have not seen in almost 2 years. You know, I was thinking about this recently, and perhaps the guys in the back could chew on it a little bit as well. What is the longest time in between fights for a title challenger who has never held the belt before? So meaning Colby Covington has not fought in almost 2 years. It will be 2 years in March. Obviously, he's fighting this weekend, but that's the anniversary of his last fight. 2 years ago, March of 2022 was his last fight. That was against Jorge Masvidal. So it will be almost 2 years, 21 months in between fights for him, and he's getting a title shot. And so I was trying to think, what's the longest stretch in between fights for a guy or gal who's about to fight for the belt who has never held the belt before? And why do I use that little disclaimer? Because you can mention a guy like George St. Pierre, who was champion, vacated the title, took a 4-year hiatus, came back and fought Michael Bisping. Randy Couture was champion, left, came back, fought Brock Lesnar, UFC 91. Colby Covington has never been champion. Well, is that fair? Maybe not. Interim champion. I'm talking about the real champs, but I guess some stickler could say interim champ. But I'm talking about who was an undisputed champion and comes back. I was trying to think. I can't really think of one. I'm sure there is one off the top of my head. EJ, you got one off the top of your head?
Sorry, I'm not gonna be much help for this one.
You know what I'm talking about, right? You're good.
But
you're good with
the
these.
stipulations make it too hard. Like, not champion before would be unlikely that they'd fall right into a title shot, and so it's hard to.
Do you have the answer?
No, I was just thinking about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a chance that it's just Colby Covington?
It's
When
very
you were-
possible, yeah.
When you were first laying it out, I was like, oh, like GSP, John Jones, but the fact that it can't have been a champion, it makes it like I
You know why?
have
Because the guy who was the
capacity.
champion kind of gets like a pass, right? I mean,
Yeah.
GSP was champ, John Jones was champ. I just can't think of one. I can't think
Someone who's never been champ.
someone who's never been champ and is, is there anyone out there who's had a longer layoff in between fights? And basically, the point I'm trying to make is this is fairly unique that a guy is getting a title shot with almost a 2-year layoff on his resume. And by the way, not due to injury.
3 of his last 4 fights will have been for a title, correct?
Yeah. 0-2. It's just
Crazy.
fascinating thing. It's a fascinating thing. It's a great fight. At this point, like we've kind of moved past the merits of it all, but I'm looking forward to it. That's this Saturday. So anyway, was saying before we went on that little tangent, Leon Edwards is going to join us at about 4:30. Stay tuned for that prime time in the UK. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the great Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, promoter to all kinds of stars. He was there, of course, putting on the show in San Francisco. Devin Haney beats Regis Prograis. Ton I want to talk to Eddie about. Always enjoy the conversations with him or any promoter, boxing, MMA, whatever, pro wrestling, kickboxing. Are they going to try to go after the Ryan Garcia fight? Are they going to try to go after the Teofimo Lopez fight? His thoughts on the fight. But then there's like a litany of other things to talk to them about. AJ, Chantel Cameron and Katie Taylor, just a whole bunch of stuff. There's a huge fight that he's putting on in Arizona this coming weekend. Sonny Edwards against Bam Rodriguez. They've been on some kind of roll as of late, and it culminates next weekend with the what is it? Is it Day of Reckoning? I believe that's what they're calling it. The poster is phenomenal. They put out this poster. Do we have that poster? It's just amazing. The whole thing is great. I mean, look at this. All those heavyweights, all those big names. Anthony Joshua, Otto Wallin, and then, of course, Joseph Parker against Deontay Wilder. But look at that. Look at the font. Look at the text. There's some sort of like Christmassy vibe to this, right? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, you said that. I don't know.
Is there not?
What is giving you the Christmassy vibe? The fact that they're sitting around like a big feast?
They're having a feast. Day of Reckoning feels Christmassy.
The font,
No?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, it feels like, we're going to war. Everything's red.
Okay.
I mean, I love the
Reckoning.
poster. Might be the...
I mean, it wouldn't
Best
make
poster of the year.
sense. I agree. It wouldn't make sense that there's a Christmassy vibe because it is in Saudi Arabia. But I don't know. Don't you like have a feast like that for Christmas?
I don't know. What are we're snacking on some lobster.
Oh,
See a crab on there.
Aren't those traditional?
Tomatoes,
A couple
apples.
birds.
I thought I saw a ham in there. Is there ham in there? No, that
I'm
would
not
be-
seeing any ham. No.
Some
Maybe
gloves.
I might see some grapes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are some gloves on the corner. It feels like that could be a centerpiece arrangement, but it looks like they went
And
for
that is-
lobsters in the center.
So are
some
you trying to say
sorts?
there's no Christmas?
I'm gonna say that there's none. Yeah, I feel like if they were gonna go Christmas, maybe throw a Santa hat on Deontay Wilder or something.
I mean, it is in Saudi Arabia, like I said. So
maybe,
maybe
sprinkle some green in there.
the
I
red
think it's
feels
just
nice.
I think it's just a sick poster.
All right, fine.
Badass. It's a good one.
Yeah, one of the posters of the year. So we'll talk to Eddie Hearn about that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by John DeBella, who is the strawweight champion of One Championships kickboxing outfit, if you will. The Pride of Montreal, represents Canada, but also Italy. Trains here in New York quite often. His father, 3-time world champion in kickboxing. Angelo DeBella, somewhat of a legend in the Canadian scene, and he's got quite the following. He's undefeated in kickboxing, a couple of pro boxing bouts. Good-looking guy, tremendous fighter, very quick, lethal. 2 fights in one, won the vacant title in his first fight, defended it in October. I'm looking forward to talking to the pride of Montreal, John DeBella, at around 2:25. Shavkat Rakhmonov is going to join us at 2 o'clock. He, of course, is one of the many big stars competing at UFC 296. He is fighting Wonderboy Thompson, and it'll be good to see him back. We haven't seen him back since March, and he is the pride of Kazakhstan, and this is a very important fight, I would imagine, in the 170-pound division. And prior to that, we'll be joined by Dakota Ditcheva, who was one of the big winners on Friday in Dublin at the 3 Arena. She wins the $100,000 women's flyweight tournament, and she has become an absolute star for PFL. And now the big question is, where does she go from here? And we could start there as far as our discussion regarding the weekend that was, our little weekend recap, if you will. You know, PFL in the last few months, they have developed some pretty nice prospect stars, future stars, etc. Obviously, we talk a lot about Cedric Doumbé, but I would put Dakota Ditcheva up there on the list. Like, if you Google News her, there's a lot of quote unquote mainstream outlets in the UK that are writing about her. She reps Manchester City. Manchester City tweeted about her. That's huge, and she's developing quite the following. My question now is, all right, now we've seen one of these regional, country-specific or continent-specific PFL seasons come and go, and I think that the European, the year for PFL in Europe was quite successful. Obviously, the Paris show was the high watermark. Does she now graduate into the actual regular season? Do you keep her in Bellator because they're going to be putting on some European events and she's developing quite the following over there? I'm really curious to see what they do with her because she is a homegrown star. She is quite young, quite good. I mean, what she did in that finale was amazingly impressive. Her clinch, she comes from the kickboxing background. Her clinch, her knees, and then the damage that she inflicted on Valentina Scatizzi. She couldn't enter the fight in the second round. They had to call it off because her eye was just so messed up. Really, really impressive. And, it was a tough night, I would say, for the PFL in terms of the people that they have been building and who have had success, especially on the European circuit for them. Simeon Powell losing, Lewis McGrillen losing. So you needed that win for Dakota, from Dakota, and they got it. Even Franz Malambo, who's popular over there, John Mitchell, popular in Ireland, they all lost. So that was tough. But Dakota winning and Nathan Kelly winning in the main event was big for them. But, I think most people thought that Simeon and McGrillen, they would all win, and it would kind of like cap off a huge year for them. Not meant to be, but she is the real deal. She is absolutely the real deal, and so we'll see where she goes from here. Which route she takes? Does she take the PFL regular season route? Does she take the? Does she stick around in the European scene? I don't know if that makes.
Can she
sense.
even join the regular season? Like, they only did the featherweights last year. Like, could they do? Because she did what, flyweight?
Yeah.
PFL Europe.
Do you think?
Could she even join the?
You don't think that they? I mean, it's a great point. You don't think that
would they build it around her? Or would they
seem-
just try and bring as many fighters in?
So you think she stays with Bellator?
No, I don't
Not
know.
stays.
I don't know
Or
what she
goes
does.
Bellator?
I would like to see her fight in more competitive matchups from like going into it. She's like a -2,000 favorite almost every time, and like obviously she's incredibly talented, and like the way that she wins is typically by finish, and she looks really good doing it. I'd love to see a really tough matchup for her to really gauge where she's at. So yeah, I mean, I was just curious, just as
No,
I'd
that's
love
a
to
great
see her go compete for $1 million, but I just don't know if the PFL will have that. Do you have Bellator fighters join to make a PFL regular season? At
Because the
flyweight?
Bellator women's flyweight division is solid. That's the one
Yeah.
that's championed by Liz Carmouche, and they had Lima McFarlane in the finale. But she's had some tough fights. this is going to be one of the interesting things. Like when it's the same thing with 135 and 185, right? Do they take the whole 135-pound division and move it over to PFL? Do they just keep it? I would think if PFL truly wants to be a co-leader, right, as they say, you have to have all the divisions.
Yes, 100%.
You can't,
100%.
there's they didn't have Bellator didn't have 115. I get that. And, UFC doesn't have 145. In women's MMA, okay, fine. Maybe you could get a pass because it's just not as developed. But certainly 125 to heavyweight in men's MMA, you can't skip 185 or 135.
100%. Like you can't, especially when UFC is so competitive at 135. Like how incredible and deep that division is. Yeah, I mean, you got to have it. I'm with you. And I mean, I feel like you should have more than one women's tournament as well.
I agree with that. And definitely not at 155.
Yeah, I mean, this year was only 145.
Yeah.
You need it. I feel like the staples should be 125 and 135. And I mean, with how good the UFC strawweight division is, I feel like you should have a 115 as well.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see there. Did you watch on Friday?
I did not. No, I did not.
Yeah, no one did here in America.
Yeah, it was tough. Saw the highlights, though. The highlights
were good, but,
Brett Johns, great performance. Shout out.
Brett Johns, great performance, yep. It's a crazy thing because these cards have been pretty entertaining. Tom Breeze also with a solid win. He's been a staple. Nate Kelly, the younger Nate Kelly who we met when he was on his father's shoulders at that Jose Aldo Conor McGregor press conference back in 2015. But they got to figure this out for next year. You got to have American distribution, some way, shape, or form. Put it on YouTube. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense to me. It is a DAZN thing in Europe, and I know DAZN owns a piece of it, of the European circuit, and I know that they're an ESPN property here in America, but it just seems weird in 2023 to have events of this caliber and not air them on TV. Then we get to the UFC event on Saturday, which was back at the Apex, which it's always tough when you're going back and forth from let's say the San Francisco card, the DAZN boxing card, and then you go to the Apex and it's just so quiet. But I'm not going to belabor that point. Overall, some pretty solid results. I would say, at least for me, that the star of the night was Khalil Rountree Jr. Tough spot for Anthony Smith. Anthony Smith takes this fight on 2 weeks' notice. Khalil Rountree has been on a roll. He has won his last 5 fights in a row. The majority of them, except for one stoppage. He is getting better. He is getting more confident. He is getting stronger. He continues to fight at the Apex, and I would love to see him graduate from that stage. But honestly, after the fight, this is a guy who doesn't usually call out opponents. He's very respectful. He's sort of like a throwback martial artist. After the fight, he called out Alex Pereira. Now, I don't think that they would do that next, but I'm here to say that I would 1,000% sign up for that fight next. I tweeted on Saturday, we've lost the Alexander Rakic-Jan Blachowicz fight, which was supposed to take place on January 20th in Toronto. Blachowicz got injured. Rakic has called out Yuri Prochaska. I'm told that there is some interest in that, but Yuri not available in January. So do they save Rakic for like a March and do it then? He's missed a considerable amount of time after the knee injury. Sounds like he would be interested in saying, but in waiting. But I said, if they really wanted to stay on that Toronto card, why not Khalil Rountree versus Alexander Rakic? Don't hate that, but if I'm being honest, that's a big step up for Khalil, and it's a fine step up. I don't mind putting him in the title picture right now. Now I know that's a crazy thing. He's currently number 11. I get that. That's going to change come tomorrow. I think they come out with the rankings. But here's the truth, and this is something that isn't talked about enough. Alex Pereira's story is one of the great stories in the history of the UFC. The fact that he's now a 2-division champion is unbelievable. That he was able to do that to Izzy and then move over to a new weight class, incredible. But the best thing that Alex Pereira had going for him coming into the UFC after a long kickboxing career is that he had the history with Izzy. That fast-tracked him to the title. He didn't take a traditional route to the belt. And even when he changed weight classes, he only had to win one fight before getting a title shot. Now, he probably benefited from the fact that there aren't that many great light heavyweights right now. Why can't a Khalil Roundtree, who has been in the UFC for quite some time, who has paid his dues, who has won his last 5 fights in a row, who has been in the UFC, by the way, since The Ultimate Fighter season 23 in 2016, so he's approaching 8 years in the company, why can't he be in that title picture? The other guys who are, available at light heavyweight, Jamal Hill probably going to be out still for a long time unless he's got some sort of Aaron Rodgers injury to his Achilles that, he's just going to be back right away. I just don't see that happening right now. Blachowicz injured. Yuri just had the title shot. Ankalaev has the fight against Johnny Walker on January 13th, so the number one contender could emerge from there. Nikita Krylov, Anthony Smith just lost, Volkan Ozdemir, Ryan Spann, and then Khalil Roundtree. Am I crazy? Or Khalil Roundtree versus Alex Pereira would be an incredible fight. It would be outstanding. I mean, those two guys, their kicks, their punches, their power, their speed, their chins, they're incredible. I would sign up for that fight. If the UFC announced today, we have decided to book Khalil Roundtree versus Alex Pereira right now, not only would I not say this is undeserved, because I don't think it is undeserved, based on who's getting title shots in the UFC now, based on people getting fast-tracked and whatnot. And I would also say that's an incredible title fight. And I don't think anyone's really getting passed over. I really don't.
It's a great fight. There's only one problem with it.
Tell me.
Khalil Roundtree has not... By the way, I think it's Khalil. I saw a tweet. Khalil Roundtree. I say Khalil, so I have to correct myself. Apologies.
What did I say? Did I say Khalil?
Khalil. I think everybody says Khalil. I say Khalil, so
Khalil.
I'm locked in now.
Apologies.
Khalil. It's a great fight. It's an amazing fight. The problem is Khalil has not been in front of people. He's been fighting on these smaller shows. He's a co-main event of an APEX show.
Yeah.
He's not even been, in an opening spot on a pay-per-view. So you have to have the right circumstances. As an example, Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler headlines UFC 300. Underneath that, you can have Alex Pereira versus Khalil Roundtree as a co-main event because Conor is going to trump any title fight, and you don't have to worry about weight classes and who's ahead of who on the bout order. Conor's always going to be first, and now you can have that as a co-main, which is amazing, which is solid. I don't think Khalil at this moment has the juice to headline a pay-per-view opposite Alex, right? He just has not been in front of people enough. It will feel weird. It would serve better, in my opinion, as a perfect co-main to another title fight or a Conor fight or something like that. That's the only problem I foresee. From a stylistic standpoint, it's absolutely amazing because those dudes are incredible.
It's better than any other option right now.
At light heavyweight, yeah. It's a wasteland. It's still, honestly, all due respect to all the fighters in that division, including Alex Pereira, the champion, it feels like John Jones's division still. Like it has not left that era of feeling like it's in his shadow because nobody's kind of really established it. Like it just does not feel strong, and it feels like the same contenders kind of knocking each other off. The draws, this, that, the other. It seemed like maybe Jamal Hill could have been the one to establish the order, and then all of a sudden he's injured and it got all messy. So yeah. I am all for it. I just think it's going to be tough to sell as a pay-per-view headliner, so it needs a perfect scenario.
I also feel like as a co-main, I just don't feel like this is a fight that the UFC is going to make. Like as a title shot right now coming off of the
I don't think so either. I
really don't think it's
But I think that the body of work is there.
Oh yeah.
And
Anthony Smith might have gotten a title shot off this win just on the story that he's got going with Alex. They're back and forth. I could see Alex kind of calling for it. So why not Khalil? Why not the other side of this?
He's won 5 in a row, and we said this on Wednesday. He's like Mr. Apex. We have a mutual friend named Peter Rosenberg who is a huge Khalil Roundtree fan. It's I think because he's friends with his girlfriend Mia Kang, and so anytime I only hear from Peter once every 4 or 5 months, and that's a couple hours before a Roundtree fight. I usually get a text about it. And we were talking on Saturday about him and why he is always stuck on these Apex cards. And I hypothesized, I don't know the answer to this question. I would love to ask him this question one day. He has talked a lot about mental health and anxiety and nerves. And I wonder if he's one of those fighters, because others have said this as well, if perhaps he prefers to be on the Apex card because there's just less buzz, hoopla, fans, nonsense. It's just pure, right? You go out there, you do your thing. You don't have to deal with all the other stuff. I wonder if that is maybe more his speed. That's the only justification that I could think of, and I certainly wouldn't knock him if that is the justification, because otherwise, he's an incredibly entertaining fighter. He's unbelievable
with a great story.
With
that
a great
interview
story
that he did with you on this show was incredible. Like,
and he's emotional. He's
thoughtful.
He's thoughtful. He makes you want to root for him. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
He makes you want to root for him. And I was looking at his Instagram yesterday, I think it was, and it's all like him. It's thoughtful. It's classy, et cetera, et cetera. And someone on his Instagram in the comments wrote that most fighters' comment section are just like a cesspool, and for whatever reason, and I didn't go too deep, but I did look at a few posts, and this person said, like, for some reason yours is so pure and positive, and probably that has something to do with like what you put out into the world and it comes back to you. But this is a guy who, who I think has earned this. At the very least, him versus, like, if Johnny Walker wins on January 13th, cool. If Magomed Ankalaev wins, cool. He did get the title shot last year. Remember, how subpar that pay-per-view was going into the final one of the year after the Yuri injury. This one obviously is infinitely better. But I just think that they have something really special on their hands here, and I hope they get behind him. I really do. And it was so unique to hear him call out Alex, because he never calls anyone out.
Yeah, you've kind of touched on it. He's not into the pageantry of MMA, right? It's no frills. He just wants to fight him, test himself, improve himself. He's not into the call-outs. He's not into the extra stuff that's involved in it. But to be honest, like, that's kind of what gets you to that next level, right? This is where it starts. And so him making that call-out, I think, is a step in that direction. I think we're all on the same page, though. He's at most one away, right? If he has another performance where he goes out there on a pay-per-view and just absolutely starches another top contender, how could he be denied?
I feel like next has to be top 5. This was his highest ranked opponent to date, and Anthony Smith being ranked 8. And I mean, there's options for him. Like, I mean, Alexander Rakic is without a fight now. If he fought the winner of Walker Ankalaev, I feel like that's more fitting. And then if he wins that, then it's like time for.
Does he beat Rakic?
I mean, it's hard to pick against him at this point. The way that he looks. I mean, the biggest thing about him too is how violent he is. Like, I'll never forget that Carl Roberson performance, how violent he is, but like, he also has this patience about him. Like, he rocked Anthony Smith bad in the second round, but he stayed patient with it and then does it again in the third. And then even during that finishing sequence, he's like kind of patient, going about his business, puts up the fist, looks at the ref, and it gets called. But like,
oh, I love that.
It's tough to pick against him.
That was so great that he didn't throw those extra punches.
He knew. We all knew.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be very curious to see what they would line a Roundtree Rakic fight.
I liked what I saw from him on Saturday. It was a much more measured performance. The gas tank was questionable, right, in the performance against Dustin Jacoby. It was a real clear drop off in the third round. He was faded. This was a much more measured, even performance. Third round, still composed, got it done against Anthony Smith. I think it'd be a good fight. I do wonder how his takedown defense is gonna hold up against Rakic, because I think Rakic is like one of the more well-rounded guys we've got in this division, and capable of striking with anybody, capable of grappling with anybody. It will come down to that. I would dare say that I think a matchup with Pereira is more favorable to him, right? We've talked about this
100%.
how many times when it comes to Pereira and Izzy as well, right? There's just certain times you're getting the striker versus striker battle. Here, and he said in I believe it was in one of the post-fight interviews, like, I'm not going to shoot for a takedown against Alex, so let's just scrap. That would be fun for us. But I do wonder against a guy like Rakic, or even a guy like Ankalaev, how's he going to look? That might be the tougher fights for him, to be completely honest.
It's kind of what I want to see, though.
Yeah, to test him.
Is that it for Anthony Smith?
No.
So many people calling
in terms
for his
of
retirement.
What? Yeah, you're saying like ever.
Period.
That's his last
I don't think so. He's coming off a
no
win.
shot.
He took this fight on short notice.
Yeah.
He got absolutely blasted by Ryan Spann, came back and won that fight, dug deep, toughed it out. Also, by the way, I think a lot of people were thinking this was about to be a human sacrifice. The first 2 rounds were close. Now,
Right.
don't get me wrong. Like Khalil was hitting the harder shots. He was doing more damage, no doubt about it. I scored the rounds for him, but Anthony Smith wasn't not hanging in there. He was taking the shots and firing back. Way premature, in my opinion, for this. Like, certainly, if Anthony decides that he wants to walk away, he's had an amazing career. He's been in this game a long, long time. I would have no issue with it. But at the same time, I'm not here concerned about Anthony Smith. Like, that was fine against a guy who's hitting his stride right now and has power, and hit him with that power. So, yeah.
It's just these
way
short
too
notice
early.
fights. Like, you have to take them
Well,
with a
that's-
grain of salt.
Yeah.
To a degree. He has lost 3 of 4. He has taken a lot of damage over the last few years, but he's still winning fights in the division. He's coming off a win where he showed incredible heart.
Yes.
As you said, he was banged up against Ryan Spann in Singapore. Maybe he's not in the title picture, and he certainly deserves some time off now. What concerned me about this was Khalil's going like this. It's short notice.
Yeah.
Anthony's one of those guys who just adores fighting. And
Yes.
so sometimes those guys need to kind of be saved from themselves and told, like, hey, maybe this isn't the best decision. And by the way, very good chance that he was told that and still did it anyway, because he just wants to fight. He just wants to be active. He wants to be in the gym. He wants to be fighting for something, training for something as well. But as I've said, I think he's one of the best analysts. I don't think the guys that you see on the desk, they serve the role well. But he is the only one on that desk that I'm saying he's in the wrong spot. The UFC has done an incredible job. It is so hard to take active athletes and turn them into analysts. Obviously, other sports, it's hard to do it because you're in the midst of a season. But even like in boxing, you don't really see it all that often. And when you do see it, they're not that good. The UFC, for whatever reason, and they've got great producers, they've been able to pinpoint who these stars are. Even a guy like Paul Felder, who isn't a title contender, they recognize this is a guy who would be great, and they were right. How many times have they had a lemon? How many times have they made a mistake in terms of the people that they put in there? So, I mean, they're brilliant at it, really, at developing and pinpointing talent. He's the one guy where I see him and I say, how is this guy not in the booth? And maybe they know something that I don't, based on what I just said. But I feel like he would be he's so analytical. He's so smart. He loves fighting. He watches everything. He does his research. He's well-spoken. He obviously has the resume to back up the decision to put him there. He's not just some schlub off the street. I would love to see him get more reps like that. And like I said, maybe he's at the tail end. Maybe he's on the back nine. Maybe this is the final, couple innings of his career. But I don't think he's done by any stretch. There are certainly guys, especially at 205, in the 15 to 20 range that he could have a couple fights with to get back on track and then see where things go. The one thing that does concern me is the damage. He's taking a lot of hits.
And he's been in this game a very long time.
37-19 is his pro record. 37-19. You don't see those kinds of records in MMA. What is that? That's 56. That's 56 pro fights. 56 freaking pro fights. So I feel for him, and it's hard to see him go down like that. But that was always going. I mean, wasn't he like a huge dog going into this?
Dog.
Yeah.
On short notice, I mean, look, he looked fine to me. Like, it was just a loss. That's all I took away from that. Was like, gave it an effort, short notice. Khalil is a savage on the rise. That's what we got. That was what we got.
Also, what you guys said, like how much he loves fighting, how much he's around the game and everything. I would be shocked if that was his last fight ever.
Yeah, there's levels.
There's no way.
There's levels that he can compete at. And maybe it's not in the UFC. Maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's boxing. Maybe it's BKFC. Maybe it's slap fighting, which he seems to enjoy. Like, whatever it is, I'm sure there's somewhere we can find competitive matchups for Anthony Smith, and he can continue to do that. So, yeah, I'm not... 2 weeks ago, where Alex Pereira is calling him out. Like, there's no way all of a sudden it's just done. It just not off that performance. Not in my
especially not off of a short notice against a guy like that.
Yeah.
That was, to me, the biggest story of that fight night. The second biggest, obviously, was the main event, Song Yadong defeating Chris Gutierrez. Maybe not the most exciting fight of all time, but Song Yadong is definitely a player at 135. Now 2 wins in a row. After the loss to Corey Sandhagen, the win over Ricky Simone was supremely impressive. And this is a guy with wins over Marlon Moraes and Casey Kenny, Marlon Vera, close one, Alejandro Perez, Julio Arce. He is very, very good. And they asked him about the Petr Yan tweet. That is the one for me. Like this one feels like pretty easy matchmaking, right? Petr Yan versus Song Yadong. I don't think he should bypass a Corey Sandhagen. I mean, he has a loss to Corey Sandhagen, but in the title picture, we just found out both of them kind of announced it on their own. Merab versus Henry Cejudo in February at that pay-per-view in Anaheim, which is tremendous. I love that fight. I definitely feel like Merab deserves a title shot and shouldn't have to take a fight like this. It's kind of crazy, but if he is going to remain active, then all right, a win over Henry Cejudo should finally grant him that title shot, I would think. Petr Yan versus Song Yadong. We like this?
My only question back to you would be, are you willing to lose Figueiredo versus Yan?
That's what I want. I still want Figgy Yan.
I would not be willing to lose it for that fight. I would want Figgy versus Yan.
So here's the thing. Figgy wins. I know there was an old tweet that was brought up from 2 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I know Yan was all over the place. I mean, he was doing face-offs with Conor McGregor at some random show in Russia. He has not said anything about Figueiredo, right?
I want it even more so because of that.
So, but he did. I mean, unless he was yawning about something completely different, he was.
Come on. I mean, come on. It matched up with the fight, the timing, everything.
No,
we know it.
Well,
Clearly addressing.
the crazy thing is, isn't Russia like 7 hours ahead or 6 hours ahead?
Man, you got to grind if you want to watch the Apex. Man.
So this dude was actually, you know
How
what?
do you know? Maybe he's on a VPN somewhere.
But you know what? This was the 10 p.m. main card start.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it was actually like 7 in the morning over there.
Yeah. So he woke up.
Current time.
He was still tired. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was
Russia
so
8 hours
tired
ahead. He was freaking. He's got young kids. So no, okay, that wasn't weird. He was
9 a.m. He was tired after a big night with McGregor.
Yeah. How random was that?
I'm fine with it. Don't get me wrong. I think Song Yadong deserves it. I think he is a top contender, but I would rather see.
I mean, honestly, there's like really no one else for him. I mean, Cheeto's in the title. O'Malley obviously fighting Cheeto. Aljo's future is uncertain at 135. Yeah, Merab and Henry, and then there's Corey, who he's already lost to. It's slim pickings.
Yeah.
Somebody fight Umar Nurmagomedov.
Song versus Umar, I'm down.
He is it's crazy that Umar is in the mix with these dudes. He's 14 right now. He's 14, but yet you only hear him attached to Corey Sandhagen.
It's a top guy.
How are
well, to be fair,
and Jonathan Martinez tied at 12?
Yeah.
You don't see ties too often. We need Martinez versus Simone to see who's really 12. 12 versus 12.
That's a big fight.
Big fight. Big fight in the bantamweight division.
What about Dominic Cruz versus Song Yadong?
Love it. No.
Just Song.
Alpha male versus Dominic Cruz, part 2. Let's run it.
I'd be down with that, but would Song take it? I mean, he's looking for the Yan fight.
I'll be honest.
Dominic Cruz is a bigger fight than Yan.
I was going to say, it probably does more for him,
but
honestly.
I'm thinking if Song's looking at the rankings.
It probably does more.
There's a bit of a queue right now, right? There's obviously Cheeto fighting in March, Merab and Henry. Corey's out there who he lost to. So I don't think he's thinking, give me title shot next. The big question is, what's the bigger fight, or what's the fight that you would want more? Is it Yan Figgy or Yan Song? And it sounds like you guys prefer Yan
Figgy, no doubt.
Yeah, and
no doubt.
also
I feel like that's a fight we've wanted for a while.
But I feel like if you send out the Yan emoji, and I just feel like you're asking for it.
Yan sending out the Yan emoji.
Yeah. Peter Yan.
This is Dana White and Don Davis. Like he's acknowledging him.
He's the co-leader.
Yeah,
Burgundy.
In the race for a Petr Yan fight, it seems like he's a co-leader.
Yo, I like the shit talking from Song.
Yes,
a little
I enjoyed that.
You said that about his last fight and all that.
Shit,
yeah. I liked it. A little personality there. All right, go ahead.
It seems like Petr Yan's in the driver's seat, though. That's kind of where we're at, right? Like
he's got fights to make.
They're coming for him, and he gets to kind of choose it. He's going to get to pick who he wants.
Can we see the Petr Yan Conor McGregor stare down? I was scrolling through Twitter. Was this on Saturday or Friday?
This is Saturday. Yeah, this was man.
Oh my God.
What a trip this was.
And I see this on the timeline. I'm like, what is happening over here?
I love how Conor is like as serious as it gets, and like Jan's kind of got a smirk on his face the entire time. But like Conor looks
like he's about to
legit
fight.
Angry. Yeah. And he starts saying something baby. I listened to it back like 8 times. I never got exactly what he was saying.
But then you see the love. The love. Islam Makhachev was there too.
Yeah. And it was like they were across the ring from each other. That one video where it's
I
like,
wonder how much they get paid to just show up and do that.
I don't know.
What a life.
I don't know, man.
You like Connor could never fight again and get paid to show up to all these random fight nights.
Just face off, get a picture with their belt, and that's that.
Every one of these fight nights that Kaposa is tweeting about on a Thursday afternoon.
Yes. Oh, God, it's so good.
Uzbekistan Fighting Challenge 14. Just they would all pay Connor at least what, 250,000 just to show up and do that?
Yeah, he just shows up. Because I mean, I think it was IBA, Night of Champions or something.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't have heard of it if it wasn't for Jan.
Yeah, Kaposa was live tweeting that.
I got another asset here. It's a little breaking news asset.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
We said Day of Reckoning poster of the year. Eddie Hearn just dropped another one.
What?
Yeah.
Because he was
Look
watching?
on my screen here, yeah. No,
Is it Christmas related? Ooh, wow.
A little comic book action.
Yo.
They're killing it.
They're going hard on this promo, man. I mean, that's a poster right there.
They are killing it.
Better be with the brain out.
Oh, I like that. They've done a great job for a card that was put together on just days' notice, now weeks. Man, that's going to be one of the stories to watch. Not only in boxing, you saw I don't even know what the titles are, but a member of the Saudi Arabia fund, they were at PFL taking a picture, I think, with Peter Murray in the cage. Qatar is going to get involved, I'm told, perhaps as soon as February. And obviously the UAE has been heavily involved as well. So there's like a bit of a race here to who could be the top.
Yeah. I disrespected Better Be there. That's actually Bivol with the brain out.
Yeah, of course. Better be fighting in January in Quebec City.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so Khalil Rountree beat Anthony Smith. Nasrat Haqparas beat Jamie Malarkey. Tim Elliott with a win. Unfortunately, Iron Turtle, we could talk more about him.
Oh, God, yeah. We need more time. We have a guest coming up. We need more time. That's a big breakdown for the robbery.
Sure. Kevin Jousset gets the win. Young Sung Park gets the win. Steve Garcia gets the win. Luana Santos gets the win. Tatsura Taira gets the very impressive win. And Talita Alenkar gets the win in the curtain jerker as well. But let us go back to Dublin. Let us go back to that finale for PFL Europe. Like I said, a lot of these stars that they had been building around didn't come on top in the end in the finale, but perhaps the biggest star of them all, the one that they have been very much pushing and banking on her taking the next step, did come out on top in a very big way. A supremely impressive finish once again from Dakota Ditcheva. She wins the $100,000. She wins the women's flyweight tournament. And it's another one for the highlight reel. She is kind enough to join us once again here on the program. Dakota, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm really well.
Congratulations. There's the belt right over there, right over your shoulder.
Yeah.
It felt like it took 24 hours or maybe even longer for it to set in. Has it sunk in that you're the champ?
A little bit more than it did on the night, but I'm still kind of just processing it. Yeah.
Were you super nervous going into this one?
I was actually really nervous, yeah. And I think even a few of my friends said to me, like, when I was walking out this time, that normally you can't really tell that I'm that nervous, but they could see it on my face a little bit. But I definitely did feel it, yeah.
Was it more about the moment than the opponent?
Yeah, I think so. Just the fact that I was fighting for a belt, and obviously I was thinking about the money, just everything, I think. But as well, I was trying to remind myself, like, it's just like every other fight, I fought for a belt as an amateur before, like, just treat it the same. I think obviously the 10-0 record I wanted to keep as well, so that was like playing on my mind too.
You did the classic. You had the na 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 na. I mean, that always gets the crowd behind you, right? That's just like the perfect, especially in Ireland.
Yeah, I didn't realize that like the Irish love that song so much, to be honest. I used that same song in Paris as well. Obviously I had the pipes live this time, but I used the same song and the crowd went wild for it. Yeah.
Does that song mean anything to you, or do you just do it to get people hyped up?
The song is just, I mean, loads of English people love it, but the pipes beforehand is kind of a Bulgarian tradition. Obviously, I'm half Bulgarian, so this time I actually flew someone over from Bulgaria to start the song off live with his pipe on the stage.
Wow, that was sick. I love that. I didn't know that there was a connection there. By the way, can we address this once and for all? Because I keep hearing people continue to pronounce your last name in different ways. Can I hear it from you once and for all?
It's Dakota Ditcheva.
Ditcheva. Okay, it's not Ditcheva.
Yeah.
Ditcheva. Because
No.
I start doubting myself, but I feel like I've gotten it. Have I
Yeah.
got it?
Yeah, you have got it, but I actually doubt myself sometimes. The more I say it, the more I get it wrong.
Oh my God, Ditcheva. That's it.
Ditcheva, yeah.
Okay.
That's right. You've seen it well, yeah.
Incredible. Especially what you did to Valentina's eye. I don't know the update, but it seemed like it could have been a broken orbital. When you saw the state of her eye at the end of the first round, did you think there's no way that she's going to come out for the second?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, I was going like this over to her corner. But honestly, I wouldn't have wanted her to come out for another round with an injury like that, because that is what happens when your orbital breaks. And I knew that as soon as I saw it in the last 30 seconds, I wouldn't have wanted to like put any more damage to that eye. There was no way she could see, so it would have been unfair if the doctor had let her carry on, really.
Was she saying, I saw you go up to her after, and it seemed like she was mad. I don't know if she was mad at you or mad at the doctor, but it then seemed like you were just like, all right, I'm done with this. What did she say to you?
I just went over. I always go over to be respectful at the end anyway. I've always done that from Thai boxing. But I was just saying like, oh, you're a tough girl. And she said, I can see. And I was like, you can't. She's like, I can. I said, you can't. Your eyes are mesh. You can't see. And then I just left her.
Okay.
So that was all.
How big is that check for you? Because I think you said that this time last year, money like that wasn't exactly the norm in your life.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's crazy. Like when I think about my debut with PFL now, and this is another thing I haven't ever said before, but after my debut in August last year on PFL London, the next day I was driving to the sunbed shop to go on the sunbeds, and I had to stop for a second to check whether I had money in my account to even go on.
Wow.
So to now be with this check, is just crazy. I mean, that much money is amazing, but to me, just to have enough money in my account to not have a stress of having to check my bank account all the time is just such a relief. But yeah, this time, I mean, I've been on the sunbed today and I didn't have to check my account. So
how much is a session on the sunbed?
I mean, I always buy a course, so I always make sure my minutes are topped up. But last time I didn't even have £1 in my account, and I'd been paid. When I checked my account, I started crying and FaceTime my mum because I'd been paid. So honestly, it's just how times have changed, and the progression I've seen over this year is just makes me emotional to know that I could have given up at any point and I didn't. I kept going, and now look.
Do you remember when you pulled over and looked at your account, how much was actually in there?
I think I might have screenshotted it, so I will find it. But I think I screenshotted the amount that was in my account before I fought. So, my light's gone out.
Oh, no problem.
But I have screenshotted how much money I had in my account because it was literally nothing. So then obviously I'll have it somewhere and I will find it, but there was nothing in there. And then I literally burst out crying because I'd been paid before I got to the sunbed shop. So it saved me the embarrassment of going in there and not being able to go on the bed.
Oh my gosh. It's kind of funny that you're talking about being short on funds and then the lights go off. I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, maybe we need another $100,000 check for the electricity. Would you have believed that end of the year that you'd be in this spot? Did you keep the faith, or did you ever start to doubt yourself?
Yeah, no, I knew I was coming for this belt. Money aside, I was coming for that belt. I feel even though I know people doubt me a lot still, even though I'm fighting and winning and doing these highlight reels for people, and people still doubt how good I actually am. So I feel this belt now kind of puts a stamp on Europe, and then I need to go to the global now and get the PFL belt there as well to shut some more people up.
I want to ask you about that in a moment, but do you really feel that, or are you sensing that a lot of people are doubting you? Do you feel like people still don't believe that you are worthy of all this hype and praise?
Yeah, some people don't. I think just people when they watch me on TV and when they watch my pad videos and things like that, a few people have made comments before that have got back to me oh, she's good, but everyone looks good on camera type things. And then when they see me in person, I was actually warming up, but in the morning before the fight, and when I started hitting pads, the whole room was kind of just staring at me. And one of my coaches said everyone was just looking at you when you started hitting pads. So I don't think people take me serious. I'm only a slight build and I'm not very strong, and people just think, oh, she's okay, she's average. But I'm the one that's finishing all these girls. Like, Valentina, she went with, was it Valentina? What's her name?
Well,
Scatizzi, yeah. She went like a points decision in a first round, with somebody in the tournament, and I've just gone in and finished everyone that's been in there. So I feel like people need to put a little bit of respect on me, but I'll just keep proving them wrong. I'm happy with people to doubt me. I don't really care.
So we were debating what your next step would be before you came on. PFL, the regular PFL, they don't have a 125-pound women's division. So we were trying to figure out, are they going to create one for you, or would they have you fight in Bellator so that you can have one-offs, and Bellator is going to be in Europe? Do you have any idea what you want to do or what their plans are for you?
Honestly, I know I know as much as you for what PFL's plans are. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. They're not 100% set on the tournament. I know that. They've obviously just signed this massive deal with Bellator. So for me, I feel like it's a win-win situation. If you put me in the tournament, I'll do that. If you keep me in Europe and make me defend the belt, I'm not sure I'm 100% on that, but I'll do it if I have to do that. As long as they keep me active, I'll be happy. But Bellator have a really good 125 division, so this is like perfect for me. I feel like there's so many girls in there that can give me some good fights. So whether that's in a tournament or just one-on-one basis, like, I'm happy to do anything. Just make sure I have at least 3, maybe 4 fights, and I'll be happy.
So if they call you up and say, what do you want to do? What is your answer?
I want to do a tournament.
Okay.
I want to do the global tournament. I feel like I've got this European belt now in the tournament, and to just not do the global one would be a little bit disappointing. But PFL, like, look what they've done this year, and how, like, I've just hit 100K followers on Instagram. Like, this is great. When I look back at it, I had 12.7 last year before I debuted for PFL. So how much they've done for my career in this short space of time is just ridiculous. So I trust that they will, do the right thing for me next year and get me some good fights and make sure that I keep progressing in the sport.
To that point, I've seen, like, I sometimes when fighters come on the show, I'll put their name in Google News and see who's covering them. And if you put your name in Google News, it's a lot of, like, traditional outlets in the UK that are covering you now. And I don't necessarily think that was the case, like, a couple of fights ago. Have you noticed a difference in, the coverage that you're getting back home?
Yeah, 100%. Like, and I think, like, because I'm producing these, like, you don't see many girls getting stoppages like me all the time. So I think it is catching a lot of attention. Obviously, the fact that I don't look like a fighter either catches a bit of people's attention. And yeah, like, my weigh-in video this time is on 10.8 million views on Instagram.
Yes.
So, like,
I saw you posted that. That's absurd. No, is that? I mean, that's
crazy.
Is that the most
Honestly,
amount of views you've ever had for a video? I would imagine.
Ever. Like, just that one video has just gone absolutely crazy. So I feel like me and PFL work well. They get me, like, these articles written about me and stuff, but at the same time I'm giving them a lot back as well, so we work quite well together. And
you're not a free agent, right?
No, well, that was actually my last fight with my manager. On my contract, but, like, I haven't had discussions with him yet or anybody else. I'm still like, but I am a free agent, actually.
Wait, free agent as far as MMA or as far as management?
No, yeah, I'm free. I'm not signed with anybody now.
Anyone could sign you now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with PFL, but, like, as in, like, management-wise, I'm on
Okay,
my own.
management-wise, but as far as fights, as far as promotion.
Fights, no, I'm with PFL until August, yeah. Well, I think it probably goes, now I've won this, it'll kind of extend a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, well, now you're going to get every manager hitting you up in some way, shape, or form. So good luck. I thought you were saying, like, promotional free agent, and that would have been fascinating as well. But I would imagine PFL is going to want to keep you around for quite some time.
Yeah, and do you know what? I'm happy to stay with you. I've loved being with them. I feel like my journey's not done with them yet. I'm not satisfied with this belt as much as I'm happy to, like, have it, and it's, like, literally like changing my life this moment, but I'm not satisfied yet. I need the next belt, so they're going to have to do something global for sure.
I noticed No Holland celebration this time.
No.
But you did get the freaking tweet from Man City, which blew me away. I was excited about it, and it had nothing to do with me. I can't imagine. What was your reaction when you saw that?
So I'm not a type of person that checks any of my socials, really, like who follows me, and I don't keep up with all stuff like that. But I saw that they tweeted me, and I was like, oh my God, I could not believe it. And then I saw my little brother a few hours later, and he was like, Manchester City follow you on Instagram. Like, have you seen the type of people they follow? They follow 400 people and they follow you. And I was like, oh my God. And then Doku commented on my Sport Bible post because they put like my celebration on there with his.
Wow.
And he commented on it. He put 2 flame emojis. And I was just like, oh my God.
That is amazing. How did that happen? Do you have any idea how they saw you, or like, did the PFL set this up, or is it just from you wearing the jersey?
Yeah, no. So obviously PFL got me the initial like contact with City, and I started right on my when I was going to fight in Newcastle. They took me down to the Etihad Stadium and interviewed me and stuff, and then they took me back before the Paris one, and then before this one too. And they actually came to film me in Dublin, and they're doing a little piece on me at the end of this week.
Wow,
a video, like a documentary. So even that is just like surreal. It's crazy.
I have a question for my son. My son is a big City fan, and I showed him the photo of you weighing in with the jersey. He has the same one, De Bruyne, and his question was, why do you have last year's third kit? Why aren't you wearing this year's third kit with the? So he was wondering why you're out of date with the jerseys. Do you have a response?
Do you know what? I just change them all the time. So I've got loads of old ones. We've literally got a whole collection, and I wear all the old ones all the time. I don't like just wear the new ones. I like the old ones
to show you're
too,
a proper fan. You're not just a Johnny come lately.
Yeah. So next time I'll probably wear another one, but maybe you can choose which one I wear next time, and I'll do that.
The favorite one in the household now is the one with the lightning or whatever. You know, the current third one.
Yes.
It's very nice.
I know that one. Okay. We can do that. That'll look good on the scale anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Well, again, it's good that you're bringing some sunshine to City fans. Been quite the run as of late. I mean, couldn't even beat, they're down to Luton, for goodness sakes, in the second half there. But it all worked out.
You just had to mention that, didn't you?
No, you got the win. You got the win, but I was getting a little nervous there for you guys. I mean, down to Luton.
I was weight cutting. I know. I was watching the City match the other day as well on Saturday. We didn't do too well there, and it just kind of ruined the vibe a little bit. But we're on the comeback. Don't worry. We always have this every season, so don't panic.
There's a lot of competition now, but my prediction is they'll figure it. I don't think they win Europe, but I think they figure it out in the Premier League. I just think it's hard to go back to back. Yeah.
No, I do agree, but we if any team's going to do it, it's going to be us, right?
Sure.
Don't count us out.
You do know who went back to back in 79-80. I think you were just a youngster back then, but you know who went back to back in Europe in 79-80?
No.
I know you know. Nottingham Forest, of course, 79-80. Everyone knows that. Come on.
No, they didn't.
They did, I swear. Brian Clough, look it up. You do know? Okay, all right.
I'm fully elected.
I've been a fan ever since then. That's when I really fell in love with them. No, I wasn't born as well. So in a perfect world, you're back next year. You're fighting in a tournament. Maybe they bring the whole Bellator women's flyweight division and put it in the tournament. That would make a lot of sense, I would think, right? You have it right there.
That would be, imagine if they did that. I mean, I'd 100% be up for that. So let's see what they come up with, yeah.
And you think you're ready for the Liz Carmouches of the world and all those top stars there?
I mean, people can't say I'm not, look at the progress I've made this year. This time last year I was saying, give me a little bit more experience and I'll be up there. I'm here now and kind of have proven this year that, it's within arm's reach now. I'm not going to say that I deserve to fight the champ right now. That's fine. But give me a few Bellator girls and you'll see that there's that fight is going to be in arm's reach very soon.
Well, you've been one of the stories of the year. I would say one of the breakout stars of 2023. And it's a lot of fun to watch you climb the ranks because your fights are so exciting. So keep up the great work. Well done. Congrats on winning. Congrats on the belt, the check, the incredible year, and very much looking forward to what you do next year as well.
Thank you so much, Ariel. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Talk to you soon. There she is, Dakota Ditcheva, who wins the $100,000 for the PFL in their women's flyweight division. She now awaits word as to whether or not she will be fighting in. That to me makes the most sense. I would just take the entire Bellator women's flyweight division and make it into a tournament. That feels like the move because you have her. You want to keep her active. You want to keep her, as one of the sort of staples of the regular season now that she's graduated from the European scene. That's what I would do. But who the hell am I? I do want to let you know about our good friends over at BetterHelp. This is the time of the year when we all start piling up and pulling up gift guides, looking for hints and scrambling to come up with present ideas for the people we care about. But lost in that chaos is making sure that you set some time aside for yourself. And signing up for online therapy with BetterHelp might be the best give you can give to anyone this year. BetterHelp offers convenient, flexible online therapy suited to any schedule. If you have been thinking about trying talk therapy but have not been sure on how to get started, you might want to explore BetterHelp. Obviously, this time of the year can be a little bit down, can be a little bit depressing with the cold and the darkness. I mean, Lord knows it gets to me. And if you're going through a tough time, looking for a big 2024, looking to pivot, looking to change course, looking to change careers, whatever the case may be, you might want to talk to someone. And you might want to talk to someone who's not a friend or a family member, an independent third-party voice, if you will. There's no stigma attached to it anymore. I have done it, and it changed my life, like I said, so I would highly, highly suggest it. It's a great gift to give to someone, or it's a great gift to give to yourself. So in the season of giving, give yourself what you need with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. One of my favorite sponsors. We also love our good friends over at Cash App. You can get your paycheck up to 2 days early when you deposit it into your Cash App account. So even if you are always picked last for dodgeball, you can be the first to get paid with Cash App. You can do a lot in 2 days. So while other people are waiting for their money, I personally might like to, go to the movies 2 days early, get those concert tickets that you want to get before everyone else, get those UFC 296 tickets that you want to get before everyone else, go to a personal trainer, treat your coworkers to lunch, pay your electric bill early, all that and more. Basically, what I'm saying is when you set up direct deposit on Cash App, you can get paid up to 2 full days early, and that's the kind of living that we like to do, especially in the future. So why wait until Friday when you can get paid on a Wednesday? That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store and set up direct deposit today. All right, let's go to our next guest. He is one of the big stars competing at UFC 296 on Saturday in Las Vegas. He is about to head off to Las Vegas. Huge fight for Shavkat Rakhmonov, the pride of Kazakhstan. He is kind enough to join us right now for a few minutes alongside his co-manager and translator in this particular case, Sayat. Shavkat, thank you very much for the time. Good to have you back on the show.
Thank you.
Sayat, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Shavkat, a lot of people, and thank you, Sayat, as always, for the time. A lot of people, when this fight was announced, thought, they're putting Wonderboy Thompson in a tough spot. They're trying to kill off Wonderboy Thompson because you're so good, you're so young, you're so talented, and you're good at everything in MMA. What was your reaction when you found out that your next fight would be against Wonderboy Thompson?
Когда ваш бой с Томпсоном объявили, многие люди посчитали, что Томпсона ставят в тяжелую позицию, его, пытаются как бы снести, потому что ты опасный молодой проспект. Когда тебе сказали имя соперника, какие у тебя были мысли?
Ешқандай ой болған жоқ. Әрине, бірінші қарсыласым Келвин Гастроном жекпе-жекке шықпайтын түсініксіз жағдайлар болғандықтан кейін сондай естім, что Стивен Томпсон менімен жекпе-жекке шыққысы келеді. Өзінің қарсы емес екенін білдірген кезде жекпе-жекке шығуға мен өте қуанышта болдым. Стивен Томпсон жасы үлкен жауынгер болғанмен де өте мықты. Оны топ 5-тен, топ 10-тен шығаруға болмайды. Ол өте мықты жігіт, өте керемет жұмыс жасайды.
First I was scheduled to fight Kevin Gastelum, and he pulled out because of injury, and it was understandable. But then I started to hear that Stephen Thompson is willing to fight me, and I was just glad that he wanted to fight me because it's hard to get me a fight. And even though he's on the older side, he's 40 years old, I still believe he's a high-level athlete, and it's not easy to get him out from top 5 or top 10. So I was just glad that someone accepted the fight with me.
As you said, your last fight was in March. You were scheduled to fight in September. Gastelum pulls out, and you just alluded to the fact that it's hard to get you a fight because you're so good, and you destroy all your opponents. Has this been a frustrating year for you? The fact that you haven't been able to fight for the last 9 months, has that been frustrating?
Последний твой бой ты провел в марте, потом ты должен был драться в сентябре, бой сорвался, и сложно было найти соперника, потому что ты очень хороший боец. Как бы то, что такой большой перерыв 9 месяцев, и то, что тяжело было найти соперника, как-то тебя раздражало, сбивало или нет?
Әрине қарсылау қазіргі кезде қарсылау табу маған кішкене қиындау болып отыр. Көбісі отказ береді, көбісі шыққысы келмейді. Сондықтан да Келвин Гаслем қабылдаған кезде мен де қуанышта болдым. Шыққысы одан ары қарай ол жарақат алып, жекпе-жекке шықпай қалды. Түсініксіз жағдайлар болды, шыға ма шықпайтын екенін біз білмедік. Сондықтан да бұл енді спорт болғандықтан әрқандай жағдай болуы мүмкін. Бәріне жақсы оймен қабылдаймын деп ойлаймын көп жағдайда.
Yeah, it's true. It's hard to find someone who's going to accept the fight with me. I heard that a lot of people turning the fight down. And when Kelvin Gastelum accepted the fight with me, I was happy. But then he got injured, and it happened. It happens in the sport, and I understand that. So I didn't have any bad thoughts or was interrupted by that. But it's understandable. The injuries happen, so I was just staying patient and waiting for another opponent.
I'm wondering what's at stake in this fight, Shavkat. Have you or your management been told that if you win this fight, you could possibly be next for the title shot at 170?
Что на кону стоит в этом бою? Говорили ли тебе, что если ты победишь, возможно, ты станешь претендентом или нет?
Әрине ондай әңгіме болған жоқ. UFC өздері шешеді. Бірақ мен UFC Стивен Томпсонды жеңсем, былайына мен қазіргі таңда да дайынмын титуліне жекпе-жекке шығуға. Әрине ол Стивен Томпсонды жеңгеннен соң тағы да бір қадам или титулға дайынмын деген сөз деуге болады.
No, I didn't have this conversation or any promises, but all I want to say is that I'm already ready to fight for the title, and the win over Stephen Thompson will be another reason to prove that I'm ready.
Syed, I'll ask you, since you would be the one to ask. Have they said that?
No, nothing.
Okay, nothing. Obviously, there's Bilal Muhammad, who is the backup fighter on Saturday. Would you be disappointed if you have to fight someone else after this fight?
Белял Мухаммед страхует титульный бой в эти выходные. Будешь ли ты разочарован, если тебе нужно будет еще с кем-то подраться перед титульником?
Жоқ, білмеймін мен алдымда не болатынын, бірақ мен қазіргі таңда менің қарсыласым Стивен Томпсон, соны жеңу керек, ары қарай уақыт көрсетеді.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen after. I just want to focus on Stephen Thompson, and that's it, and we'll find out what's going to happen after.
Okay, fair enough. Can I ask you about a video that came out today? And I just want to get clarity on it. Did your sister get married recently, and did you have to miss her wedding because you were training for this fight?
Спрашивает насчет ссоры. Вышла ли она замуж, и пропустил ли ты, получается, ее свадьбу из-за того, что было на подготовке?
Я, әрине мен қазір дайын, өзім жекпе-жегіме дайындалып жүрмін. Бәрі ойдағыдай, бәрі жақсы өтті. Сол.
Yeah, obviously I'm in the fight camp, and she got married at the time, but everything went well, so I have to focus on the preparation right at the moment.
Sure. I'm just curious, was that hard for you to make that decision to miss your sister's wedding?
Было ли тяжело тебе принять решение именно пропустить свадьбу?
Әрине той деген жақсы, бірақ жекпе-жек біздің өміріміздің бір жұмысымыз ретінде есептеймін. Сондықтан да мен жекпе-жекке өте былай айтқанда маңызды, өте сақ болып келуге тырысамын. Енді әрине той деген жақсы, қоғаммен қатты қуанамын, что қарындасым күйеуге шықты, ары қарай бақытты болсын. Былайына ол не десем болады, бір жағынан жақсы, үйде жоқ кезінде той бәрінеге өтіп кетті, сен ешқандай ойда да ешқандай загруженный болып жүрмейсің Қазақстанға барған кезде.
Yeah, for sure. The wedding celebration is good, and I'm very happy for my sister. She got married, and I wish her only the happiness. But getting ready for a fight, and the fight is my job, and I have to focus on it. And maybe it's even better that I was here and I wasn't distracted by the celebration, stuff like this, and I just stayed focused on my fight.
Speaking of your sister, I saw you tweet recently that she will be in the UFC soon. Can I just ask, from your opinion, how good she is, and how soon you would like to see her in the UFC? Like, do you think she is ready now to be in the UFC? 2 years, 1 year? What can you tell us about her?
Говоря о Соре, ты писал в Твиттере, что она будет скоро в UFC. И как бы ты оценил ее уровень, и как ты считаешь, когда она уже будет подписана?
Мен ол жағын енді бірдеңе деп айта алмаймын, қашан подписать ететін, бірақ әрине ол деген Сораның UFC-ге дайын деп ойлаймын, жақсы нәтиже көрсетеді, жақсы жекпе-жектер көрсетеді деп ойлаймын. Оны алдағы уақыт көрсетеді. Қазіргі таңда мен не жағдай, үйде не болады, қандай ой бар екенін білмеймін, сөйлескен жоқпын.
I don't know when she's will be signed, but all I know is that she's ready for UFC, and she's have a good level. She's showing great performances, and I didn't speak about her plans yet, but all I can say is that she's ready.
Okay. Also, I saw on social media that, correct me if I'm wrong, you recently met the president of Kazakhstan. How was that experience for you, and how did that come about? I would imagine that was a huge honor for you.
Ну и судя по твоим соцсетям, ты встречался с президентом Казахстана, и как эта встреча вообще получилась, как она прошла?
Бәрі жақсы ойда болды. Енді алдынан спорттық министерстводан шақырып, арнайы кездесіп, әңгімелесіп, алдыңғы жағдайларды, алдыңғы жоспарларымызды сөйлесіп болды. Ары қарай былай айтқанда бір-бірімізбен танысу, кездесу болды ғой, сондай болды.
Yeah, it went well. The Ministry of Sport organized this meeting. The main purpose is to get to know each other. I told him about my future plans, so that was basically it.
And was that your first time meeting the president?
Бірінші рет болды ма?
Yeah, бірінші рет.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the first time.
Also, and I've seen you met the great Triple G, Gennady Golovkin. Was that your first time meeting him?
Тоже с Головкиным ты встретился первый раз, или это было?
Yeah, біз былай айтқанда футбол Қазақстан мен Солтүстік Ирландия командалары футбол ойнап жатқан кезде сол кезде кездесіп қалғанбыз. Сол бір-бірімізді былай сырттан танимыз ғой, енді жай сөйлесіп әңгімелесіп болды.
Yeah, we met at a soccer game. Kazakhstan national team were playing against Northern Ireland. We both came to support, and it was the first time I met him. Obviously, I knew him from before. He's a very well-known boxer.
Yes. For you back home, when you're back home now, are you starting to get a lot more attention, and are you comfortable with that?
Сейчас именно дома в Казахстане на тебе все больше и больше внимания, и комфортно ли тебе вообще в целом?
Әрине, внимание деген енді жекпе-жектен кейін өсіп жатыр. Былайына әрине біз енді спортшы болғандықтан кейін, былай айтқан кезде внимание дегенде әрине көп, спортшы болғандықтан кейін соны сеземіз. Кейде жақсы жақтары бар, жаман жақтары да бар, оны бәрін түсінеміз. Қолдан келгенше көтеруге тырысамыз.
Yeah, obviously with each fight, attention is growing and growing. And me being an athlete and sportsman, we get a lot of attention. There's good side and bad side to it. We just take it as it is, with understanding.
Obviously, I would imagine you're going to be very interested in the main event on Saturday. Can I ask who you think is going to win, Leon or Colby?
Кім жеңеді, Леон или Колби?
Білмедім, былайынан чемпионда шанс кішкене көбірек сияқты, көреміз.
I feel like the champion have more chances to win. We'll see.
Okay. And I had Michael Chandler on the show last week, and we spoke to him about training with you. And obviously, I know that there's a lot of great fighters that you're training with at Killcliff. Can I just ask why you like training there so much? What is the best part about training there and being around all those, amazing UFC, Bellator fighters?
Майкл Чендлер давал ему интервью, и тоже он у него спрашивал про тренировки с тобой. И именно в Киллклиффе. И скажи, почему тебе именно нравится там тренироваться именно вот с большим количеством именно бойцов UFC, Bellator, там, что тебе еще там нравится?
Киллклифф арена, ол жерде жаттығушы тренер көп өте керемет бапкер. Өте керемет атмосфера залда, сондықтан да барлық жігіттер, барлық спортсмендер бір-біріне көмектесіп, жақсы көңіл күймен жекпе-жектерге дайындаламыз. Сондықтан да маған қатты ұнайды, сол жақта дайындалу. Өзімді жақсы сезінемін сол залда.
Yeah. Killcliff is a gym, with a great atmosphere and great fighters, and who each push and help each other. And that's why I love it there. I love the atmosphere and energy there. And that's what I feel about it.
Okay. 2 last questions for you. This time next year, December 2024, where are you at in your career?
Ровно через год, в следующем году, в декабре 24-го, где ты будешь находиться именно, что касаемо твоей карьеры?
Құдай біледі, енді ары қарай келесі жылда титульник жекпе-жекке шыққым келеді. Қазақстан осы UFC титулын алып барсам деген мақсатым бар, ойым бар. Құдай қаласа, Алла жеткізсе.
Only God knows, but I wish to fight for the title next year, and my goal is to win this belt and to bring this belt back to Kazakhstan.
Okay, and last one. A lot of people are looking forward to the press conference on Thursday. There's a lot of very colorful characters that are going to be involved. Paddy Pimblett and Tony Ferguson and Colby Covington and Ian Gary. Are you dreading being a part of this press conference because it's going to be a bit of a chaotic situation, or do you like kind of having a front row seat to the circus?
Также все ожидают пресс-конференцию к предстоящему турниру, так как много будет ярких персонажей, таких как Падди Пимблетт, Колби Ковингтон, Тони Фергюсон и так далее. Что касается тебя, тебя это напрягает быть частью этой движухи всей, или тебе нравится быть на первых рядах в цирке?
Білмедім, енді ары қарай бұл айтқандай бизнес, ары қарай бұлар UFC'нің өзі сондай жақсы көреді, сондай шоуларды. Ары қарай біздің енді бұл жас жұмысымыздың бір сәті десек те болады. Қолдан келгенше білмеймін енді қарапайым болуға тырысамыз.
Yeah, I understand it's a part of the business. Fans love the show like this. And I understand that it's a part I have to do too. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Okay.
On the press.
Well, looking forward to that, but more so looking forward to your return. Thank you for the time. Once again, good luck to you on Saturday.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Syed. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Ariel.
All right. There he is, Shavkat Rakhmonov. Syed, what a role he's on. I mean, we could have done a whole interview with him, with the guys that he's got rolling right now. And we were talking about one of his guys, Peter Yan. They're doing great things over there at Ruby SC, and a lot of those fighters as of late. Who did they have last week? Arman Sarukian with the big win. So looking forward to the return of Shavkat Rakhmonov. If you are for some reason unfamiliar with this young man, how old is Shavkat? 29, not even 30 just yet. 17-0 going up against the 17-6-1 Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. What a main card this is! Holy smokes! Ian Gary against Vicente Luque, Paddy Pimblett against Tony Ferguson, Shavkat Rakhmonov against Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Alexandre Pantoja defending his title against Brandon Royval, and then Leon Edwards versus Colby Covington. I don't know if it's the card of the year. I think you could make a very strong case that it's the most intriguing main card of the year. There is no dud there. There is no go get a drink fight on this main card. It's not like it's not a 2-fight main card. Every single one of those is a fascinating matchup with a fascinating backstory, with fascinating characters, with massive stakes attached. I mean, this is just primo stuff. What was the last one? UFC, the one in the one in December of
282 of last year.
282.
Yeah.
This was the main card, okay? Jan against Magomed, Patty against
Draw.
Jared.
Questionable decision.
Yeah. Santiago Ponzinibbio against Alex Morono. Hey, DDP Darren Till was on that one. Ilya Taporia against Bryce Mitchell. In retrospect, it wasn't all that bad. Right?
No, it's not bad.
But this
Especially
one,
name-wise.
you remember
those first
we
two
were-
fights that you mentioned too
Yeah.
were great fights. Both ended by finish.
but we were lamenting the fact that it was kind of
I think it was a dud because we ended in a draw in like 205.
no, but even
Stadium
going
was
into
weird.
it, remember Yuri's supposed to be in the main event against Glover.
Yes, of course, yeah.
But this one, and then on the prelims, you got the likes of Josh Emmett,
Josh Emmett,
Bryce Mitchell,
incredible.
short notice. Mitchell just
Cody
got a new
Garbrandt.
contract. Yeah, Cody
There's
Garbrandt
Bone.
against our guy Brian Kelleher with the skullet.
Skullet, shout out. Casey O'Neill back.
Casey O'Neill. I mean, I just don't bet against her. She's watching you guys.
Not gonna happen. I already placed my bet on her. Eric Sky, Dustin Jacoby.
Irene Aldana returning.
Our guy Rude Boy, Randy Brown. Great card, man.
Andre
Great
Feely. How many fights on this card? 14. Oh, wow. Martin Boudet.
Yeah.
You love Martin.
Yeah, man. Big Martin guy. Everyone knows that.
I love Shavkat. No nonsense. Not here for a long time, just a good time.
No nonsense at all.
No weddings.
You know what?
No weddings.
You said 17-0. All wins by finish too. Guys,
Golly.
problem
Wins
man.
by finishes. Wow. Yeah, his last fight was against Jeff Neal, rear naked choke. That was, a tough one for him, but got the finish in the third round, 4-17. Prior to that, Neil Magny. Prior to that, Carlston Harris. Prior to that, Michel Prazeres. Prior to that, Alex Oliveira. And those are his wins in the UFC. A bunch of cancellations, including that one back in September. Now, still to come, we've got the aforementioned Leon Edwards, who it appears as though Mr. Shavkat Rakhmonov is picking on Saturday. Leon Colby main event. And Eddie Hearn going to stop by as well to talk about a big weekend for him and the Matchroom team, as well as other big fights coming up this weekend and next weekend, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm very excited to say hello to our next guest. He is joining us in studio. Like me, he is the pride of Montreal, and it's great to have a champion in studio. He is the one championship strawweight kickboxing champion, representing Montreal, representing Italy, does a lot of training here in America as well. John DeBella is here. Hello, John. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
How are you? Good?
Welcome, welcome. And he brought the belt. I heard this is like 30 pounds.
Hold it.
Holy smokes. This might be the heaviest belt.
It is. That's what I wanted to show you.
Wow.
And they told me to bring it. My marketing team
Yes,
tells me to bring
look
it.
at this. Jeez Louise, this is it really 30 pounds?
Yeah, 26 point something pounds.
Why do they have to make it so heavy?
I don't know.
And you're 115? What are you, 125?
125. 125.
And they call it strawweight, but over here, strawweight. Look at that. Wow. Is it annoying so you're coming home from Malaysia and stuff with that thing?
From Thailand, yeah.
Thailand?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Well, great to meet you.
Great to meet
Great to
you.
have you in studio.
Thank you for having me.
And shout out to your dad as well, the
Yeah.
great Angelo DeBella. What a nice man.
Yeah.
Is he here too?
He's here. He's in the back.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
say hello to him afterwards.
I will.
Great to meet a fellow Montrealer as
Yeah.
well. Where in Montreal are you from?
So I'm from the east side.
Okay.
So we're from the Saint Michel, Hansik area.
Okay, and that's
Yeah.
where you were born. That's where you grew up. But you
Yeah.
also represent Italy.
Yeah.
Because you are as Italian as
yeah.
it gets.
As Italian as it gets.
What are you more proud of? Your Canadian roots
Both.
or Italian
Both,
roots?
of
Okay,
course.
you don't want to pick.
Nah, I don't want to pick, but I'm like, yeah, I'm both.
Okay. And what a run you've been on, right? Only 2 fights and 1 championship.
Yeah.
Both wins. You won the vacant title last year. You defended it in October. How is life for you in one?
It's good, man. One is treating me well. Shakti is doing a really good job with one championship. It's getting bigger. 2024, they're coming to the States, coming to America for 4 shows.
4 shows.
So yeah, and some of them are going to be on the East Coast. So I'm excited for that.
Okay. How do you feel? Because prior to those 2 fights in Asia,
Yeah.
all your fights were here in America.
Yeah.
Do you like traveling all the way there to fight?
I love traveling to Thailand. It's one of my favorite countries to fight. But I miss home. I miss fighting at home in New York here. Yeah.
You fought in New York MSG.
Yeah.
Had you have been to Thailand prior
Yeah,
to?
I've been to Thailand before.
To train.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Wow. And okay, so your dad, legendary kickboxer, 3-time world champion, a staple. I think he opened his gym at 19.
Yeah. So
in Montreal.
1988. Yeah. In
19,
Montreal. Yeah.
okay.
In the East
And
End
so,
of
like
Montreal.
for you, was it just like you had no
Yeah.
choice?
No, he gave me a choice. Like he didn't force me into it. Like I think he preferred like me not fighting.
Okay.
But it's in the blood.
So you were just hanging out at the gym.
Yeah, like all day, like after school, straight to the gym, and ended up just like always training, and ended up being
Do you
world
remember
champion.
when you started to think like this is going to be my career?
Yeah, I always as a kid, like I always like saw him training and everything, and we used to come travel for New York because he used to fight here in New York as well with
Okay.
Lou Neglia. He
Yeah.
started my career. Lou Neglia started my career
Ring of Combat.
in Ring of Combat,
Yeah.
and he does like kickboxing fights here in Manhattan and in Brooklyn. So that's where I started my amateur and professional career. So I just started, and man, I'm just here.
Do you have other siblings?
No, I'm the only
Only child.
Only
Oh man.
Yeah.
So you had to follow in your dad's
Yeah.
footsteps. There was no choice.
kind of.
And how did your mom feel about that?
She's used to it because of him, but yeah, she gets nervous. She has to be there at all the fights, though. She always has to be there.
Even the ones in Asia.
Yeah, she comes.
She flew
comes.
out.
Yeah, she flew out.
Because there are
yeah.
some parents who want nothing to do with their kids' fights.
No, she wants to come.
She wants to be there.
Yeah, she wants to come.
And your dad is in your corner.
He's my head coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's my coach.
So what is that like? What is that dynamic like? Is there ever a point where you're not talking about fighting?
Sometimes, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but yeah, we always every day we talk about fighting strategy, future opponents, all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because I don't even know if the audience will know this. In Quebec, kickboxing is illegal.
It's illegal. It's not allowed.
Which blows my mind
Yeah.
that we're still in this point. For those that may not know, why is it illegal?
I have no idea. I think it's a rule that never got accepted, and it's like an old school. Because in America, in North America, kickboxing is not like the biggest right now. It's MMA and
Yeah.
the biggest, and boxing. But that's why I want to change. That's what I want to change. And the platform for one championship is the biggest. And hopefully, like we can come like to Canada one day, and change the rules.
Is it a rule thing?
Yeah, it's a rule thing.
But how could MMA be illegal and not kickboxing?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Are there any talks to change this?
Yeah, I think I'm the only one that could change it, and hopefully I could do that. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, New York
Pressure?
is good. Hopefully, like I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind fighting in New York for the rest of my
But
life.
I mean,
don't
like,
mind. But yeah,
you got to have a fight at home,
yeah,
no?
Yeah, maybe.
You don't care about that?
Yeah, I do. I wish.
It just feels so like there's always weird rules in Quebec. It wasn't for a moment. Maybe still like was jiu-jitsu competitions.
I think they just started allowing.
What is
that
wrong
now.
with these people?
I don't know.
It's a weird place sometimes,
Yeah.
Quebec. I'm allowed to say that
I
as a
agree.
Quebecois.
We both are.
Yeah. I grew up in TMR.
Yeah, nice.
You know TMR?
Yeah, of course.
Ville-Mont-Royal.
Ville-Mont-Royal, yeah.
But it's been a while since I've been there. It's been like 20-something years. But like
Wow.
everything feels like they make things difficult for
All
no
the time.
reason.
That's why I call New York my fighting home.
Okay.
And like they adopted me. Like New York adopted me, and I'm very popular in Brooklyn, especially. That's where I started my first pro fight. So I have a lot of fans here.
So do you come and live here for a
So
bit?
I come like back and forth. I come to Montreal, and every month I come visit, and train and do some training
to
here.
New York.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which part of Brooklyn?
All over so where I started fighting is Brighton Beach near Coney Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I
With
started.
a lot of Russians
A lot
there.
of the Russians, yeah. So that's why there was a lot of Russian fighters, and that's why I trained with them as well. Yeah. So
And it's so weird to me that you can't do it in Quebec. Can you do it in other parts of Canada? I know one wouldn't
I
go
think
there.
on the West Coast.
Only on the West
I think on
Coast.
Vancouver and stuff. Yeah.
So because of that, have you ever thought of I know you have 2 pro boxing bouts.
Yeah.
Have you thought about MMA or no?
Yeah, of course. I always think about MMA. That's why my dad coached a few times some UFC fighters, and that's where he met you for the first time backstage at UFC's in Bell Center in Toronto.
Yes.
He's trained like Chad Priest, Jojo Calderwood, and a few others. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what about you? Have you trained?
I trained some grappling. Yeah. Marcelo Garcia here in New York. That's why I've been.
You went there?
I've been there a few times. Yeah.
Were you there when Dylan Dennis was there?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, that's a problem. But do you like it, or do you feel like you only
I like actually. You know what's? I like doing the jiu-jitsu alone. Like I'm
Mixing
more
all of it.
Yeah, I like instead of mixing all of it. Like when I was having more fun learning like the jiu-jitsu alone. I was like, because I'm more a technical guy.
Yeah.
That's
So do you feel like it's probably not in the cards, but you may have to dabble in it?
Well, that's what I like about one. They have all the sports.
That's
So
true.
they have MMA, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and submission grappling. So whenever I can ask like Matt Humer and Chatri, whenever I want, like just switch over.
So you know, a lot of the haters like to talk smack about one. You know, like we had a guy on Mike Hogan recently saying they're going to go out of business. What could you tell? Are you happy there? Do they treat you well?
Me well? They treat me well. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Pay you well.
Yeah.
You're
they're
taken care of.
They're not going anywhere. 2024 will be huge.
Yeah, you feel that?
Yeah, I know some things that's gonna be huge.
Okay, what can you tell us?
I can't tell you much, but they're gonna say it, and yeah, it'll be huge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like the fact that they have all the different?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. It's so many options. You know, anytime I could just switch over to MMA, or now like I saw there was like they introduced it one time a few cards ago. There's boxing with MMA gloves. It's called Super. Yeah, it's kind of cool too. Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah.
Now, why'd you take the 2 boxing bouts? Was that just to stay active?
Yeah, I was stay active. At the time it was like COVID, so I was coming from a 3-year layoff from kickboxing because of COVID.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to stay active, and there's only thing I could have done was boxing in Montreal. Yeah, because traveling was hard.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yes. So you did get to compete in Montreal. It just wasn't in your bread and butter.
Yeah. Boxing.
Is that weird for you when you're boxing and like you're so used to throwing the kicks?
Yeah.
Do you have to kind of tell your brain not to do that?
You have to switch it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that hard?
Yes, it's hard. I got used to it though because I've been sparring so many pro boxers, like world champions as well, and so I'm used to doing the boxing sparring. So yeah, it was weird at first, and then I get comfortable. Yeah.
Is it hard to find guys your size to spar?
Yeah, that's why I come to New York to spar as well, boxing as well. Yeah.
Okay. In Montreal, is it hard?
Yeah, they're all bigger. They're like 150. Yeah, it's not.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you walk around at?
I eat 130, 120, 128.
So your sparring guy is 20 pounds higher than you.
It's hard. Yeah.
That's a problem.
It is a problem.
You could get hurt.
I'm used to it.
You're okay.
I'm
quick enough.
Good defense.
Yes,
good defense.
yes. You're like a bit of like a social media darling. People love your videos because so quick.
Yeah.
How do you like that? Do you like the love that you get?
Yeah, it's cool. Everybody's treating me well on social media. I'm getting used to it.
And you got cool style.
Yeah, not bad.
I mean, that's a Montreal thing. That's a Montreal Italian thing. You have to dress. Well, is that all from you, or do you have someone helping you out?
No, it's all from me. Yeah.
Okay. What about the espresso?
Yeah.
One day I come here and there's a bag. Did you know about this?
We sent you. Yeah,
yes.
I think we sent you.
First of all, I thought maybe it was someone trying to poison me.
No.
Because I was like, there's a bag here. I see Saint Viateur bagels,
yes,
which is a staple in Montreal.
I heard, that's why we heard that you liked it.
I love it.
So actually, I have a story for you.
Okay.
For Saint Viateur bagels. My grandfather, when he came from Italy to Montreal, he opened up a bakery called Boulangeria Salerno.
Okay.
On the east end of Montreal, and he was friends with the owner, which is an older Jewish man at Saint Viateur Bagel.
Wow.
He was friends with him, yeah. So one day, the owner asked my grandfather if he needed somebody to help him at the bagel shop, and my grandfather sent a relative of ours, and now he is the owner. Joe Moreno is the owner of Saint Viateur Bagels, and that's him now.
Your grandfather?
No. He sent a relative.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and now he's...
Wow.
Yeah.
So who is he in relation to you?
So he's my dad's cousin.
Is the owner?
Yeah, he's the owner.
Wow,
of
that's
They're
royalty.
Italians, yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So an Italian, is he still around?
Yeah, he's still around.
Still around.
Yeah.
And this, for those that don't know, the best bagels in Montreal.
Yeah.
Were that, like, people here in New York think that their bagels
No,
are good?
the Saint Viateur bagels.
Yeah, you probably don't eat a lot of bagels.
I eat a lot of
you
bagels.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, 125, 130. The ones in New York are like so plumpy, they feel fake. You know what I mean? Like they're just like...
Yeah, so you could have like an espresso or a deep espresso with a bagel.
Yeah, so the espresso, because in the bag were the bagels and the espresso.
Yeah.
Which, thank you very much for that. That was very, very kind of you guys. And then I looked up is it your own espresso company?
Yeah, it's my own espresso
Your
company.
company.
Yeah.
Wow. How did that start?
I always like before training, I always have an espresso. Even when I was a kid, both my grandfathers used to always like after Frasa Digestivo.
Yeah.
After a meal, you have an espresso.
Wow. And
I have a little cup for you.
A cup right now?
Yeah. For you. Well, I don't have the coffee with me. I can't.
No. You hooked us up with 2 bags. Oh, look at that. That is beautiful.
Hey.
Thank you.
Salud.
Yes.
Salud.
You know, there's a place, I don't know if you know, I appreciate this. Thank you. I love coffee.
Yeah.
There's a place in Montreal in Little Italy called Cafe Italia.
Cafe Italia.
That is my dad. Every morning he goes there.
Wow.
He's been going there for years. And then last April, my dad is a huge fan of coffee as well. Last April, I went with him and we went in the line to order.
Yeah.
And I asked for a cappuccino with the almond milk.
Yeah.
And the lady looked at me like I had just like spat in her face.
They Cafe Italia just put oat milk.
They just did it.
They just
Oh,
did it.
wow.
They just
I need
put
to go
milk.
back.
Yeah,
I'm
they
going
just put
tomorrow.
Yeah,
to
wow.
Montreal.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have at Cafe Italia.
That's
oat
new.
Milk. It's oat milk. Yeah.
Why was she so offended by
I don't know.
the?
It's the old
It's the old school.
milk. Yeah, the old
Are you
school,
okay
yeah.
with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Almond.
With that. Yeah,
oat,
but I have a espresso, no milk in mine. Always short, single espresso in the morning.
no
and
cappuccino, nothing.
no cappuccino.
Not even a double.
Double shot of espresso, but never.
Yeah.
Yeah, never
Now, what's
milk.
the difference between short and long?
A bit more water.
Water.
They put a bit more water. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so you have like one of those fancy machines
Yeah.
where and it's your own beans.
Yeah, I chose the.
Where do you get them from?
So we have a friend of ours who manufactures them in Montreal, barista manufacturer. They have they get beans from all around, and you pick your own. I pick my own blend.
Wow.
And everything. Yeah.
Look
And,
at you.
Yeah.
All by yourself?
Yeah. And my girlfriend as well. She helps me out with it. Yeah.
Okay. When did this start?
Honestly, like 6 months ago.
That's it.
Yeah, we just started it. Yeah, it's not even online yet. It will be online at debellespresso.com soon.
Okay.
But in the next within this month, it will be online.
And what prompted you to do this?
I don't know, I just wanted to start. I always wanted to start my own thing, and then I always thought about what, and espresso came.
That's your thing?
Yeah, it's my thing.
Were you drinking espresso like when you were 10 or something?
Yeah.
Why? Just because?
I don't know. My
family?
grandparents. Yeah, after eating, always at digestivo.
Wouldn't that make you crazy as a little
A little
kid?
bit,
I mean,
a
I
little
have a 10-year-old.
But all Italians are used to it, and
Sure.
Yeah, and we talk with our hands.
Yes, that's right. I see. That's your emoji of choice. And so, is the dream like to open up your own coffee shop?
One day, hopefully, but more online. We'll stay online with the.
You just want to sell.
Yeah, I
you
just
don't
want to sell the
have a
beans.
place.
Yeah, maybe one day the place. Yeah.
I've always dreamed of that.
Yeah.
I've had a dream, half coffee shop, half barber shop.
Yeah.
But don't mix them into one spot. Like there's
Yeah,
a
you
little
have to put,
door.
you have to put a little
because I don't
door.
want the hair going into my
Yeah, you don't want
coffee.
the hair.
And
Yeah.
but, like a place where people can maybe get the coffee and go sit.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, get a nice haircut and come sit
Yeah, that'd be good.
afterwards.
That'd be good.
I think rustic,
Yeah.
like a little wood.
A vintage.
Yes.
A little dark wood.
Yes. I just got my own machine. I used to have the Nespresso machine.
Okay, no.
Crap.
No.
It was crap. But I just got one, a Jura, Juara.
Okay. Yeah.
So it takes,
Heard of them.
it grinds the beans or it takes already grinded.
Okay.
But it smells so good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, when you have like a real what's it called, grinder?
Yeah.
It's really good.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
what a different Nespresso. Crap.
Yeah, no.
Starbucks crap.
No.
Crap.
You know
Any good spots around here that you like?
Sorry, yeah, like
Coffee
actually there's so many. There's Pizzalino, there's Cafe Palermo, which has the Cannoli King. He's really good. Yeah, there are a bunch of spots here. Yeah.
Montreal coffee is great. But
Yeah.
now you have to infiltrate.
Yeah.
Are you going to hope to sell to a lot of these places like Cafe Italia?
Hopefully, but we're going to stay online. Yeah, we're staying
All right,
online.
all right.
Yeah.
I'm getting excited about it. I don't know
Yeah.
anyone who just started their own coffee company
Now you do.
like
Say
that.
no
Yeah.
more.
So, okay, so you're a kid, you're young, you're watching your dad, you're
Yeah.
around the gym. Do you have any other dreams?
No,
This was always your dream?
Yeah, like fighting, being world champion is my
Yeah.
dream. Yeah, and then the coffee just happened now. But also, I'm a coach at my gym. My parents own a kickboxing gym, what we said before. My dad's gym. I'm one of the head coaches there, and it's us three: me, my mom, my dad. Yeah.
Your mom's a coach too?
Yeah. She teaches the kids. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did she compete?
No, she never competed, but she's a black belt at our school. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. How come she never competed?
No, she's not. That's
not that
yeah,
type.
It's like she's more like traditional and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the kids, do they know that you're a pro fighter?
Yeah. They all look up to me, and yeah, it's
They
like
must
that's
love
why
that.
we have like a lot of kids, and they all look up to me. So yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about, like I obviously I've been to many of GSP's fights and all that. Are you starting to get the type of coverage that you deserve in Montreal? Are people starting to show you love?
Yeah, a lot of people know me in Montreal, but more I get the coverage in New York.
Really?
Yeah.
More in New York than Montreal?
More in New York than Montreal.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess because I had all my pro fights here, so I guess I have so many media coverage. Every time I'm here, I get like a bunch of media stuff to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You fought for a while with Glory.
Yeah.
How was your experience with them?
It was good. It was more it wasn't like I had a signed contract with them. I had like one fight deals with them.
Okay.
And that's where Lou Neglia, because they never had my division, Glory. Yeah. So like Lou Neglia put me on the shows and made me get experience. And it was cool. It was a good experience with them. But I fought under like Cedric Doumbé's cards, Alex Pereira's cards.
Yeah.
So it was good. It was a good experience. But nothing beats better than one, man. One shows, one events are huge.
You're very
man.
happy.
Yeah. Every time I go there, like I get mobbed with people in Thailand. Everybody knows who I am.
What is it like over there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
One is gigantic.
Gigantic, yeah, it's huge.
That's
and,
why I
yeah.
wonder, like, why do they even need to come to America?
That's where, like, I feel like I think they should, because I want to make kickboxing and Muay Thai is going to be huge here. I have a feeling that it's going to explode once they come.
Why do you think that's never happened?
I don't know, because there was no big platform like one
Right.
that had that. So
Well, I mean, Glory's done shows here.
Glory's done shows, but it's not one.
Right. All right. But like, there's never Is it maybe because there's never been like a true American star? And,
Yeah, I believe so.
because
Also
it's been like Scott Coker used to promote Strikeforce used to be
Yeah.
kickboxing back in the day, and it's been on
Yeah.
ESPN and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yet for some reason it never took that leap like MMA did.
Yeah, that's why we like now that we have the best strikers on the planet, and now like I feel like we're growing even more. All the strikers are growing, also through social media helping.
Right.
And yeah, it's gonna be big once we do more shows in the States. It's gonna be explode, man. Like last time, one came to Denver,
Yeah.
sold out.
Yeah.
Sold out. Like they all came, like see Rotang, came see DJ.
Yes.
It was huge. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. What's fun about them now is the mixed cards, as you said. I know some people don't like that, but I think that's what differentiates them from like the UFC or Bellator or PFL here. You know what I mean?
You don't see that often. Yeah.
No, you don't. And I wasn't at the one in Denver. Were you there?
I wasn't there, but I heard a lot of people like.
It seemed like the people were really into it.
Yeah,
Like they
especially
weren't
when
booing when it was.
Yeah, especially when Rotang was fighting,
Yeah.
everybody went crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, Rotang is Muay Thai only,
Yeah,
right?
Muay Thai only.
So you can never fight someone like him, or
I
could
could
you?
because now he's doing kickboxing, but at a heavier division,
Yeah. What weight is he?
135.
Could you do that, or is that too?
It's too big for me.
Too big?
But hopefully we could do a catch weight.
Is
Maybe
this
at
is this a
130.
real thing?
Yeah, they could do that.
No, is this something that like
would
is
do it,
in the
yeah.
works? Are you?
I don't know. It's not. I don't. It's not
Okay.
happening right now because he's fighting Takaru.
Yeah.
On,
But I've heard you say you want Takaru too,
yeah,
right?
I don't mind fighting.
Is that the
Takaru as
dream
well.
fight?
That's a dream fight.
That's
Yeah.
like top
That's
of the list.
Yeah, it's a dream fight. I trained with him before. He's really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that's possible?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I think they said he's a bit too big for me right
Okay.
now. So, but eventually, hopefully, I get bigger.
Yeah.
Still young.
What do you think? Yeah. What do you think you'll like cap off at?
Hopefully, I'll get like 135. Hopefully, yeah. It's hard to gain more weight because I have fast metabolism. I lose a lot of weight.
You do.
Yeah.
What a life.
Yeah.
I wish I had a fast metabolism, if I'm being honest. And you're eating a lot of pizza and
Eating
pasta,
pizza,
and
pasta every
stuff
day
like
almost,
that.
yeah.
Every day almost? I don't believe that for a second. 125?
That's my mom. Everybody, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your favorite pasta?
Oof.
Mine's tortellini.
It's good.
like
It's
a good
good.
tortellini.
Ravioli, a good homemade ravioli is good.
It's nice, yeah.
Rigatoni is good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tortellini in brodo, my favorite. The soup.
Yeah, soup, yeah.
Ah,
That's good.
tremendous.
That's really
My
good.
mom makes a great one. Also, I'm Lebanese, but for some reason, everything we ate was Italian growing up.
Wow.
Lasagna,
Yeah,
rigatoni,
lasagna. If you get a good homemade lasagna like my family does it, yeah, it's really good.
pasta arrabbiata,
Arrabbiata, yeah.
capellini. I mean, I could go on and on about all these. I'm getting and her tiramisus.
Tiramisu, my mom makes it.
Really, your
one of the best.
mom?
Yeah, my mom makes one of the best. ones.
I would like to,
Yeah.
do a little battle. The tiramisu, I would have it for breakfast. The one that my mom would make.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was so
That'd be good.
good. Probably
So,
not the healthiest.
My mom would put now that Di Bella espresso. She'll put like the Di Bella espresso on it.
yes.
And now, yeah.
So now it's like a real
now
a
it's like
homegrown
really
thing. That is amazing.
Yeah.
So when you come here, how long are you staying here?
I stay like sometimes, depends the time. Like sometimes I'll stay 3 days, sometimes I'll stay 4 days. Yeah.
Just to train.
Just train, talk with my dad's friends, Lou Neglia and everybody. Yeah, get together with everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so your last fight was in October.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea when your next fight will be?
I'll be finding out very soon. Yeah, about my next fight, but nothing yet. But soon I will be finding out my next fight.
Would you like to be more active?
Yeah, I'll be
'Cause
like
it's-
more. I'll be more active. That's one of the things that we talked about. We're going to be more active in 2024 for sure.
Like how many fights is possible?
3.
3.
Yeah, hopefully 3.
Okay. And you think they'll all be kickboxing?
Yeah, then 2024 for I think kickboxing will be just kickboxing.
Do you have any interest in Muay Thai?
Yeah, of course. I just first want to be one of the pound for pounds in kickboxing.
Okay.
And then I'll go on and try a Muay Thai fight.
Who would you say is the kind of face of kickboxing right now?
I would say Chingiz Alazov is
Okay.
really good. Rico is good too. Rico Verhoeven is
Yeah.
one of the faces. I would say Chingiz Alazov is really good. Georgia Petrosian, there's a bunch of them. Yeah,
Right. Is Petrosian still with?
he's still with one.
with
yeah,
one.
I think he has. I think he has one. I think he's gonna be fighting one more time. Yeah,
Nikki Holskin.
Nikki Holskin's really good too. He's with one as well. There's Reagan Ursel. Yeah, there's a bunch of fights. Super Bond's there. Yeah,
Right.
It's really good.
It's just amazing that it's so popular. Like I was watching Rico's last fight.
Yeah.
In Holland. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
And they'll get like 20, 30,000
Yeah.
people. And here, it just, for some reason, has
Yeah.
not crossed over.
Yeah, and Japan is huge.
Right.
Japan is huge. That's what they're doing the Rotang versus Takaru.
Oh, right.
In Japan, so that'll
That's
be
early next year, right?
Yeah, early next year. Yeah, it's gonna be huge.
Takaru's not the one that, he's not
He
the one.
fought Tension.
Yes,
he fought
Tension.
Tension.
And who's the one that Floyd fought? Tension, right,
Yeah.
right. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Was that a dark day for kickboxing that he got smoked like that?
Maybe. I don't know.
Like if you fought a boxer right now,
Yeah.
do you feel like it would be like
I have boxing. I have a lot of boxing experience, so
Right.
I think I'll do good. Especially somebody my weight, yeah, I would do good.
other than the kicks, being a major difference in terms of the actual technique, like the stand up, the stance? Would you say that there are a lot of differences
Yeah,
between the
a
two?
lot of differences.
Like
yeah.
what?
Like you can't in kickboxing you have to stand a bit more taller for the kicks.
yeah.
In boxing you have to bend your knees a bit more. You can watch out like a bit more. You have more defense. You can move your head more in boxing. Kickboxing, you can't move your head too much because you're gonna walk into a kick.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah. If you move your head, bob and weave, or it slips, you can walk into a kick or a knee. Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually better not to move your head in kickboxing.
Yeah, you can't move your head too much.
Too much,
not
a
too
little
much.
bit.
Like a little bit.
Right,
bit.
right, right. And how did your dad get into it?
My dad, he started with Kyokushin karate back in the day
Like
when he was
at
young.
GSP too?
Yeah, like George.
Started with
Yeah.
that, yeah.
That's why we have a close relationship with George from the karate days. Yeah.
You know him?
So, yeah, we know George. Yeah.
Have you trained at TriStar?
Yeah, we went. They call us for sparring. I sparred a few times at TriStar. Yeah, when I was younger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never with George, too big.
Not with George.
Yeah.
Maybe I did a round with him, but maybe I forgot. Probably think so, but it was a quick round probably. But yeah, it was. We're like everybody open mat, and yeah, he was there as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
when he
your
was
dad
training.
starts off with karate. Was your dad born in?
He was born in Montreal.
In Montreal
but
as
like
well.
he grew up. We all grew up Italian. Our Italian was our
Sure.
first language, and everything.
Oh, really? You speak Italian?
Yeah,
That's where the accent is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he gets into it. How does he get into it?
He just started doing karate, and then they introduced him to kickboxing while he was at the karate school. And he used to go spar on his own, no trainer. He just go spar at boxing gyms, and then he just So he used to mix up with the karate and the boxing, and he used to mix it up.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then he just turns that into a career.
Yeah, and then he just opened up his gym, and then he just started. Yeah.
When he was winning world titles, how old were you?
I was born.
Like, do you have any recollection of this?
Yeah. I was there at the last few fights. Yeah, here in New York. Yeah.
What was that like seeing your dad,
Yeah.
fight? Is that nerve-wracking for a kid?
Yeah, I don't know. I was really small though. I was 5 years old in his last
Okay.
fight. Yeah, so I was really small. But yeah, I was a bit nervous. Yeah, I had a nervous feeling, and I still have those nervous feelings when I fight now. So it's I've been used to those nervous feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about this on Saturday. I was watching the boxing in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Do you watch boxing?
Of course.
Are you a fan? Okay.
Yeah, big boxing fan.
And there was a woman who beat Ebony Bridges, and her daughter was there.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And she's crying, and I'm like, man, this poor kid. I don't know if it's healthy. We saw this a couple of weeks ago also with Mike Perry. His kid was in his hand crying after he beat Eddie Alvarez. And I don't know if kids are I don't know. That's why I was wondering if you recall being super nervous, super anxious.
I had I had a little fear, and that's why as I got older, I overcame that fear by fighting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so how are you now before your
Now
fights?
I'm good. I'm good.
You don't get super nervous?
I get super nervous. No.
At all?
Zero. No.
You're fighting for the belt?
Yeah. Now I'm
there?
used to it, but I get nervous probably day before a bit. Just don't walk into anything. 'Cause anything can happen in a fight.
Sure.
But that's it. That's all. Yeah.
When is the last time you lost any? Because you're undefeated as a kickboxer,
Yeah.
undefeated as an amateur,
Yeah.
undefeated in pro boxing.
Yeah.
Do you remember the last time you lost anything?
Probably in training and sparring maybe.
Doesn't really count.
Probably doesn't really count. But that being undefeated doesn't really bother me. I don't really care about being undefeated. I just want to win one fight at a time.
Right.
I don't really care about undefeated.
You don't think about the O.
It's more of a marketing thing.
Sure.
Yeah, 'cause they promote you as undefeated and everything, but I really don't care. I'm fighting guys I'm getting thrown to the wolves in one,
Yeah.
right away. So, and you got to be on your A game every time. So I really don't care about the undefeated. I just want to win. I'm very competitive, and I want to win every fight, one by one.
But just the sensation, the feeling that comes with losing
Yeah.
is completely foreign to you.
Yeah.
You don't even know what that's
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, but
on a big stage.
Yeah.
Did you
on
lose
a big stage? No, I
Nothing.
never got that feeling.
Wow.
No.
And how many years have you been competing for?
Since I was 10 years old. Yeah.
And as a pro?
I was 19.
19.
19, yeah. I
Jesus.
started as 19. I turned pro at 19 years old.
What were your friends thinking when you're, fighting and you're in high school and stuff?
Yeah, I didn't have many friends because I was in and out. I was traveling a lot. I didn't have
Okay.
many friends in high school. I just had a small circle. I was always training, so I didn't
Yeah.
have time for friends.
Did
That's
you go
all.
to school?
I went to school, yeah.
Okay.
I graduated.
You did?
I just never had time for that's why I was nobody really saw me. I was always training and going around, coming to New York, back
Right.
and forth. So, yeah.
When you cross the border, what do you tell them you're doing?
Just going to like New York for training.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. I was just asking, like, did your friends think it was weird that you did this?
Yeah, for sure. Like, yeah. It's not normal for a kid to do
Right.
that. Yeah.
Especially turning pro at 19.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
But it's all worked out.
It's all worked out.
We need some new fresh blood coming out of Montreal. There hasn't been a lot
There's
of.
not many champions like coming out from Montreal. Like, is there now? We have like Artur Beterbiev, me, and Ali.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, Olivier Aubin-Mercier.
that's it.
You know him?
Yeah, I know.
He's a legend.
Legend.
Love that guy. Beterbiev, yes, he reps Montreal, but originally
he's
not
from-
from,
yes.
I think, Dagestan or
Dagestan.
Chechnya.
I think he's from
Dagestan. Have you ever met him?
I met him a few times. Yeah.
He's incredible.
Yeah. I trained like in the same room as him.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
He's an animal.
Where is that?
We train at a few boxing gyms. Like a lot of boxers, they go around. We all go around to like different gyms to spar, as well as we have actually the same strength coach as well. So he's very, very cool.
Nice guy?
Yeah, nice
GSP
guy.
has kind of taken him under his wing a little bit.
He's taking all of us. Like George, like he's always watching all of us.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's one of the most amazing superstars that I've ever met. Because
Yeah.
you talk to him, you had to have no clue that he is who he is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I know he goes to the Jewish Y to wrestle over there, and people are just always telling me like, oh yeah, I saw George in the locker room today. Like he's just getting changed with everyone there.
I
like
know.
the old
He's
men.
just a normal human being.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what makes him one of the greats. Yeah.
Right. And who else is there? Even in the UFC, like a lot of the Canadian fighters are coming from Ontario or the West Coast. Not a lot from Quebec right now.
Not a lot from Quebec right now.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Is it legal to train kickboxing?
Yeah. Train.
It's
yeah,
legal
of
to
course.
train, but not to fight.
Not to fight. Yeah.
Makes no sense.
I don't know.
You could spar. It's not
spar.
illegal.
It's not. You can spar.
Yeah.
I sparred.
Yeah.
I spar Montreal.
It just I would love to know the reason.
I would love to. I think it's a law that never changed. Yeah.
It's just an old law.
Yeah. That's what I think.
Bizarre. And obviously the Grant brothers are there.
Yeah.
Otis
We
and
know them
Howard.
really good. My dad actually baptized Howard's kid.
What?
Yeah.
Your dad?
Yeah. My dad, my parents, both of them, they baptized Howard and Howard's son. Yeah, Jacob.
Wow. Wait, how does that work? Is your dad? Is he? Pardon me for not knowing, but is he a priest or something?
No. Just because like
Anyone could do it?
No, because Howard's wife is Italian,
Okay.
and they, like in Italian tradition, you have a godfather. So yeah.
And the Godfather gets to
Yeah. So my dad's the godfather of
legend. I remember when Otis Grant fought Roy Jones.
Yeah.
On HBO Boxing many years ago.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
96.
96. Maybe it was a couple of years after that.
I think I remember.
And he lost like in the second round or something. It wasn't very close.
Okay.
Maybe it was the third round. I was so excited that our own Otis Grant was fighting Roy Jones.
That was legendary.
And he got smoked. But he is a legend in the Montreal scene.
Yeah.
There's been some great boxers coming out of Montreal, like with Yvon Michel. I think you fought for them too, right?
Yeah, I fought twice with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you get to fight. I think it would be a great story if you
Yeah.
get to fight in a kickboxing.
Yeah, in Montreal. Hopefully one will try to do it. But like, yeah, that's what I was talking to Shatri about. Like, and he's like, we'll see. We'll try to make it happen one day.
Yeah, because they've only had the one American event.
Yeah.
I've heard no plans.
They have 4 next year.
But Canada is one of them?
No, I don't think so. No.
4 in America.
Yeah, 4 in America.
Okay, and you're going to compete on those?
For sure one of them.
Okay, will your next one be on that?
I hope so. I think so. I can't say much.
Okay, sorry. And they have the Amazon deal now,
Yeah,
so
big
people
deal,
get to watch?
Yeah, that's why like North American, that's why the audience is getting bigger every show. Yeah.
Okay. And you can make a solid living. It's not like you have to do, because you see now Doumbé, he comes over to MMA.
Yeah. No. They're
good.
treating me well. I'm getting well. Yeah.
Pereira
went to MMA.
A lot of these guys, it feels like they get even more famous when they go to MMA,
Yeah.
but you don't feel the need. You don't feel like you have to.
No. I
And
feel
plus, if it doesn't work out, you got the coffee.
that's it. There you go. But it's working out. Everything's
It's
doing
working.
Good.
Okay, I'm just looking out. I'm just looking out. And you've got like the old school sort of, even your Instagram picture is like the old school.
Yeah.
You try to.
Yeah, I like the old school
I feel like
Marciano
yes, you've got
and Jake LaMotta.
with the tank top and everything, the undershirt.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's what you're
that's my style.
you're an old soul, if you will.
Kind of. Kind of.
I like that. That's good. We need more people like that.
We do.
Even were you rocking a mustache, or was that just
No,
the
that
thing
was like one did like
from
a November and one.
You would have been perfect with the handlebar mustache. I don't know if you can grow one.
I can't grow it all.
It would fit the hair and the everything.
One day.
It'll be great. All right, so you can't tell us when you're going to fight again.
Not yet.
But it's going to happen soon. First quarter of 2024.
I believe so.
Defending the title.
Yeah.
Even though it's strawweight, it's 125. I don't even understand the hydration thing, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so you just gotta you gotta be hydrated like going into the weigh-in. You gotta like drink.
Yeah.
You gotta drink before. You gotta be hydrated weigh-in. So they test your urine.
Sure.
In the back.
Oh, wow.
They test your urine in the back, and you give it in. They test it, and if you're hydrated, they put you on the scale. If you're not hydrated, you have to drink water and make the same weight. And
sheesh.
Yeah.
Why do they call it straw weight and not flyweight?
I don't know.
That's what makes it confusing.
Yeah,
because universally straw weight
Yeah.
is 115.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Can you ask Chatri for me?
I'll ask him.
Okay.
I can ask him.
I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Great to meet you.
Thank you.
I can't believe how heavy that belt is. Are
heavy.
those real diamonds, by the way?
Yes, they are.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like that's even heavier than the actual MMA belt.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
I've never held the MMA belt, but it just
I
looks.
think it's the same thing.
Is it the same one?
Same one.
Exact same one?
I think the heavier weights have a bigger one. I'm not sure, but I think the heavier weights have a bigger one.
And even heavier than that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure, but I think that's what I've been told.
And the women have the same size?
Yeah. I know it's heavy.
Yes.
It's heavy. And they tell me to bring it everywhere, so one arm is
Your
getting.
dad told me that you didn't really want to bring it.
Yeah, everybody's making me bring it. Yeah, so it's good though. I
Look at that thing. I would bring it around too.
Yeah.
Pain in the butt. When you
good,
go
though.
on
It's
the plane, you check it?
I carry on. Because they give me a case,
Oh,
and they give me a
gosh.
case. Yeah.
Oh, they give you a cool case.
Yeah, they give me a nice case.
It's good life. Good luck to you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Aaron.
And
Thank you.
obviously, good luck with the coffee as well. And
Thank
thank you for this.
Thank you, man.
I look forward to
Thank
it.
you for
We're
having
going
me.
to take a quick break here. We're going to be joined by Eddie Hearn in a matter of moments. You know Eddie Hearn?
Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, he's a great promoter.
Yeah.
Maybe one day I could put in a word if you want. I know, one treats him well. And then we're going to be joined by Leon Rocky Edwards. So stay tuned for that. For now, here's my conversation from last week with, who was it? Michael Chandler? No, Alex Volkanovski. This is what we got for you. Alex Volkanovski, the featherweight champion of the UFC. And we'll be back right after this. He is the great Alex Volkanovski. Oh, there he is in the nice wheels. Alex, where are you going at 7:30 a.m. over there in Sydney?
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. Just thought I'll go in because now we've got the new Bubs. She's taken my my office. You know what I mean? So, so this is my new office.
It's a nice. What do we got there? What kind of car is this?
A Jaguar. So this is a Jaguar. This is the car that I've been driving for a while now. F-Type Jaguar.
Okay, where does the
Little beast. I love it.
where does the car seat go for the baby? Where does that go in the back there, or?
It's a little sports car. This is just zooms me to training and back, and I've got the big car next to us right here. So that's the family car.
I love it. All right. Well, good to see you, Alex, and thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. So obviously, there's a lot to talk to you about, and the first thing that the last time we saw you, and I know you did an interview earlier this week with the Who the Fook podcast guys, episode 100. Shout out to them. Good to see local boys doing well. But I was just curious, like how you are doing, because it was a little bit different and hard and unique to see you in that state. We had never seen you in that state before, and so it's been a month and change since. How are you doing post Abu Dhabi?
Oh man, I'm sweet. So like it's obviously it's a bit of a tricky one. The reason why I say it's tricky is obviously people see me at my most vulnerable, as I've said quite a few times, which I'm glad people got to see that. But at the same time, everyone, I'm hoping everyone knows that I'm all good. Like you just see me literally after I just got head kick knocked out. A few things are a bit uneasy, them few months, right? And then that happening, and then being, you could say concussed, being a bit emotional, and then going straight to the press conference, and people seeing that. So again, like, if the timing was different, it probably could have been a little bit different, that press conference. But I'm glad. So I'm glad because, everyone gets a little uneasy, a little uncomfortable, sometime in their life, you know what I mean? And like I usually deal with it really, really well. I'll go, a few things, a bit of pressure, a few things are happening, and then I'm all good. I'm usually all good. But then this fight came, and then obviously it was just about the timing and all that. So let me sort of explain what I mean. So straight after, obviously, I got knocked out, because I was a little bit, with the surgery, I wasn't in the gym much with the newborn. I wasn't able to get to the gym. And for other reason, I wasn't in the gym too much. I wasn't able to really do too much training. I was drinking a fair bit. So I wasn't the same guy that I usually am. Little bit, and just get me back into some real good structure again. Let's do it. You know what I mean? It's meant to be. You know, I've told myself it's meant to be. And then obviously straight after that fight, I'm like, what a stupid decision. You know, like that's just how my that's where my head was at the time. Like you made a stupid decision, you know, because of where you were, and now look what's happened. And then I just sort of broke down. And then that's when I literally walked to the press conference straight after that. So, but now that I've had time to think about it, I stand by my decision taking the fight on short notice. Because as I've said to you many times, as I've said, and, you know, to many people, I am that guy that will step in on short notice. I will take on them challenges. I'm probably just more disappointed with the timing of it all. Usually I'm a lot more disciplined. I'm in the gym. I'm in way better shape. You know, I'm usually in a much better position going into something if that was to ever happen. So I'm a bit more disappointed in that situation. So, you know, I swear by, you know, as you know, I'm a professional. I'm always in the gym. I'm always getting better. And if there was a time that I wasn't, and, you know, with a few things going on, which is, you know, I guess fair enough. Obviously, I had surgery. Wasn't able to train too much, and then the newborn, so the late stages of the pregnancy, newborn and whatnot, and then a couple other things. Wasn't getting in the gym, so and then you know I thought, yeah, drinking. You know, I've got plenty of time till my fight. So it was just sort of all those sort of scenarios, and then yeah. So I wasn't in the gym as much as I wasn't as professional as I usually would be because, you know, and I'm not saying the result would be different. But I'm still disappointed in where I was at. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not sitting there taking anything away from Islam, if that's what it sounds like. It's just this is why I was emotional, and this is why I'm like, you know, that's not me.
In the initial aftermath, did you regret the decision?
No, I don't. I don't regret this decision. Like I said, I regret. I guess. Yeah, the timing of it, or where I was at, with you know, physically and mentally, you could say. Well, just where I was, you know, not in full control of everything, as well as I usually would be in the gym, ticking all the right boxes and whatnot. I just wasn't doing that. So then, you know, especially not knowing that I wasn't fighting till January. I know that doesn't seem too long for some people, but for me, you know, everyone always wants to bring up the age and whatnot. So that is something that's always going to be there. It's like, hey, I know I'm in my prime. I know I got a good couple years in me, I believe. So I know, but I know the time's ticking, so I've got to get to work. So you got them pressures of like, all right, how long is this going to last? You know what I mean? And so when I'm not in the gym, getting better or training for camp, I feel like, oh shit, you know, my time's ticking. So you get them little pressures. Again, once I know I'm done and, you know, the career's done or whatever, all right, I can pursue other things, business and all that, put energy in just family and business. So that's how I can tick my boxes. But right now, I'm going to make the most money I can, especially right now, while I'm fighting, while I'm in my prime. So let's get to work. So that's why you hear me say, let's keep me busy. It's not just keep me busy because my head's going crazy the whole time. It's just I know that, all right, there might not be as much time as most people. I still feel great, but how long is that going to last?
Sure.
You know what I mean? So like, but now, so again, I just wasn't happy with the guy I was going into that fight. But that guy that I always am happy with, he's back.
Okay.
He's in the gym. He's kicking ass. He's passionate. He's not only enjoying training, he's loving it. He's more passionate than ever. He's more driven than ever. You know what I mean? More, you know, more happier than ever. Everything. It's just everything is all going. You know what I mean? I've got a date ahead. I'm already in camp. I usually don't start this early, but I just want to have a nice long camp. Obviously, with the concussion, I'm lucky enough to have a great team behind me, and you know, Mick Baines and Chris Jaffrey at Health Hub, and even my doctors. They've dealt with thousands of concussions through football, rugby league, and whatnot. So I was lucky enough to do that, play it as safe as possible. follow all the protocols, back into training, and obviously no symptoms, everything's all good, and we're back to full steam, baby. So I'm very, very happy with where we're at. But again, just to sort of finish on that note, again, I am sort of glad people got to see me in that vulnerable state, because everyone gets uneasy sometime in their life. You know what I mean? And the amount of fighters that have reached out, the amount of successful people in other, not only disciplines, other careers, the amount of people that reached out, it's incredible. Everyone gets uneasy, but it's just how you bounce back from it. The beauty is people got to see me like that. Again, usually there's a camera not in your face at your most vulnerable. There was for me, but all good. I'm glad people see me like that. I'm not ashamed of that at all. You know what I mean? So I'm all good with it. But I just want everyone to know I'm all good.
Yeah.
But now everyone gets to see.
All right, that was my conversation with Alex Volkanovski from last week. Great chat. Enjoyed it. What a guy. Hard not to root for him. Very open, very honest, very transparent about his trials, tribulations, about his feelings, how he felt after that loss to Islam Makhachev back in October, and the big comeback fight, defending his featherweight title against Ilia Topuria on February 17th in Anaheim. And we found out that Henry Cejudo is fighting against Merab Dvalishvili on that card. Not officially announced just yet, but it appears as though that is the fight that is going to happen on February 17th. And that is a great chief support, I would say. Dare I say co-main event. You know where I learned about the whole chief support thing is from watching a lot of UK boxing. I'm pretty much like a UK boxing expert at this point. Was watching the card last night. For some reason, there was a Sunday night card on Peacock. A lot going on, but nothing was bigger than what happened Saturday evening at the Chase Center in San Francisco. What a performance it was from Devin Haney, beating Regis Prograis. He moves up from 135. I remember a lot of people saying, he's ducking Shakur this, he's doing that, he's not going after the big fights. Look what he did to Regis, and now look at the fights that are awaiting him at 140 and 147. He was the star of the weekend. The man who promoted it all was the great Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, Mr. Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, and he's kind enough to join us. Lord knows where he is right now. Hello, Eddie. How are you? What is the play, by the way? Are we staying in San Fran? Are we going to L.A.? Are we going to Phoenix because you got the show? What's the play?
Yeah, we're in Los Angeles today. I might as well tell you anyway. We've got some good news. We're going to be opening our own gym later in Los Angeles, Matchroom Gym.
Wow.
With Pete Berg and Churchill. I've just really broke the press release that's coming in a few hours, but we're heading there today. We want a base for our global fight roster to be able to train over here in America. And we've got our own little gym, which is going to be nice. So we're down there with the media later today. So we're in Los Angeles.
That's our breaking news music. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then we head up to Phoenix tomorrow for the big unification fight. So it's been a great run. Of course, Devin, last week, Sonny against Bam this weekend, and then off to Saudi Arabia to finish it all off December 23rd.
Okay, what a stretch. But first, can I ask, is this the first official Matchroom gym?
Yeah, there's a Matchroom gym in the UK as well, but it's really for Tony Sims's fighters that we kind of started a while back. But this is really the first time that we've ventured out outside of the UK with our gym. Just important for us, obviously, with our roster of events worldwide, we just wanted some kind of base in America for our fighters to be able to train, kind of an elite training facility, not quite to the levels of the UFC yet, but just a good gym that we can base our fighters in. They can get top sparring while they're here, and we'll officially announce today.
I love that. Well, congratulations, and thanks for breaking the news here. We know we love that as well. Obviously, we're all at times sort of like victims of the moment, but if you could take a step back, Cameron Taylor in Dublin, then Northern Ireland for Mick Conlon, unfortunately didn't go his way. Then this past weekend in San Francisco, then the Arizona fight, as you mentioned, Sonny against Bam, and then Riyadh. I mean, has there been a better 5-6 week stretch in your career?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, we live in a world of just 110 miles an hour at all time, no breaks. So you never really get the chance to sit back and look at the schedule and the moments. I mean, Katie's victory against Chantel was, arguably fight of the year. The atmosphere that we saw there was incredible. Belfast, again, although it didn't go Conlon's way, but a stunning upset. And then San Francisco last weekend was wild. You know, they haven't had a big fight in over 2 decades. So to go there and see Devin, who sometimes has got criticised in the past for not being able to sell, that's generally what happens when you're really good. Someone uses that as a kind of excuse not to fight you. Now you're taking that away. And Sonny against Bam, you know, it's a fight fans fight. You know, I think if you ask the hardcore fight fans, they put that up there as one of their fights of the year. And then Saudi's obscene. You know, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh just put something together that no one could ever do. No one could even dream of putting a card like that top to bottom. It's probably got 4 fights too many, you know, on a card. That's probably a run of fights on that show that you could use over a 6-month period of your schedule. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And he's doing it all on one night. So, yeah, we felt that our first 6 months was not slow, but not as good as PBC, particularly. So we put a lot of effort into this back half of the schedule. And I think particularly from August, September, it's just been incredible.
Is that something where you sit back and tell the team, I just didn't feel like the first 6 months were good enough. We need to end the year on a better note. Like, was that like a personal challenge to everyone involved?
Yeah, I think I think competition's great. You know, I like to win, obviously, and I like to try and be number one. And I know what we're doing globally is one thing, but we were definitely behind the 8 ball, you know, for that first half of the year. And our run at the back end of last year was so impressive. And I don't like it when people say so-and-so's got a better schedule than you. You know, you have to remember when we came to America, particularly, 4 years ago, we were trying to sell the dream to fighters about this new app that was going to be the global home of boxing. And you imagine, Ariel, you know, I remember sitting down with Mikey Garcia in, I think it was in LA, actually, when we first launched. And I was like trying to convince him to sign with Matchroom and DAZN. And he was like, so what is this DAZN thing? So how does this app thing work? You know, and it was really difficult to really get the fighters to buy into what we were trying to do. 4 years on, you know, I mean, the schedule's unbelievable. Obviously, you've got Riyadh coming up. You just had Devin. You've got Jake Paul on a Friday night this week. I just feel like they've done such a great job along with us, and they're in a great place from a financial and a numbers position in boxing. So it's taken a long time, but for us, we just want to put the best schedule together all the time. We just want to win all the time. Doesn't always play out like that, but there's definitely been a big push from myself and the team to end this year strong.
When you find out that PBC is signed with Amazon, and I think there's another part of that deal too to come, meaning that they'll have another home as well. Does that give you the little competitive spirit kick in again? Like, okay, now we're up against Amazon.
I'm pleased. And a lot of people said, "Oh, did you wish they didn't find a home?" No, of course not. It's a new broadcaster coming in, a powerful platform that shows you the value of boxing. We don't want no customers in boxing. We want as many broadcasters as possible in the sport. It pushes us, it pushes DAZN, it pushes ESPN to be competitive and try and outperform the competition. So I don't know, I believe it's a revenue share deal, and that's probably why they'll need another home as well for their consistent content. But it would be a disaster if PBC didn't find a home. They're a very good promotional company. They're a strong brand. They have tremendous fighters. And we need to make sure that all of these fighters have a home. And to bring a new broadcaster in, I just think it shows you the way live sport is transitioning from, the traditional linear into digital space. And we saw that many years ago. And now you're seeing it, even more so now with a traditional cable outlet in Showtime withdrawing from the sport and a new streaming platform coming in Amazon. So I think all in all, great for the sport.
Tremendous Eddie Hearn impression by both Bill Haney and Devin Haney at the post-fight press conference on Saturday. Is it true you were thinking around 7,000 tickets in the end? I think it was over 16,000. Is that what you were shooting for?
You know what? It's like when we came to America, I felt like there was so much potential in big sports cities that haven't been hosting boxing for some time. But there's no analytics. There's no data that can give you the confidence to go there versus a gate in Las Vegas or versus a gate in New York. So here you've got the Bay Area where Devin's from. We've got a fantastic arena in the Chase Center, the home of the Warriors. They've got a huge database. They've got a huge commercial presence in the city. It should work. But do you really want to make these guarantees to all the fighters on the basis that you're going to hit, I don't know, a 8,000 or 9,000 gate? And we haven't seen that before. So to do 16,000 was incredible. It was great for US boxing. I think that, a new star coming in can fill up arenas in not a random city, but one that isn't a consistent host for boxing. So, for Devin's career as well, it was a fantastic look because now you're looking at the other mega fights, and he's got the ammunition to say, look, I just sold out San Francisco. We can do it in Vegas, we can do it in New York, and now this kid can sell at the gate.
I said to you, I think when we were in Dublin, that I don't believe that you are the one running your social media, just because there's so much activity coming off that thing. And so I don't know if you actually saw this clip or if your assistant retweeted it, but last week on the show, Regis Prograis said that he thought that you wanted him to lose, that Devin was your guy. And so could I ask, was that true? And are you happy that Devin beat him on Saturday?
I've got a long relationship with Devin. I mean, we took a punt on him about 4 years ago when no one else really saw the potential that he had in and out of the ring. And we had a great run. We always dreamt that he would become our first undisputed champion from America. We got frozen out in a deal with Lou DiBella and Bob Arum. We know the game, it's no problem. But he didn't want to take that deal. But in the end, it was the only way he could get his shot undisputed was to sign that 3-fight contract. And he promised me he'd be back. And he came back. He was true to his word. So I've got a history with him. But at the same time, with Regis, I flew in, I signed him. I said to him, I promise you, 1 fight, homecoming, and then a mega fight. And we delivered both. I thought he responded fantastically well post-fight. Very honest assessment of this kid's just too good. I couldn't have trained harder. I couldn't have done any more, but I was just beaten by, probably a generational talent in there. So, yeah, I don't like having 2 guys in a fight or 2 girls in a fight because I like to scream and shout and, you can't really do it. It's like when Katie boxed Chantel Cameron. Of course, how can I disguise my journey with Katie Taylor? It's been life-changing, but you can't, and it's not, I'm not even screaming inside. You're almost dead to it. But, I was pleased for Devin and I was pleased for Regis to get his moment. But, this kid is very special. What impressed you most about Devin on Saturday? Just like his composure. I mean, firstly, he hardly broke sweat. I worried there was a lot of build up for that week. He was out all week doing promotional activity, the homecoming, all of a sudden you walk out, you've got 16,000 of your own there. Like I wondered if that would take a toll on him, but not at all. And this is why I think this kid's more and more impressive all the time. I do think his work ethic is almost unrivaled, and you saw that extra weight, even 5 pounds makes a huge difference to him. He was broken at 135. And I do think you'll end up seeing him go to 47, but just so difficult to hit, so skillful, so composed, so calm. He's punching harder at 140. I think he's going to be more robust. His engine, he's really, really, really good. I don't really see anybody at 140 that can beat him. Okay, so if it was up to you, if there were no politics involved and you could just make the fight, so many options at 140, names like Garcia, Lopez, Catterall thrown out, who's your top choice for him next? I mean, if we're talking, you said a key word there, politics. To remove the politics, the Ryan Garcia fight is a natural fight to make. I mean, Ryan should be looking to fight the champions at 140. He's on the zone, obviously, with Golden Boy. There's a conversation that, for me, should happen and evolve very quickly. I think that is the fight for us and Golden Boy and Garcia and Haney to make. You've also got Teofimo Lopez. That becomes a lot more difficult because I think he may be unreasonable about his demands, but, he's a great fighter as well. Tank, I just see these two, Bill and Tank, and like everybody's butting heads. For me, you want momentum. You want, an ability to move swiftly to make a mega fight. And for me, that is a conversation really between ourselves, Golden Boy and DAZN, that should be fairly easy to maneuver. And I think it's a massive fight. So you just did Munguia and Ryder. So you guys are on good terms. Yeah, I mean, look, we're on good terms when it makes sense to everybody. Right. That's the reality. I don't think, I'm in LA at the moment. I'm not sure I'm going to get a call from Oscar to pop round later for a glass of red. But ultimately, I love, like, Munguia Ryder's such a good fight for everybody. It's the perfect fight. Munguia, I think has had a poor CV of fights, really, but he's also a very good fighter. Ryder's coming off a good fight with Canelo Alvarez, and we fancy John Ryder in that fight. I really do. I think he's going to turn him over. But a really nice addition to the early part of the schedule in Munguia Ryder. And, there's a lot more to add. But, yeah, when it works for everybody, it happens. And particularly when you're on the same platform. So I believe talks with Garcia and Haney will open up in the next week. Okay, so I was just going to ask you, because Oscar, as you know, tweeted literally minutes after the fight. Has anything happened since Saturday and now? No. Only obviously DAZN and a few internal talks to say, that's definitely a fight that we need to discuss ASAP. Is that a Vegas fight? Yeah, I mean, I think both guys. I mean, Ryan can sell. Ryan can sell in Texas, Vegas, New York. But for me, yeah, seeing the success of obviously Ryan Garcia against Tank in Vegas, and obviously Devin now with his ability to shift tickets, I think that's a Vegas fight.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but I was texting with the crew here on Saturday, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of years he's fighting at 147. You just said 147 as well. Like, I feel like no one really said it, but I feel like Haney versus Crawford at some point could be a gigantic fight. I'm not going to name it. Some people said I was crazy for saying that. What do you think? What does Eddie Hearn think? Is that a possibility in the next couple of years?
I think that, that extra weight, if you look at Devin in the ring on Saturday, he actually looked like the weight division above Regis Prograis, and he was coming up in weight. So I think Devin would definitely not look out of sorts at 147. You see a lot of great fighters who the only way to get beat is to go outside of your comfort on the weight class. Obviously, Canelo against Bivol is a good example of that. I think Lomachenko as well, particularly at 130, Lomachenko was a better fighter than he is at 135. People as well, well beyond that, moving up in weight, maybe even Inoue. That's what it's going to take for Inoue to go to, I don't know, maybe 126 to get beat. And I feel like Devin, I don't see anybody beating Devin at 140. And I think that, once you start moving to 147, you're fighting some big guys. And Crawford is a big guy at 147. But, Devin against Crawford, skill-wise, is just an incredible matchup. You saw so many similarities between Devin and, for me, a young Floyd Mayweather. The defensive skills, like I said, the calmness, the poise, the footwork. He's really good. And listen, for me as a fight fan, fights like Devin Haney against Terence Crawford, that's the future of the sport. Although Crawford is at the back end, Devin's a young man. And we need those young lions that can come out and fight for this sport for the next 2 or 3 years and give us the mega fights. Devin against Teofimo, Devin against Ryan, Devin against Tank, Devin against Crawford. He's really the future.
Speaking of Ryan and Oscar, can I get your take on what happened 2 weeks ago in Houston? That was, it was incredible theater for us fans, somewhat awkward to watch, especially the press conference with Bernard and Oscar. You've been in this game a long time. Have you ever seen anything that awkward between a star fighter and a promoter?
It was definitely the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. That is, Ryan Garcia is obviously their number one fighter. So that is really like me standing behind Anthony Joshua at a press conference going, and then tweeting 48 hours before his fight saying that I'm concerned about the mental health of Anthony Joshua going into his fight. For me, that's almost like dangerous. How can you expect this kid to prepare properly, mentally? You're questioning his mental state. That's not doing anything to help his mental state. And I think these guys have just got to get in a room. Listen, it's none of my business really, but surely you just get in a room. You either part ways and say, look, this is toxic and not good for anyone, or you say to each other, this has to stop. We're going to be professional. We're going to be effective. We're going to be constructive till the end of our tenure and our partnership. But until then, let's act accordingly. Or you say, guys, we're never going to see eye to eye. I think maybe we should look at a deal to move away. But I can't believe, honestly, I've never seen anything like it. It's the most bizarre thing ever. And props to Ryan Garcia, because I thought he might lose to Duarte. I watched that press conference and I thought, how do you expect this kid to be focused on his fight when his own promoter is pulling faces behind his back and telling him he's mentally not in a good place 48 hours out? So big props to Ryan Garcia. I think that was a really dangerous fight for him. Duarte, he's not an elite guy, but he can punch and he's dangerous. And if you're not mentally switched on, you can lose that fight. So well done him.
Were you impressed with his performance or not so impressed? A lot of people online were critical of how he looked in that fight.
Yeah, so I think, look, when you've got nothing to gain really in a fight like that, it's dangerous. Duarte can punch. If Ryan Garcia loses that fight, he's in a terrible position in his career. So that was a must-win fight, quite a dangerous fight. So look, he's just teamed up with Derek James. Ryan Garcia is a very good fighter, and I know that when I speak internally to other fighters, they give him props as well for being a good, dangerous fighter. So, I think he's brilliant for the sport. We've got to keep fighters like that motivated. We've got to keep them mentally in a good place, keep them active, and keep them in love with the sport. And he's a big part of the future of boxing. So we should embrace that rather than try and make him fall out of love with particularly the business of the sport.
Last time you were on the show, we had a fiery debate over Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou, clearly won by me. by virtue of the fact that he is not Anthony fighting Francis. So clearly he didn't want that smoke after he heard the debate light went off in his head. Why didn't you pursue that? Why didn't that become a reality? Because it seemed like you were very interested on that Monday.
Yeah, I did. I reached out to Francis Ngannou's team and I said, just to let you know, we're up for discussing the Francis Ngannou AJ fight. I never heard back from them.
Wow.
So I think probably knowing the business, I would say that probably Fury and Ngannou is almost probably agreed for post-Fury Usyk already, or certainly if I'm Francis Ngannou, there's only three things I'm doing. I'm fighting AJ, Wilder or Fury. He'll feel like after that first fight, he can beat Fury, but there's no point. He can really lose to anybody in the top 50 at heavyweight. So you've got to cash in at this point, and there's really only three fights that cash into the levels that he will want. So I guess, and you may know better, Francis Ngannou will fight in the PFL or wherever in spring, summer of 2024, and then he'll fight Tyson Fury at the end of this year. I would think that would be the mindset of the team.
Win or lose against Usyk, you think they just run it back regardless?
Yeah. I think, again, not knowing the ins and outs, but I think everyone knows it's a 2-fight deal with Fury Usyk, and I would think that there's probably one on the back end as well to rematch Ngannou.
Do you think Fury wins that fight against Usyk?
Probably. I mean, I really believed he was quite a strong favourite, pre-Ngannou. We don't really know physically where he's at. I mean, he's lucky that Usyk's not a puncher. He's lucky that Usyk's a much smaller man, because I think against a bigger guy, against a puncher, against a guy that can wrestle him on the inside, I think his confidence really wouldn't be there in a fight like that. So I do think Fury will win the fight, but you certainly can't rule out Usyk. And we just don't know where he's at physically and mentally after a fight like that. He didn't look himself in that fight, but perhaps he was just ill-prepared.
So back to AJ, why does he keep changing trainers, and are you concerned about this?
No, I mean, for this instance, we had 6 weeks' notice. So because he hadn't had a fight scheduled, he was training with Ben Davison, I think, for 3 or 4 weeks. And we agreed the fight with Otto Wallin 6 weeks out to go to Dallas, to train there, and then go to Saudi across, 14-hour flight or whatever it was. The preparation just wouldn't have worked. He was comfortable with Ben Davison. Ben Davison was in the corner for Tyson Fury when he fought Otto Wallin. And I think with AJ, you're not going to change anything too much about him at this point. It's more about the strategy, the game plan, and making sure he's mentally in a good place and happy. And he is. He's training well. He's enjoying the link up with Ben Davison. And it's a tough fight, Ariel, to be honest with you. It's not, I think, because all the conversations now about making AJ against Wilder, it's not the ideal fight to go into when that fight is at the finish line. And even from a stylistic point of view, why would you fight a 6'6" southpaw when you're hoping to fight Deontay Wilder in the spring? But it's a tricky fight, a dangerous fight, one that AJ should be winning, but he has to be switched on for it, because we've been here before on the doorstep of the Deontay Wilder fight and got beat to Andy Ruiz. So, I think this is definitely one that you breathe a sigh of relief when you come through, but I expect AJ to do a job on Otto Wallin and knock him out.
Is that in writing? Meaning if both win on December 23rd, they'll fight each other?
It's ongoing. I mean, I hope that, post-fight or on the night, we might be able to give you some news. But it's certainly the ambition of Saudi Arabia and His Excellency to make that fight. Of course, they're on the same card. It's one of the biggest fights, if not the biggest fight in boxing. But there's still some work to do. But the focus of the teams is to win on December 23rd. My job is to look at the future for Anthony Joshua and build a schedule for him for 2024. We all want that schedule to start with a number one, Deontay Wilder. But without victory for both of them on the day of reckoning, it actually is irrelevant. So both guys have got challenges next week. I can't believe it's next week.
Yeah.
And, it's a massive night.
You were asked about this on, you were doing like an Instagram chat thing. Again, not sure if it's you, because how the hell do you have the time to do this?
Always me.
It's always you. It's unbelievable.
No one can log into my accounts. I shouldn't say that just in case I need to blame someone. But,
Exactly. You said all will be revealed as far as Anthony. Do you remember writing this? All will be revealed. Someone asked you about...
Yeah, I just said, if we win on December 23rd, all will be revealed. The plans will be revealed. And, I get asked all the time, is the Wilder AJ fight done? Is it signed? The answer is no. But you know, things can move very quickly. And we all know that the reason these guys are on the card together is to work towards the biggest or one of the biggest fights in boxing. But nothing is nothing is signed yet. But, you know, there's a lot of conversations ongoing. We just want to make sure we secure victory next week against Otto Wiley.
Does AJ Wilder have to be in the UK?
No, I think, you know, it's almost certainly going to be in the Middle East.
But you like, I asked that question because I think it's fair to say when these fights are in the Middle East as opposed to the market, which means the most to the A side, so to speak, it just feels different, right? It's not the same. AJ fighting in London as opposed to Saudi will not feel the same. It will feel a little bit void of any buzz or hype. I mean, they could try their hardest. I know the money's not the same.
I think it'll be full up with Brits as well. But at the same time, I get what you're saying. You know, I think, look, this is an emerging market. And sometimes I get asked the question, you know, do you think it's good for boxing that boxing's being taken away from Las Vegas and London? It's like, you do realise that there's this thing, it's called the world. And it's not just Las Vegas and London. You know, our sport has the potential to grow well beyond our wildest dreams. And to do that, as part of our, you know, ethos behind our global strategy of taking boxing to key markets, the Middle East are a power player of sports. Okay, they're enabling us to get fights to happen. Usyk against Fury, great example. I think without the Middle East, I don't think that fight would have happened. Maybe Wilder against Joshua, because, you know, people have got an idea of what that fight might be worth. So I don't think we can be naive enough to say, oh, you know, that fight should be there. You know, when there's a chance to keep building, like the atmosphere in Saudi Arabia is much better than it was when we went for its inception with Andy Ruiz's fight maybe 3 years ago. So the growth of the sport there, and not just boxing, but all sports, is leading to, you know, a better fan experience. And for me, if they're going to step up and make these great cards and these great fights, then we've got to do it. And obviously financially, as you know, Ariel, you know, it's a conversation between fighters and teams that's very difficult to ignore when a fight can get made quickly, and obviously the money is significant.
Would you be open to doing Ben Eubank there?
Yeah, but, you know, I said at the same time, there is part of me as well that says UK is our primary market. Like, I want to make sure that British boxing gets the big nights and the big fights. And for us, Ben Eubank is a fight that should happen in London, you know, should happen at Tottenham Hotspur. And I think I understand Fury Usyk and, you know, those real kind of mega global fights like the heavyweight undisputed championship. But when we can fill a stadium for Ben Eubank, when I know it can do 800 or 1 million pay-per-view buys in the UK, it's, you know, that's a British fight. You know, the undisputed world championship has a global appeal for the Middle East that is just different. So for me, when we need to keep fights like that in the UK.
I think you said last week that I believe it was to the great Charlie Parsons of Boxing Social that you said that February 3rd was a date that Conor Benn really wanted to fight on, and that the deadline was approaching. Have we passed the deadline for the Eubank fight to be made?
You know, I mean, I think the only person holding the fight up now is Eubank, and I don't like to say holding the fight up because he's got his number somehow from somebody, and we can't hit that number.
This is what you were talking about. I saw your post-fight interview. I watch everything, by the way. I saw your post-fight interview with Boxing Social, and you went on this long tangent about hanger-oners calling up and making. Was it the Eubank fight?
It's not some in relation to this incident, but just in general, Aaron. Like, just, you know, my example was, and not even in relation to the numbers of that fight, but you imagine how frustrating it is when, you know, you put a budget together, you know the numbers inside out. This fighter's value in the fight is $2 million. And then you pick up the phone to his advisor and he tells you it's 10 million or nothing. And it's like, you know, to put that into context, that's like going to buy a house that, you know, you put a value of, and all the experts, you know, the surveyors, everybody tells you that house, the market price for that house is 2.75 million. And you got the owner going, unless you give me 10, I ain't buying. I'm not selling. And it's like, how did you get so? This is the frustrating thing with boxing, where fighters want to pull numbers from the sky, where they're getting that commercial advice from someone that has absolutely no knowledge of the numbers, no knowledge of the industry, no knowledge of the sport. And that is the bane of my life. The most frustrating part of my life is having to go through that process and try and have a sensible conversation with people that just don't get it. And that's why people, fighters particularly, are ill-advised, but also have big problems in terms of their activity. You know, Teofimo Lopez is a great example of that. He probably thinks he should be getting 10 million for an easy voluntary defense. You know, look at the ticket sales, look at the numbers on ESPN. You might be able to get 2 million for an easy defense. Oh, I'm not doing that. Okay, well, sit out for a year then. You could have 2 fights. You could build your profile. You could start, you know, look at like the Devin Haney's this world. You think that people like Teofimo Lopez would have flown to Australia and fought George Kambosos for $3 million twice in 5 months? Like, it's so frustrating that a fighter takes the wrong advice or doesn't listen to the right people. And I'm not saying you just have to listen to your promoter, but you know, you've got to stay active. It's the way to build a fighter's career. You've got so many great fighters in America. They could walk down their own street and people wouldn't know who they are. They should be superstars. You know, Jaron Ennis is another guy we're talking to. Like, this guy I think he could be pound for pound #1. Like, he should be an American superstar. Look at the job they did on Bud Crawford. Oh, what is he now? 35, 36. He's only actually starting building his profile from the Spence fight. This is a pound for pound #1 of our sport. A guy with personality, a guy with charisma, a guy with an incredible backstory from Omaha, and a guy that's been undisputed at 140 and 147. Walk him up and down the streets in the major cities. They won't know who he is. And, you know, you've got to stay active. You've got to. And it's just, it's frustrating sometimes, this sport. Really winds me up, but I love it.
As do we. I want to ask 2 follow-ups based on what you just said. Number one, you said we're talking to Jaron Ennis. What does that mean?
Just to his father and his management team, I'd like to sign him.
Is he a free agent?
Yeah.
That would be a nice one.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
He's an incredible fighter, but again, it's like, it's getting them to understand we've got a job to do, you know, with Jaron Ennis. I need 12 months to build this kid into a superstar. You know, I need to take him home to Philadelphia, start filling out stadiums there. But when you've got a fighter as good as that, it's so easy to put a plan together because you know he can beat everybody. You know, it's a bit like Andy Cruz. You know, I can get in there on Saturday and just spiel for 2 minutes of absolute waffle to the world. Truth, but still waffle, and my mouth going at motor speeds because I know how good this kid is. And I'm a salesman. And when I'm selling a product that is elite and second to none, no one can do the job that I can. And with Andy Cruz, I can get in there and I can speak passionately from the heart, and it's pure truth coming out of my mouth. This kid is unbelievable. I'd put him in with anybody at 135 now and really think we can win. And that was his second fight, you know? But you've got to have someone with that megaphone, that motor mouth, that machinery within their promotional and digital arsenal to push you 24/7. Who is pushing the profile of Boots Ennis? Who is getting on the microphone? I mean, I'm pushing his profile just by talking about him. He's not even signed with us because I think he's brilliant. But you've got to have, especially when you're someone like Andy Cruz, who doesn't yet speak English particularly well, he's from Cuba. You need that megaphone. You need someone telling the world this kid is special. And that's so easy to do with people like Boots Ennis because he's American. He looked great. He's got style, he's got power, he's got speed. And I know that you can put him in fights at 147 where you just go in and say, do your thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Nothing's ever perfect, but that's my thoughts.
You and Andy Cruz on Saturday, that was you at your finest. You getting on, you cut that promo in the ring. That was you at your best. And we don't have that in MMA. It's not really a thing to have the promoter talking. I love all that stuff. And then you on the Instagram Live with Keyshawn Davis afterwards. How, like, a high-profile fight for Andy Cruz, he's only, as you said, 2 pro fights in. How close are we to that? Like, is this same like David Morrell? Something about these Cuban boxers.
Yeah, very good. Listen, Morrell's brilliant.
Yeah.
Don't represent him. What a fighter. Might be the best at 168. You know, I mean, that's a tremendous fighter. And Andy Cruz the same. So, but the problem with David Morrell is, see, a problem with a lot of these organizations, they don't really want this guy out there just, like, PBC don't like to promote their fighters.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Who is the promoter
of
PBC? Can't be Al Heyman, apparently, because that's a breaking of the Ali Act. He's an advisor. So who is the promoter? Like, you need to be up there on the stage talking about these guys, talking about David Morrell. You need someone going out across his platforms, across every media interview with a big megaphone saying David Morrell is the best at 168. He'll fight anybody now and beat anybody. But instead, you've got a guy that, doesn't really speak a lot of English. That's like, just everybody in boxing, which is a tiny, tiny audience, knows how good David Morrell is. And they already know how good Andy Cruz is. How do we convince the average casual fan to tune into Andy Cruz? Well, someone, hopefully, across my following or whoever's platforms, my speech on Saturday was good enough to reach millions across different platforms, and someone go, wow, who is this kid? I need to check him out. But without me doing that, like I got in the ring, I said to Chris Mannix after, I don't even think they wanted me to speak. I said, you need to ask me a question. I need to speak. Because that's how my heart was beating out of my chest. The hairs were standing up on my arms as if to say, wow, we've got something special. Let me speak. I need to tell the world. So some people will look at it and say, oh, here he goes again. That's my job. You, as a fighter, you need a machine behind you 24/7, particularly if you're not that guy, who's going to sit and do Instagram lives and talk. Keyshawn's great. Keyshawn's not with us, but I like him. But I tease him because obviously Andy Cruz, I think, fought him 4 times in the amateurs, and like he could never get anywhere near beating him. And I know the program's different, but this kid, Andy Cruz, mate.
Oh, he was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. I was watching that with my wife, and she was like, holy crap. She doesn't know anything about boxing. And she's like, this guy is insane.
Second fight.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And now we look to, hopefully we'll confirm Edgar Belanga's fight in February, and we want him in that co-main event slot, get him a top 15 guy. But I can't. It's not even going to be competitive. Like, the only way it's going to be competitive is him against Shakur or Tank or like these kind of guys. So with that promotion on Saturday, with his performance and with me spieling in the ring after, that's his second fight. You build a fighter from the ground up. That's the difficulty with a Crawford or an Ennis. You're getting hold of a fighter who's 28, 30, whatever he is. And I needed Jaron Ennis 5 years ago. He'd be like Floyd Mayweather, would be selling out everywhere, around the US. But it's okay, we can get him now, but there's still a job to do. But with Andy Cruz, that was his second fight. Watch the hype around Andy Cruz for fight 3 and 4 and 5. And then we might have a Cuban fighter who is actually headlining in America and is his own star. So it's a method behind the madness.
You have time for a couple more? I know I'm taking a lot of your time here. I just want to go back to Ben Eubank. You said that Eubank was holding it up. How is he the only one holding it up when the British board is still, causing problems here? Does that mean you would be open to taking this to the PBA?
We've decided to do this fight. Callum Sowland, who is Chris Eubank Jr.'s promoter, is not licensed by the British Boxing Board of Control. I'm not going to stand in the way of this fight happening. This is Conor Benny's went for his case with the board. He won his case. He's not suspended. He had that lifted. He's clear to fight. Now, the board are going to appeal. When that is, we don't know. But until that moment, and by the way, he'll win the appeal anyway, but he's not suspended. He's clear to fight. That's why he was allowed to fight in Orlando. So it gets quite boring. But if we get that fight made, and it's probably 48 hours away from being dead, that fight will go ahead in the UK.
And it will be with PBA?
Who knows?
And
hopefully with the British Boxing Board of Control.
Because you have said in the past that it would affect your relationship if it's viewed as you trying to circumvent.
That's why I might have to take a backseat in terms of the actual promotion, not the promotion, but we'll see. We'll see. Listen, in an ideal world, we want that fight with the British Boxing Board of Control. There's a lot going on behind the scenes.
Eddie, TalkSport is going to do 40,000 hours of content on this alone if you do this. It's going to be
a massive fight, Ariel.
No. If you go with PBA or something, they're going to be talking.
I don't listen.
It's exhausting.
At the end of the day, it's a big decision for us. We will always back the British Boxing Board of Control, but I will also do what I believe is right and fair. And I'm not seeing this opportunity for British boxing or for Conor Benn passing by if Chris Eubank decides to take the fight.
Okay.
But we've already made the decision. We are not standing in the way of Conor Benn accepting this offer and making this fight. It's the biggest fight in British boxing. It will be nearly 2 years since he's boxed in Britain. The whole thing is madness. He's been through all the procedures asked of him. He's won his case with the WBC, got cleared, won his case with UK. It's boring to keep talking about it, but he's not suspended. He's cleared to fight, and we're doing everything we can to make that fight. But we'll see how Mr. Eubank feels today.
Okay. Speaking of WBC, what did you make of Amanda Serrano giving up her WBC belt? She said it was because they didn't want to do 12 3-minute rounds. You have Sky Nicholson. She's on the doorstep, interim champion, and now it looks like that fight isn't going to happen. What did you make of that decision? Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised because, there's a huge value to being undisputed. And, bizarrely, you Sky's a regular on your show. She said 4 or 5 fights ago, I want to fight Amanda Serrano. She's the undisputed champion. She's a legend of the sport. Like all fighters, they should be chasing the best in the division. But she said to me and iBox and Paul Reddy, she won't fight me. And I sort of laughed at the time. I said, look, you've had 5 fights, you're not really knocking people out yet. And sure, of course she'll fight you. I don't believe she will. They won't like my style. They'll know boxing and they'll know that my style is difficult. And lo and behold, she was actually correct. Amanda Serrano vacated the title just before she knew she was about to get ordered to fight Sky Nicholson. So I think it's hard to say, she dropped the belt or ducked Sky Nicholson because of what she's achieved in the sport. But styles make fights. And maybe she just felt like that's a dangerous fight and it's not as big as the fights that I could be in. So, for Sky now, she's fighting Sarah Mahfoud for the vacant title. But she won't stop chasing Amanda Serrano. If she wins the WBC, then she could fight Serrano for undisputed. But it's great that she's challenging for the title. But in all honesty, her dream was to fight Serrano. She just believes she can beat her. And there's a lot of people that don't. But she was right. She vacated the title rather than facing her.
Would you be okay with her fighting 12 3-minute rounds?
Yeah, it's up to every fighter. I mean, I think it actually suits the better boxer. Over 2 minutes, it's just crash, bang, wallop. It's like the rounds are so hard to score. I think the purer boxer is going to control the rounds. The pace is actually going to be a little bit slower. I have to say, commercially, I like 2 minutes. Like, it's all action. I mean, we had Ebony Bridges against Yoshida on Saturday. It wasn't the most highest of standards that you've seen from Taylor and Cameron, but it was crash, bang, wallop, 2 minutes of just non-stop action. And that's really helped us engage the audience because it's been so entertaining. I'm not sure it would be as entertaining over 3 minutes. I think the pace would slow down. Maybe you might get more stoppages, but mentally for a fighter, I've got longer rounds here. I need to pace myself a little bit. You come out for 2 minutes and crash, bang, wallop. But I also do feel like it's important to keep evolving women's boxing and women's sport. So I think whatever the governing bodies decide, the fighter will honour. But obviously the WBC are 10-2s, and if you want to fight for that prestigious belt, that's the rules of the governing body.
Chantel, Cameron came out over the weekend saying, okay, I want it. I took my time off. I want the trilogy. Is that what is going to happen? Katie versus Chantel 3 next. I won't even ask you about Croke Park.
Yeah, I was really pleased to see that because, everyone always feels like they're a little bit hard done by, could have been a knockdown, could have been this, I'm not coming back to Ireland. And once the dust settles, you start realising, well, actually, you won the first fight and you got the decision. You lost the second fight and you didn't get the decision. And, you've really achieved 2 huge paydays, huge moments for your career, incredible nights to be a part of. We can do this again in a trilogy, outdoors, maybe at Croke Park, maybe at Aviva, whatever. But it's going to be another monumental event for Irish boxing. And I'm just glad Chantel's come back and, she's a very stubborn competitor, very driven. And when she watches it back, she'll know or think she can do better. And she'll want to run it back for number 3. And I'm glad she did. So hopefully everyone's, again, sensible, which I think they will be. They can make a lot of money and we can have another iconic event for the sport.
Is Katie down with that?
For sure. There's only really 2 fights. It's Chantel Cameron and Amanda Serrano. But I think Chantel Cameron is the bigger fight. 2 tremendous fights. And it's the trilogy, 1-1.
Any status on the talks with Croke?
Ongoing. We won't rub anyone up the wrong way. We're all working to try and make
Confident?
history. Yeah, I mean, look, again, if we just adapted common sense to everything in boxing,
sure,
we'd all be in a better place. But You know, hopefully it would be unbelievable, and just be great to give people better access. You know, when you're in 9,000 and you've got to hit X on a gate,
Sure.
the tickets are expensive. You know, here we can open it up. You can see children, grandmothers, grandparents. It would be such an iconic event for Irish history. We'll see. We'll do everything we can.
Ideal month for the fight? Realistic?
Anywhere between April and July. I mean, whatever suits the government, tourism department, you know, whatever they think will add additional value.
Okay, last one. And thank you as always for the time. And by the way, congratulations on the big win Saturday morning against Frank Smith. I don't know how you're, I mean, what are you running? Like a 5-minute mile? I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, I'm still recovering. It was, you know, zero ability, 100% heart, Ariel. Like,
I've seen your photos.
Oh my God, if I actually had ability, I could have really achieved in life. But, you know, the effort gets you so far.
Can we get you on VADA? I mean, I'm seeing your photos, and it's getting a little, it's getting into Dana White territory, by the way, in terms of. I know it's crazy.
You know, if I post something or my trainer posts something, like the response are just like needles, and you definitely don't have to worry about me being on any performance enhancing drugs. Don't worry. Au naturel.
There's a massive UFC card on Saturday. It's their final show of the year, UFC 296. Why should fans have the second screen up? I love Sonny Edwards. He's a fun follow on Twitter. Sometimes I feel like he engages too much with the trolls on Twitter, but he's a great character. Yeah. And this is a great undisputed flyweight title fight. Why should they have the two screens up and watch DAZN, Sonny Edwards, Bam Rodriguez?
You like your boxing. It doesn't really get any better than this. Boxing's all about, sport's all about, really, the best be the best. So this is number one and number two. I don't know in which order of the flyweight division. Two smaller guys that aren't going to have the profile of the heavyweights, but will give you the best be the best. It's a unification fight. Sonny is an enigma. Bam is an incredible talent. I said earlier, this fight, you know, Sonny could win every round on Saturday, or he could get stopped in 6 rounds. I've no idea what is going to happen, but it's elite versus elite, champion versus champion. And that's what sport's all around. So definitely have your screen on for a good night of boxing along with our friends at the UFC as well.
Looking forward to it. Thank you as always. Congrats on the deal that you're about to announce in a couple hours. Really appreciate it, Eddie.
We're late. All right.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Mate.
Cheers. There he is, Eddie Hearn, joining us. We took up a lot of his time, but great stuff there. I mean, what's better than that, right? What's better? We went around the clock. I asked New York Rick right before we went on, what should we talk about? What should we talk about? And it seems like, did we cover everything, New York Rick, or did I miss something? Was there anything that we should have touched on there?
I feel like you could have pressed them a little harder on giving me the details about Ben and Eubank, but it seems like, you know, things are moving. And
you don't think I pressed hard enough?
Harder.
What?
I need it announced tomorrow. I need this thing happening. But yes.
I actually thought you were going to give me props for, you know, we went around the block and I circled around just to come back to that because he said that Eubank was holding it up. Yeah. And I think a lot of people would say, well, wait a second. Isn't it also a Ben thing?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. You know, I'm only joking.
Yes, yes.
I did not know what he was referring to, and I'm glad he kind of clarified that. It is going to be interesting to see doing this without the BBBSC.
Well, there's a whole trickle-down effect there. They will go crazy over in the UK. They will go crazy over there if...
But it's kind of a difficult situation because he's saying, like, we always respect the BBBSC. Like, they are our regulator, and then it's like, well, we're not going to do this. Dicey, but listen, I'll say this, that fight is worth it. That fight is worth it.
I don't know if any fight is worth upsetting the commission. You'd almost be better off saying, we're going to give you this fight, but it's going to be in the Middle East. So that way you don't have to deal with the British politics. You know what I mean?
Now there's the rivalry. Now there's the
well, no, because if you do that fight in London and it's being sanctioned by the PBA, by the way, is the commission that oversees misfits, which some of the traditional boxing crowd will say they're not as prestigious and as buttoned up as the BBBOC. Now you have to deal with all those politics and say like, oh, you're trying to circumvent that. But if you do it in the Middle East, you say, yeah, we're doing it in the Middle East. Just like they had Conor Benn fight in Orlando. Oh, we're doing it in Orlando. It's a Florida commission thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like now you're dealing with like a slap in the face, right, at home, locally. Like you're using another promoter to circumvent it here. But the fact that Conor Benn did fight already Makes me just feel like let's just get on with it. Let's just do it.
A lot going on in their world. What a run they've been on. And yes, UFC 296 is this Saturday, but that Sonny Edwards Bam Rodriguez fight is a really fun one. And love to hear him say that he's open to fighting, booking Devin Haney against the Golden Boy fighter, Ryan Garcia. Obviously, I would imagine Ryan Garcia has a better relationship with Eddie Hearn right now than his own promoters. So maybe that would make things easier. But when you have a common broadcaster who is able to get everyone at the table and say, it's good for us if you make this happen, it would be good for our business. I would imagine that helps things tremendously. What a year for the Sweet Science. What a year for everyone involved. Yes?
Which of those options would you want to see? Because he listed some great ones. I'm open for any of them for Haney. What would you want to see?
I think, the level of competition that Devin Haney has fought recently, from the two Kambosos fights to the Lomachenko fight, just his last 4 fights to Prograis. What do you think the line would be in that fight? I don't think a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people would give Garcia a chance.
He would not get a chance,
right? And so,
it would be a big fight.
As someone who really likes Ryan Garcia, look, I think the buildup would be great. I think no build would be better than Haney versus Tank. I think Haney versus Tank, with the characters involved, with Bill Haney involved, with Ellerby involved, with and those two guys, Haney and Tank, nothing would be bigger. I think this would be pretty damn big. But as someone who really likes Ryan Garcia and wants to see him at his best, after the performance against Duarte, which I thought was a solid, I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't as down on it as everybody else.
In a perfect world, I'd like to see him get a couple more to get his mojo back. Plus, first fight with Derek James, trying to get back on track after the first stoppage loss. It's fun as a fan, but I don't think it would be, if I'm guiding him to fight that Devin Haney, the one that we saw on Saturday, who completely outclassed Regis Prograis, who some considered the best 140-pounder, some. I don't know. That's a tough one.
What about for Haney, though? Lopez?
Haney Lopez is number 1.
Yeah.
And by the way, 147, can we talk about that?
It's not. Look.
I said it right. I said it in the middle of the fight, 147, and you're like, nah, crazy.
Did you listen to what Eddie said?
He said it's eventually going to happen.
Yeah, what he said was when fighters start to go up and get outside their comfort zone, that's when they start to lose.
Big risk, big reward.
He basically is admitting that that's a little bit of a tall task for his own fighter. Dude, no, you don't want problems with Bud Crawford. I'm sorry. I think Devin Haney is amazing. He does not want problems with Bud Crawford. That's a different size.
And by the way, I think Bud Crawford eventually goes to 154. Maybe even the rematch is at 154, so who knows?
Yeah.
But I remember the first time I spoke to Devin Haney was it last year when I was doing the stuff on my YouTube, or was it 2 years ago? And I couldn't believe that no one was talking about him. I couldn't believe that he wasn't even in the top 10 pound for pound. This was before. Was it before? I think it was before the second Kambosos fight. Maybe the first. Now, I think you can make a strong case for him top 5 pound for pound.
I think the recent performances have really done him a lot of favors. Look, his early performances were not thrilling. Let's just call it what it was. He wasn't the guy that jumped off the page at you, and he also is a little bit of a reserved guy. He's not as flamboyant as some of the other fighters that we're talking about here, right? Like Ryan Garcia is a mega social media star. Tank Davis, when he gets into the ring, he's absolutely just lighting guys up with his hands. There's even Teofimo Lopez, the chaotic nature of everything that surrounds him. He's kind of the more understated workman. I'm in there just showcasing my incredible boxing. And then you've got guys like Loma who have done that for longer than he has. So he kind of didn't have a spot to fit in. But now that he's putting together some of these fights on his resume and people are starting to appreciate his greatness, he's hard to deny. But I get why he didn't kind of pop yet, and now it's starting to happen for him.
It's a fun time. Should we? When are we starting our boxing show?
I'd love it.
It'd be nice. GC, you want in? I feel like we're bringing you along.
Yeah, I'm down. Love boxing.
Oh, GC's in? Frank, you want in?
Yeah, I think so.
Frank can be our influencer boxing guy.
That's right. No,
all he's doing is talking about Jake Paul this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't even mentioned 296 yet.
Jake has transcended the influencer boxing.
He's fighting real boxers.
I'm going to be there.
True.
You know I'm going to
That's
be there.
exciting.
For him.
Yeah, he told us this last week.
Yeah.
I didn't hear this.
I actually
He was on the show.
I actually wanted to ask Eddie about Jake, but I felt like I took up too much of his time at that point.
Well, let's call him back up.
Yeah. Hey, one last question. I want to ask you about the Andre August fight on Friday.
That's what it is, the Andre August. Can't wait for that. Man, you're going coast to coast, huh?
I'm going to Montreal tomorrow, doing the show, the Wednesday show from Montreal, doing it from the
we're still having a show.
the parents. Yeah. Did you guys not get that memo?
No.
Everybody's just missing things back here. Who knew?
Control room Helwani.
Nobody knew.
Control room, how long? No, seriously, you guys didn't know that, or are you
No,
messing with me?
we knew.
No, I think they knew that.
Okay.
I
It's on the
really didn't
calendar.
know you were going to the Jake Paul fight, though. I actually didn't even.
Oh yeah. I mean, I even tweeted about it, for goodness sake.
I knew about Jake Paul, didn't know about the show on Wednesday.
Serious?
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you think?
Lunch reservation?
We have the show on Wednesday and doing something very fun, which will hopefully be announced in the next couple days or weeks, that I've been sitting on for like 6 months. So stay tuned for that. I'm very excited about.
Wow.
Yeah, and then going to Orlando Thursday night, just for a night. I've heard so much about the great Caribe Royale, site of the last Conor Benn fight, by the way.
Oh, that's the
yes.
venue.
Yes.
Ballroom.
Great.
Yes. I've heard a lot about it, so I'm looking forward to doing the
there's a
work
bar
back with our
mitzvah
friends.
Right before it?
I don't know. I'll tell you. I'll give you the lowdown. We got my guy H2O Silv on there. Don't
Yes,
call him
shout out.
Ashton. Don't call him Ashton. He doesn't like that. Shadeja Green on there. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Working with the great Dan Canobio and Todd Grisham and the babyface of all babyfaces, Wade Plum.
Oh.
Wade
It's like a
Clemens
reunion.
on the
It's like all the
broadcast,
same
huh?
people.
Yeah.
Gets the government name on the broadcast.
Do they call him Plemons on the broadcast?
I think I saw a poster like releasing the.
That's
said
messed up.
Wade Clemens.
That's his name. What are you talking about? It's like that's like calling him Ashton Silp.
Yeah, it is.
You can't do that. You gotta call the guy what he wants to be called. I want to let everyone know in 30 minutes we're going to be joined by the reigning, defending UFC welterweight champion Leon Edwards. He will be our final guest of the day, so don't go anywhere. That's in 30 minutes time, exactly 30 minutes from now. So let everyone know, especially everyone in Birmingham, and what a time it is in Birmingham. Aston Villa on fire, beating Man City last Wednesday and Arsenal on Saturday. Someone told me on Twitter, don't get involved in politics. Aston Villa isn't in Birmingham. And I looked it up and I'm like, this is 100% in Birmingham. What are you talking about? It's a lot of weird takes on Twitter these days. Don't get me started on the Shohei Ohtani thing on Friday, Saturday. That was a bizarre
I
one.
want to get you started on it.
Also,
Talk to me.
I
Tell me
mean,
more.
What's political about the location of a?
Someone said,
football club.
don't bring football into politics. And I was like, I looked up their stadium and it says it's in Birmingham. And I don't know. I even asked Pizzi. I'm like, am I wrong? No, he said it's 1,000%. I know he's Irish, but 1,000% in Birmingham, and they represent Birmingham. And I think Leon is a Birmingham fan. Believe it or not.
Professional football club based in Aston, Birmingham.
Yes, that's what it says. You're reading this?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. I still don't understand what's
By the way,
political about it.
this is the part that doesn't make sense to me. That's like a 5-second solve. I don't understand how it became a debate or like a
There's
thing.
some weird takes, man. You know what's the other one that drives me insane?
No. We can't move on. What's the Ohtani?
Okay, first, I'll tell you this.
I need to-
The one that drives me insane is like when I talk about the Bills last night. What a win,
Yeah.
right? I mean, just an unbelievable win, a gut
they
check
just
win.
really gutted it out there. They earned it.
They did earn it. Screw you. I know you're being facetious. No one has been screwed more than the Buffalo Bills. I mean, no one has had more heartbreaking, gut-wrenching losses than them. It's nice for us to finally get one. But what drives me nuts is like, I'll be like, oh, Bills, so happy. And everyone's like, how many teams do you support? You know, pick one. I'm like, excuse me, can we just understand something? I don't know what world you live in, but there's different teams in different sports. There's different leagues. Do you want me to just have one? And then I started to think about it. Are these people maybe European where they, there's just football and there's no other league sports out there? There is no, like maybe you'll be a rugby or cricket guy here or there, but usually you'll just support your country. Is that why they don't get it? Because I hate to tell you, like, you could be an NFL fan, have a team there. You can have an NBA team. You can have an MLB team. You can have an NHL team. You can have a Premier League team. I get this all the time. How many teams do you support? Pick one. Pick a lane. Like, no, you have different. What am I missing here?
In fact, I would argue that what you're saying is very common, like high 90s percentage wise, that most American sports fans have teams in the different sports.
Yes,
Not just
but I get this all the time. How many teams do you support? I don't know. Tell me
I
the league,
only
and I'll
have
tell you
one.
the team.
But I think I'm very weird and rare. But I would imagine around this room, everybody has a team in every sport.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sometimes I got multiple teams.
You're worse.
Whoever's got the best merch.
Pick a team, GC. Pick a team.
Cash App today. I mean, let's go.
You're the.
That's funny. That's funny. Right there.
You're worse than me. Very quickly.
Way worse. Yeah, you just got to buy into it. You just got to ignore it.
You just
Who
lean
cares?
right into it.
I love it.
The Shohei Ohtani thing was a I wish I could do 3 hours on this story alone.
Let's start right here.
Well, because
It was only ever going to be Dodgers Yankees, wasn't it?
oh, that's not even the
Which is the
story,
only
by
other
the way.
team.
That's not even the story. Not even Yankees. Forget the Yankees. It was always going to be Dodgers. He
Yeah.
wasn't leaving LA. It was the perfect scenario. You get to go to the bigger team in the same town, essentially. I know it's like an hour away, whatever, but who knows where his family was living. Massive market, tremendous weather.
Yep.
On the West Coast, close to Japan. You got all that media there. There was even an article that I read about how all the media guys were bummed that they were going to have to move as well, blah, 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 blah. It could, and plus, by the way, like a perennial World Series contender. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you get to join that team with those guys, with Mookie Betts and with Freddie Freeman and with Kershaw and all those dudes. Like, what do you? It's a no-brainer. Toronto was never in play. They're always used as leverage. I could have seen it a mile away, but yes, I was falling for it on Friday when people are reporting that he's on the plane, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Oh boy.
He's en route to
Yeah.
Toronto.
That one's a bit
but
rough.
by the way,
Meeting with Drake at 6 p.m.
that's not even the fascinating story in some respects. What's so interesting about it is there's a writer in Toronto named Shai Davidi who's a great writer, and he works for Rogers, and Rogers owns the Blue Jays. Rogers is like AT&T or T-Mobile. It's like a massive media conglomerate, right? They also own Rogers Sportsnet, the TV station, the radio station, etc. And he wrote an article once this came out that it was not happening, like, essentially saying like, shame on the fans for falling for, unconfirmed Twitter rumors. Shame on all of you. Like, you should have known better. Well, hold up a second. The fans got really pissed at this because the Rogers Sportsnet Twitter account retweeted what the reporter John Morosi, who's a contributor on Rogers Sportsnet and MLB Network, him tweeting that he's en route to Toronto. So now here you have the TV network that is owned by the team retweeting the guy who's a reporter, who's a contributor,
Yes.
who also works for the league. And then the league itself is posting the picture that he's going to Toronto, that he's en route to Toronto, that like they made their own little graphic. That's the one that I retweeted. So this isn't unconfirmed Twitter rumors. This is, and what it brings up is the larger discussion of media conglomerates owning the team and the reporters. Like here you have a reporter who works for the team, essentially. He works for the parent company of the team, telling everyone you shouldn't have fallen for this, when the actual media conglomerate is retweeting the post from the guy who works for the league, reporting that he's on. Like that's not the players. Excuse me, that's not the fans' fault. That's your fault, and you guys have too many conflicts. And we were led to believe that you guys were on the inside, when in reality, you are no different than the Twitter users out there. Do you understand what I'm saying? So like
100%.
it creates this massive confusion in the marketplace. Like when I saw MLB, my first thing was at MLB made a quote picture graphic of the tweet of him en route. When I saw that, that's the one that I retweeted and wrote, guys, like what?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, MLB isn't going to just post this, right? Like surely they know that this is real or not. Now I know it's just some guy behind a Twitter account, but like surely they know like we don't post this. You know what I mean? We don't post this unless it's 1,000%.
Validity.
Yes.
Giving validity to it. Yes.
Yes.
100%. I get exactly what you're saying.
Oh my God, what a mess.
That is.
He never even left the greater Los Angeles
No.
area either.
I'm not aware of the I don't follow a lot of baseball writers or any of this, but I'm not aware of the person who said like shame on you for falling for this. But yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. And even larger than that, like that's a very fascinating like specific story. Even larger than that, I hate the minute by minute kind of countdown to free agency. This guy is signing here in every sport. Like it has just destroyed people and made fan bases just miserable. I think it's completely unhealthy. I don't think this is very good for anybody.
I
Poor
think,
Blue Jays fans. Like,
that was
why did they have to
I
go
felt
through
for
this?
them.
Yeah.
My good friend JD Bunkus, who's a host over there, I think he's one of the best hosts in Canada, told me that it was the darkest day in Toronto sports history.
It's
Yes.
awful.
in Toronto
get-
sports history. He said he wanted
Crazy.
to. He said he
Missing out on
felt
a free agent.
dead inside. Well,
But
his
they've
point
been led
was
to believe-
this was a trickle down effect, that it would let people know that Toronto isn't a second class market, that people can come here and yeah. I mean, Kawhi was there obviously, but that was a trade, and I think there's a little bit of like, there's some self-inflicted wounds there. I don't think anyone thinks Toronto is second class, but they don't usually get those types of names. So yeah, it was a fascinating thing to watch from afar, but I'm happy to say that I never fell for it. I for a moment allowed myself to dream.
But you retweeted the account that tweeted the thing.
Yes.
That came from the thing.
Yes, because I got excited.
So you fell for it.
I got.
You got.
I feel for the Angels fans. I feel for that's their guy going to the crosstown rival. And by the way,
Mike Trout too.
By the way, he's going to be 1,000 times more popular now. Same guy.
Oh God, are you kidding me? Yes.
And let me just say this:
it's like going from the Chargers to the Rams, but 10x.
Is it like going from Bellator to UFC? Is it like the Michael Chandler move?
Man,
same guy.
Might be a decent comparison,
but he's not going to get exponentially more famous. I just want to throw it out there.
Think if Trout played for the Yankees.
Oh my God.
You know what Trout should do? You should come to the Blue Jays and stick it to Ohtani.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what
I have said that Vladdy Jr. is the face of baseball. I just want to throw it out there. How many playoff games has he played in? 6. How many has Ohtani played in? 0.
Wow.
Sure that's gonna change.
This is a LeBron James has one in-season tournament win and Michael Jordan has 0.
Congrats.
That's actually a great argument. That's a great argument.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Can I give you a quick
sure
update
on?
I'll tell you right now.
Oh,
our very good friend, our mutual friend, Oven Vithinich.
Oh yeah.
I want to just make sure I have that correct.
The graphics master.
Jazz Divisius.
Not Jazz Divisius. Had some actual stats for the question that you posed at the top of the show regarding what are some of the long layoffs for non-champions to get into a title fight. Colby Covington, number 1, 1 year, 9 months for this Leon Edwards fight. This is number 1. Alexander Gustafsson was off for 1 year and 7 months before the John Jones rematch.
Oh wait, so Colby is number 1.
He's number 1.
Wow.
Number 1.
Okay.
Alexander Gustafsson is number 2, 1 year, 7 months. Raquel Pennington was off for 1 year and 6 months before her fight with Amanda Nunes.
Wow.
The Korean Zombie was off for 1 year and 3 months before his fight with Jose Aldo. And Colby Covington appears again in the number 5 spot 1 year and 2 months before the Usman rematch. Then Gilbert Melendez is under that, 1 year and 2 months. Paulo Costa, Nick Diaz, Ricardo Lamas, Megan Anderson. So Colby twice, and he's got the number 1 and the number 5 slot for non-champions with the longest layoff.
Wow. So why do you guys think this is happening? Do we really believe this is a Trump thing?
Yes.
You really think so? I see all the clips of Trump talking about him. Doesn't even seem like Trump likes him.
The theory here is that Trump went to Dana and was like, let's get Colby a shot.
I've seen it.
This is getting into dangerous territory because I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat.
I was going to say, I feel like I'm pretty aware of a lot of these conspiracy theories. I don't think I've heard.
Fire up the Reddit. What do you mean you haven't heard this? You've really not heard this? This is what everyone says. I feel.
I don't believe for one
second. #MMA Twitter.
#MMA Twitter. I just feel like. Yeah, I feel like I've just missed this one.
I don't believe that Donald Trump is calling
went to Dana White.
No, I don't believe that.
Dana?
But I do believe that it
would be tremendous.
I think it would be good for business for Colby Covington to be a mouthpiece for
you're saying
certain values.
The UFC thought this?
Whoever is a decision maker has probably thought this, right? If the internet has thought it, I'm sure that decision makers have thought it as well.
Do you remember there was one time where he
he
went to the casino and Dana was there and the license plate? To think that this guy, who's a tremendous fighter, is breaking the record for longest time in between fights to get to a title shot, it blows my mind. It blows my mind.
He's very popular. He's very popular.
That's true. That's true.
He has a diehard fan base.
Yep.
Maybe that's people that ride with him hard.
He is somebody who has only lost to the cream of the crop. And it's a good fight, quite frankly. It's a good fight.
Honestly, you can make the argument, not only does he have a diehard fan base, he has a diehard, haters. There are a lot of people that dislike him as well. So, when he's gonna fight, it's kind of, polarizing. People either want to see him lose or they want to see him win. Yeah, and then like Rick just said, like what are his 2 losses to Usman?
Yes.
So I mean,
title fights.
He's an incredibly talented.
I want this.
Yeah, title fights are the only ones that he's lost.
I want this to come off the right way because I believe Belal Muhammad is one of the best fighters in the division, one of the best fighters in the UFC. But it is more of an indictment of him that he didn't get the support needed, that this streak was not turned into a title fight. For one reason or another, whatever that is, the UFC brass did not want him to be the one. And it's an indictment on what he was able to build so far. Do I believe he deserves a title fight? Absolutely. Do I believe he has the best resume in that division to have the case to have a title fight? Absolutely. But there is one component missing or another, and I don't know what that component is, that the UFC would rather have Colby Covington fight for that title. Even with the idea that he fought Leon Edwards and it ended extremely controversially with a really bad eye poke, and there's a story built in there. Something is missing from that equation for the UFC. Maybe it's a popularity element. We just talked about how popular Colby is. There's certainly a gap between Colby Covington and Belal Muhammad in terms of that popularity. But for one reason or another, it is not him when it should be him, quite frankly. And I don't think that it's necessarily more of the idea like it has to be Colby. I think it just had to not be other people, if I'm being honest.
So let me ask you this. We found out, I believe Belal told MMA Junkie over the weekend that he's the backup fighter, right?
Yeah.
Just like we also found out over the last couple of days that Brandon Moreno is the backup fighter for the co-main event. Do you think that is going, like, if I'm Belal Muhammad and I agree to that and don't get it in writing, just like, because you remember, this all started with Dana saying in London, Colby's next because he was the backup fighter, yes?
Yes.
Is he the backup?
But I don't believe that. I don't believe that explanation.
But you got to use their words, right? Like, you got to use that as your evidence. Do you think that Belal's next? Do you think that Belal's next?
In the absence of another option, sure.
Shavkat goes out there and knocks out Wonder Boy.
I think Shavkat would jump him, unfortunately.
I feel like that's the only person that they would put in ahead of him. Like
I could see Ian Gary jumping him too.
Ian Gary
at 10 getting a
by the way, all this Ian Gary
is also beaten.
Yeah. We just got finished with the exercise why Colby Covington is not a legitimate option for fighting for this title. Ian Gary's on a winning streak. Put him in there. Why not? I could very easily see it. There is some reason. I don't know the reason. I am not the decision maker here. There is some reason that Belal Muhammad has not gotten a title shot yet. What is that reason? I don't know.
I think it's popularity when it comes to the Belal versus.
So then is Ian more popular than Belal? Because then he could get jumped again.
I think it all depends on what they have planned for Europe in 2024. If they are truly going to Dublin, you probably want to put Ian in Dublin main event, and then off that give him the title shot. You know, like, let's be honest. I think Ian could use some good buzz surrounding him, so put him in that spot. And then if that is not the case, then yes, this whole Ian thing that has been building, especially in the UK,
it'll sell.
It'd be gigantic.
God, it just has to be Belal.
I will put it this way. I really hope Belal Muhammad gets the next title shot. That's all I can say.
Just talk about deserving. Like, he's the number 2 guy right now behind Kamaru Usman. He's got a win over number 4 in Gilbert Burns.
No, 100%.
Win over number 6 in
he should have been.
His resume is
number 7 in Sean Brady.
Yeah,
like he number 9 in Vicente Luque. Like he
should have been the guy fighting this Saturday.
Yeah,
he should have been the guy fighting this Saturday against Leon. If you're Belal, are you hoping that Leon wins even though you fought him? I think you would be hoping, because there's the storyline there, the eye poke, you know, it was inconclusive, blah, 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 as opposed to Colby, who could then, you know, talk shit about someone and they go in a totally different direction. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
I feel like that's the easier fight to sell. Because both guys aren't really going to sell it with their mouth, so you sell it based off the first fight. That was a short notice fight, if you recall. I feel like that's what he should be praying for.
Yeah, and then like Colby's now out of the picture. Usman isn't getting another shot at Leon. He's already had the 2 losses in a row. It's Belal.
Do you foresee a scenario that if Colby Covington loses on Saturday, it's his last fight?
Sure.
I just don't, like, he doesn't seem willing to fight anyone else. And I know
part of 0-for-3 in title, like, you know,
0-for-3 in title shots. This would be his first fight in, like we've said, a year and 9 months, and When's he going to fight again?
It does feel like there's just easy money to be made, right? Like he is still a popular fighter that could headline fight cards, so it would just be him turning down money. I think it's possible, but I would expect that it's just too easy for him to continue to fight and make money.
Okay, let me ask you guys this, because it's such a good card. What is the most intriguing storyline heading into Saturday? These are some of the options.
Yes.
You know, Leon defending, Colby coming back after 2 years, almost 2 years. Paddy Pimblett's return. He's been out for a year. By the way, I saw an interview with Paddy. He looks to be in much better shape. Like his face, like you could just see I don't know when this interview was conducted. It was with TNT Sports, but he just seemed like a lot healthier, I thought. I don't know. A little bit more grown up as well. In any event, Tony Ferguson, last stand, we suspect. Ian Gary, all the drama surrounding him. Shavkat, on the precipice of superstardom, one would think, with a potential fight against Wonder Boy. And then we don't even need to get into the prelims, which are chock full, as we said, of good stories. GC, you go first. What's the number one story in your mind, storyline, that you are most fascinated by?
Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how Ian Gary performs on Saturday night. I mean, it just feels like the world is against him at this point. And you go on any social media, there are a lot of things being said about him. And now you look, he's gone private on Twitter. He's turned off his comments on Instagram. He's talked about how he's being cautious in his travels to America.
Is that true? He turned off his comments and went private. Really?
Last I saw, his comments were off on his Instagram,
Wow.
and his as of last night, his Twitter was a protected profile. And then he said on TNT, I believe it was, that he is cautious in traveling to America just with everything that's been going on. That's a lot, man. That's a heavy burden to bear, obviously, when it feels like everybody's against you. And he doesn't have an easy matchup against Vicente Luque, and they sort of have a history behind them. So I'm interested to see how he performs, man. It feels like this is probably the most pressure, the toughest matchup, undefeated record on the line. I mean, the amount of hate and everything that he's getting, like it's only going to intensify if he loses. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on him. So I'm interested to see how he deals with that.
How do you think he deals with it?
Man, I don't know. He's looked great as of late, especially coming off that Neil Magny win. But Luque looked pretty good last time out as well. I'm going to say that he wins, but I don't know.
Are you in the camp?
I was going to say Ian Gary strikes me as a block out the noise type guy. Like now, literally, based on what GC is saying, like he's literally trying to do that. But he strikes me as I welcome the storm and then I focus inside of it. That's what he seems to be to me. I think he'll be okay.
Okay, so you just said I welcome the storm. Are you in the camp of people who are saying, look, you said it yourself, you want to be a disruptor.
Yeah.
You showed up in July with Jeff Neal's mugshot on your face.
The Magny thing. The recording the Luque.
Yes.
The manager calling, all of it.
Yes. This is like you reap what you sow, right? You put this out there. I was talking about Khalil and the positive stuff comes his way. Is this all fair game, or has it gone too far? Has it gone to the point where he can't deal with it? Where I don't think he has anything to be afraid of, or like what? No one's coming. He's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything offensive per se. So I don't think any American fans or any fans at these events are going to do anything to him. That's I appreciate that he's open enough and vulnerable enough to say that, but I think that he has nothing to worry about. There's been a lot crazier people in this sport who have said crazier. I mean, Conor himself has said some crazy things. Chael went all the way to Brazil, for goodness sakes.
Colby in Brazil.
Yes. So, there's nothing to worry about.
But by the way, some of those stories ended with, I had to be taken out a side door because I was fearful for my life.
You think he has something to worry about?
I don't.
I don't feel like people are going to attack him or anything. I just think, people are going to be more open to, talking shit to him and stuff, or being disrespectful.
I don't even feel that. I really don't. Honestly, it's great for him.
Could be right.
You picked it as your top story, and I think it's a solid pick, obviously. But even come that press conference that everyone's excited about, there's still Colby there. There's still Paddy there. Tony's going to put on a show. Leon's the champ. You know what I mean? He's kind of lucky that he's not the main event, despite all this, because it sort of feels like he's gotten a lot of the attention. But he's going to be able to fly under the radar a little bit this week, I think.
Well, it depends, right? when we're talking about the press conference, the questions are going to be asked by media, and media is not going to take an angle of trying to get the questions answered that the fans are potentially looking for, and more related to my guess, how he's feeling about dealing with the pressure and those types of things, right? The fans are going to probably ask something a little more crass. The fans are going to be the ones that are pressing on some topics that wouldn't be fit for a press conference or any respectable media member. So I would expect that you're right. I would not expect that he's getting that. But from the fans, that's going to be different. When fans see him walking around the hotel or fans see him walking down the street, I do think there is going to be something to be said to him.
Yeah, he might be in an Airbnb as well.
Yeah,
you know,
well, hopefully.
Probably for the better.
It seemed like you were asking a question like related to like, is this part of what he's been courting?
Yeah.
Right. And the answer is yes. And to be honest, Leon Edwards is talking about Ian Gary. Job done.
Mm-hmm.
He's done what he needed to do. Job is done. Now, there's a little bit of a double-edged sword here, right? There's a reap what you sow situation. When everything is content, when you're Ian Gary and you've decided everything is content. I'm recording, watching myself, watching Daniel Rodriguez weigh in. I'm recording these phone calls. My manager's calling me and I'm recording it. You're now opening yourself up. You're exposing yourself. It has worked to his benefit and it has gotten him attention to this point. And now it is getting him a type of attention that maybe he doesn't want. Maybe he does. We have to hear from him. I don't know what the answer to that is. Based on turning off your comments, I would assume not. But the end goal, if the end goal of that mission was, I want to get the most attention I can, and I want to be in conversations to fight the opponents I want to fight, he's done it. And he's continuing to do it. And now he's got a rivalry with Leon Edwards based on talking about sparring that everybody is asking Leon about and everybody's asking him about. It worked. It has worked. Maybe he's comfortable being uncomfortable at the moment if ultimately the end goal will be that. And I expect that if he gets a win, he's knocking on the door. He's pretty close.
All right, so what's your pick?
Tony and Patty.
Which
that
angle?
Fight,
I think that's my close second.
It has so many angles. Like Patty Pimblett returning from surgery.
I believe it's been a year since all of that.
It's crazy.
Tony Ferguson on one of the worst losing skids in UFC history, training with David Goggins. The craziness of those two characters coming together. I just feel like there's so much on the plate when it comes to that fight. It's the number one thing I'm most interested in.
It's like wild to see on Tapology. If you like click on the bout, it's just Patty Pimblett, 5 green W's, Tony Ferguson, 5 red L's. Like it's just like two people going in just the exact opposite direction. It's fascinating. I mean, can we just talk about the scenes if Tony Ferguson were to pull it off? It would just.
What kind of reception do you think Patty's going to get?
There's always going to be Patty fans. Like he's going to have a supportive base. I don't think it's going to be nasty or anything. But Tony Ferguson, how long he's been around the game and everything, and seeing a guy on a 6-fight losing streak, you want to see them bounce back. You want to see them get in the win column. And I think the parlaying of that with the fact that a lot of people are. Not as hot on Patty as they once were, and obviously the split decision and everything against Jared Gordon. I mean, if he pulls it off, I think the crowd is going to go crazy.
There is a fascinating juxtaposition here because Tony, in some respects, and I use this word lightly, is one of the great tragic figures in the history of the sport because of the fact that he never got the Khabib fight. He trips over the wire. He blows out his knee. He's the soldier of all soldiers for the UFC. In the midst of the pandemic, he headlines that card, and he has not won since then. And so it just feels like if there are MMA gods, I don't care if he was fighting a broomstick. This has nothing to do with Patty. You would like to see him go out gracefully. You would like to see him go out with a win. And then you have this story on the flip side with Patty, and he's like the darling of all darlings as he comes up. And then that Jared Gordon fight and the fight week and everything that happened wasn't great. I would argue that maybe the injury was a blessing in disguise because, abstinence makes the heart grow fonder. He kind of disappeared for a little bit, and he's able. I don't look at the comments on his page and all that stuff, so I don't know if people are warming up to him again. But it's a tough one because he's going to get back on track. He's going to get a win, but it's going to be against this tragic figure. Every time I try to make sense of this fight and the permutations and the outcomes and stuff, I guess the only clean answer is if Tony wins, people will probably go insane.
Insane.
Yes.
If Paddy wins, I think it depends on how he deals with the win, right? Like,
Yeah.
if I were him or his manager, I would say be as, professional and courteous and graceful as possible. Show him the love and respect. Or go all in. Oh,
go the other way.
Oh,
Go the other way
man.
and just say, yeah, look at that guy laying in a heap.
He dug in pretty hard last time. Didn't he say he was surprised there wasn't a 30-27 against Jared Gordon?
Yeah,
I think he's walked back a lot of those comments.
He did come out, I believe, in the build-up to this fight and say that he's aware that it's sort of a lose-lose for him against Tony. Either he loses or he wins and everyone's mad that he beat this.
Not only mad, but also like Tony's quote-unquote washed, and it's like, what's that worth?
Right.
Do you agree with that? It's still Tony Ferguson.
I mean, I agree with it to the degree that like I
certainly
don't think
not
that's
as good
Tony.
as he once
was. But I think this is a fair fight. I don't believe that this is one-way traffic. I believe this is a fair fight.
This is like an old school
Goggins
UFC.
in the corner.
I know.
It really depends on what Paddy wants to do. If Paddy cares about I want to be liked, then you go one way. If Paddy is like I just want the maximum value out of this, it's probably the other way. It's probably leaning all the way in and healing off after the win.
I said it might not be card of the year. I don't know. I'm looking deep through. This thing. This is an unbelievable.
Is it card of the year? I
don't know.
It feels like the easy answer to say card of the year, the last card of the year. It's like like who can remember the card in freaking February at this point?
There was one more thing you said.
Islam,
yeah, of course.
UFC 284.
There was one more thing you said in the midst of the Tony Paddy thing. You were like, well, I'd like to see, maybe if the gods are there, he would go out on a win. Are you convinced that if he won, it would be the end? Because
absolutely not. I think
if
he wins,
so it's not going out.
I think if he wins, he's like the title run starts now. I'm about to go on a 6.
I think that happens instantaneously. So I don't think there is like a storybook fairy tale ending in this Tony Ferguson.
I'll say this: I really do hope that it's the end if he loses. Like I hope that he retires.
It would be incredible scenes, my friends. It would be incredible scenes. All right. Let us end on this note. He is the man headlining the final UFC event, the final UFC fight of 2023. Our old friend is back. We last saw him in action back in March. He successfully defended his title on his home turf in England against Kamaru Usman. He moves on now to Colby Covington. He is the pride of Jamaica. He is the pride of Birmingham. He is the reigning defending UFC welterweight champion. He's our very own Leon Rocky Edwards. Is he there? There he is. Rocky in the house, my man. How are you, Rocky? Long time no speak, my friend. I thought we were beefing. It's been so long. 9 months. Oh my God, what a nightmare it has been. I've missed you.
I forgot you forgot about me.
Oh yeah, right. Ask Tim how many times. How many times I bothered Tim about you. Oh, fight week. We'll do it fight week. Okay, he's very popular now. It's great to talk to you. We only have Tim said 5 minutes tops because you're a superstar now, so you only do 5-minute interviews. So I have to keep this short. We'll start off with the biggest question off the top, the most controversial question, the one that everyone is talking about, that is on everyone's mind. Whose idea was it to put you in goalkeeper in Soccer Aid? Who wanted to embarrass you, Leon? Who made this happen? This was incredible. I wanted to go in there and yank you out myself. Whose idea was this?
No, that was actually my idea.
Oh, what? What?
What it is, I haven't played football for so long, and then like everyone's getting like injured that week. Like everyone's like tearing like hamstrings, getting injured. Like, oh, man, I want to fight soon, so bang me in the goal, and I'll play my part in the goal. So yeah, that's my idea. But I think next year I'm looking to like go on the field and get a good run out.
There was this one geezer who scored on you, this little kid over there, and I was like,
no,
Leon, what was?
I got back to the hood. It was no good. It was like, what the hell happened? That was more nerves. I feel like there's like 70,000 people watching me, and like football different when someone's like charging towards you with the ball.
Yes.
He was like trying to save it, but yeah, it was for good cause and therefore fun,
Well, I have to say, it brought great pleasure to see you among all those A-list stars, to see you up there where you belong. It was very cool to see. You did mention something though. Why has it been so long since your last fight? And was this your decision?
A little bit. I wanted to go in like August. I'll say I was fit enough to go in August. I was in talks with the UFC to try and get either August or September booked off. But obviously they had other plans as far as like Izzy had September and wherever it was, and it's already stacked up, right? All the cards is already like booked up. The only thing was left over was the New York card and this card. Then obviously John Jones had New York, and then he pulled out. I could have had that. Then now here we are. But yeah, I was fit and healthy to go. I had like a few injuries after the Usman fight that I needed to deal with, adapt with it, and I was ready to go in August.
We just did some research and found out that the layoff that Colby Covington is coming off here, almost 2 years, 21 months since his last fight, is the longest of any non-champion going into a title fight, meaning GSP doesn't qualify because he was a champion when he came back to fight Michael Bisping, or John Jones doesn't qualify. But if anyone who has never held an undisputed title, no one has ever had a layoff. It's almost a year larger than any other layoff. Why do you think he is getting a title shot after such a long layoff?
I couldn't tell you. I think I spoke to the UFC, I spoke to everyone, and I don't know what the excuse is. I think they brought him in March to weigh in, random. I don't know why. Then you got that Dana White privilege, right? And that's it. He hasn't earned it. He fought Masvidal. Everyone that's beaten the last 5 years is all retired, right? They've been feeding him like these guys on the back end of the career, and he just for some reason got this mad mentality where he feel like he deserves more than what he's earned, and for some reason UFC is going with it. And here we are. Like, I'm prepared, I'm ready, and I'll show him the different levels. And as far as like beating him or washed up Masvidal, I'm going against a guy that's in his prime, coming in with confidence and bigger, stronger, and I can't wait.
Do you think the UFC wants him to win?
Probably. I think Trump wants him to win. Well, I don't know. None of it matters, right? I think my whole career has been like the underdog going against the favorite, and I think this is no difference. My mentality, my background, it all just perfect to where my career is going, so it all just works out perfect for me. So it is what it is.
Considering you're a guy who's had to scratch and claw just to get that first title shot, this is his third, and the layoff. Yeah. Initially, was it a tough pill to swallow? Did it annoy you? Like, why do I have to defend against this guy?
100%. It was definitely annoying. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't earn nothing. Like, worst case scenario, give it Bilal, even though he's a weirdo. Give it Bilal, and but for some reason, I just want this guy to fight for the belt. It's his third title shot he's getting. If kind of the interim was probably 4, right? But it's like it's wild. I don't understand how he's getting it, but like I said, we're here now. We're prepared and we're ready to go.
It came out this weekend that Bilal Muhammad is the backup fighter. What do you make of that?
I don't know. I think that's probably the only way to get a title shot is being the backup fighter. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm focused on Colby Covington. Anything changes within that time, so we approach it as that.
Do you think that secures him as if all goes well for you on Saturday, as your next opponent?
Probably. But I know the UFC have changed their mind before. I've seen guys that's weighed in as backup fighters, even on the same day when someone pulled out and backup fighter didn't even step in. You know what I mean? So he knows with the UFC. Let's see what happens. I'll go out there, take out Colby, and we go from there. What
concerns you most about Colby, if anything?
Nothing really. I think everyone keep going about his cardio and but no one talking about his skills, right? No one's saying how skillful he is and like his trickery. He's pretty much a straightforward fighter, but everyone is talking about his pace that he set on Robbie Lawler like fucking 10 years ago. Robbie Lawler, this isn't the same Robbie Lawler that beat Rory McDonald back in the day. They're that same guy, right? He's beating a Robbie Lawler that basically is about to retire, if he hasn't already retired, and I think they're judging it off that. And just two different animals that you're going against. But like I said, let's see.
Is there a difference for you going into this fight as opposed to going into the third Usman fight, the one back in March? Meaning your first title defense, it's in England, there's all this attention and whatnot, as opposed to now you've already gotten a title defense out of the way, you're in Vegas, maybe a little less spotlight. There's all these crazy characters on the card as well, taking some of the spotlight away. Is this a better spot for you? Is this a more relaxed spot for you?
Yeah, 100%. To be back home, your first headline show, defending your title against the number one guy in the world, and he was winning the fight up to that point, and everyone's kind of and I think that was more pressure. I think this now is more like, okay, now I'm settled into it now, and I am cemented in my confidence. You know, I'm cemented in the position that I'm in now, and I know that I belong here, and I feel like that's gonna be the difference. You know, I'm like, I think maybe if I fought Colby like a couple of years ago, it'd probably been a harder fight. But I think this time I can make it as hard as I want. You know.
Do you feel like you are getting more love and attention back home? Meaning, you know, I see like Sky Sports interviewing you. I see you on the Soccer Rates. Like, it just feels like you are among the stars of the UK sports scene. Do you feel that as well now?
Yeah, definitely. Even when I go out with like the fans and just like it's crazy back home, you know. And like I said, it's been a long road. You know. Like this is my 14 fight in a row. I've lost in 8 years, going on 9 years, and but like I said, we're here now, and I'm enjoying every bit of it, and I'm excited for it.
What's the best part of being Leon Edwards right now?
The money.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I was just be able to like just enjoy the fruits of my labor, right, and to actually get in what I've earned. I'm receiving the fruits of it. You know, like as before, just trying to like hold me back from receiving the fruits of what I've been earning over years. You know, so I think for me that's the main part of it right now. Just enjoying it, and long may it rain.
Isn't it nice to not have to worry about that? Like, as champion, you don't have to worry about the politics anymore. Oh, if I win this, I have to beg for this. This is like the first time that I feel like there's literally no pressure. All you have to do is perform. You don't have to do anything else but perform. Isn't that nice? First time in your career that it's like this.
100%. It's just like stress-free, you know. Like, I don't have to worry about this guy and this guy. And I was going to focus on myself, go out there, compete, win. Then the next guy will be in line, and I'll just stay at the top for as long as I want, and then walk off into the sunset.
Now, you know, Leon, you know, we're not like everyone else here, but I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about the Ian Gary stuff. And I'll ask it like this, hopefully. It's a little bit different. Are you surprised that this has become such a big story that it's almost like more people want to talk to you about this drama than Colby himself?
Yeah, 100%. It's like weird, right? I don't get it, because this is about the third gym that's been kicked out of, right? So I don't get why now it's just such a big thing that it came to Renegade. The coach asked him to leave. I think that makes it the reason why, right? He's make a big story of nothing. You know what I mean? Like, just mate, you've been to the gym like 2 weeks, like if that. Like, it's not really your gym. You've been there for 2 weeks. And then you went to another gym. You went to Gunnar gym. You went to Brazil. You went to 10 other gyms. You know, so it's like, why is it such a big deal? Just like, but like I said, I think everyone knows what it is now, and he's just looking for that back and forth. Like, he wants this, right? He wants people to talk about it. He wants me to like go back and but like I said, he got a tough fight in his hands, and good luck to him.
Do you think part of the reason why this was made into such a big deal is because after this fight, if he wins and you win, he's going to try to go for the belt? Do you think he's trying to position for himself for a title shot?
Probably, but he's no. I don't think he's near the belt. You know, I think even if he doesn't go out there and beat Luke, that's the guy I beat. Like, I can't remember when back in the day, but I don't see him winning and getting found for the title. You know, but I feel like he's just trying to, like I said, get this back and forth engagement, social media. Like I said, it comes to the gym. There's cameras in the gym recording. You know what I mean? It's a weird environment when he's around. You know, and yeah, it is what it is.
Ultimately, whose call was it to ask him to leave?
The team, the coach, the head coaches.
Dave?
You know,
was it Coach Lavelle?
Dave, just Tom, Ash, everyone. Like all the coaches got together and were like, okay, like this guy doesn't fit the gym. You know, and
did you agree?
Do I agree? I agreed. All the fighters agreed. Like, everyone agreed. You know, like there was no one saying, "Oh yeah, nah, let him stay." Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's just a different kind of guy than what we are." You know, and he went to London to Brad Pickett's gym, doing similar thing. Like, you just keep bouncing around gyms, right? So you can't now use Renegade as like a hype thing. Just like you go 10 gyms anyway. This camp, so it is what it is.
If and when you see him this week, will you say hello to him?
Nah. I feel like that's road in trust, you know. And I see like little videos of him just talking shit and his missus talking shit. So it's like, okay, you know.
Oh, you see that? I feel like Leon Edwards doesn't go on social media. I feel like you're immune to it. You're above it all.
Yeah, but people send it me, so I see it.
Those guys. Who's sending that to you? They should leave you alone.
Yeah, I know. So I see it. I was like, oh, mate, I can't bother with it. It's fucking, I got shit to focus on, let him do his thing.
Okay, fair enough. When you think about this fight, when you're preparing for the fight, when you're mentally thinking about it at home at night, how do you actually see it playing out? Can you give us some insight?
I see him start fast like he always does. I think I stop him like around 2 or 3, either by knocking him out or submission.
Wow.
I feel just he's too careless in the way he competes. He's too careless for someone like me, and I'm just way more better than him, and I truly believe that. And I know he's banking on this like fucking just charging forward, but there's more to fighting than that, and I'll show him that.
By the way, Leon, what size waist are you? I saw a photo of you. Your waist is like I've never seen a body type like yours. What is going on over there? What is?
That's physique in the wild era.
What are you? A 28 size waist? What's what?
I'm bigger than that. About 32. I reckon.
Nah, you're not 32. No way.
Bro.
Come on, you're at least. I've never seen a body like this. 28. It's like, are you 28?
It's perfect. It's perfect take.
Oh my God. Is it 20? No, what is it? 30?
No. I'll say about 30.
Right
32.
now, when you cut weight right now, you're probably a 28.
Yeah, probably like a 30 when I cut weight.
Come on, you're a 28. I seen it. It's like an hourglass. It's like the middle of the hourglass. I never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable.
The physique is perfect. The genetics is perfect. And that's all it is.
The shape that you're in now. I don't know when these pictures are that I've seen a couple of them from you.
That was last week.
Yeah. This is some kind of shape.
I'm in shape. Like I said, I'm fully prepared for this guy, and I want to. I don't feel like my decision is enough. I feel like I want to like retire him. I feel like after this he will retire. He turned on everyone else. I can't seem like fighting any of the younger guys. I think they've been trying to drip feed more of these older guys, Masvidal, Woodley, these older guys trying to give it him, so he stay relevant. But I can't see him like fighting Shavkat and fighting Ian and fighting all these geezers because it's just not in him, And I think when you get stuff easy, that's just the mentality,
Last one for you. The fans on Twitter got very mad at me because I said it was some kind of week for Birmingham sports. Because Aston Villa, I'm a big football fan now. I don't know if you know this about me. They beat Man City and Arsenal. And then some people were like, and then I put a picture of you and give you saying like, maybe this is a sign of things to come for next weekend. They said, Aston Villa is in Birmingham. Is that true? Or what's going on?
What?
They said,
that's like bang on Birmingham. Yeah, Aston.
Okay. All right. It is in Birmingham, right? Because I started to doubt myself.
That's how I grew up in Aston. When I first came to the UK, I lived in Aston, and that's where Aston Villa is. So it's definitely Birmingham.
Are you a fan?
And Aston Villa.
You're just jumping on the bandwagon because they're doing well.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
They're like a shit period, but now they're getting like better. So now I'm like, 100%.
Hey, did you like the Raiders game yesterday?
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone said we ran a good game, but for me, obviously, it was my first ever like NFL game, So it was just like the crowd was crazy, and they put me up on like the big screen, and everything was sick. It was sick. Went to like an NBA game as well on Thursday.
Oh wow! You went to the tournament.
Yeah.
You saw LeBron?
Thursday, that was sick. Yeah. So that was sick as well. Courtside as well, Errol.
Wow! Look at Leon. I love to see it.
It's good to just see like different athletes in their own field and just to get different reactions of the crowd, and especially on Thursday, I get to like see the arena, the T-Mobile Arena, and just like, walk backstage and see what it's like, So it was sick.
LeBron dap you up?
No.
Okay.
It didn't seem that close. It was close, so I would.
Well, see, now we have something to strive for.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I wish you the best, Leon. Thanks for giving us some time. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you on Saturday. Much love. Can't wait for it.
Good, man. Thank you, as always.
You're the man, Leon. All the best to you. Talk to you soon. There he is, the great Leon Rocky Edwards, the reigning defending UFC welterweight champion. It's that's like our guy, all grown up. Leon Edwards out there rubbing elbows with LeBron and company. How could you not love Leon? Is there a more likable guy? What's the top 5 likable list in the UFC right now? Is it Leon, Alex? Who's like
Wonder Boy?
Wonder Boy's up there. Who's
perennial, right? He's always on there.
DuBronx. Everyone loves DuBronx.
Max Holloway, come on.
Max Holloway. Is Yuri up there, or does he have some detractors?
I don't know if he's like on the all good guy.
Moreno.
Yes.
Moreno's up there. Like, who are the guys that no one says anything about? You can't say
Aspinall?
Tommy. Yeah, Tommy. That's a great one. Yeah.
Oh, he's getting Sergey Pavlovich to embrace him before they even fight. I mean, he's
that was incredible. That was incredible.
I feel like Alex Pereira Poatan has a lot of fans.
Yeah, but if you're an Izzy
There's
fan,
some Izzy fans that don't like him though.
Bobby
Arnold
Knuckles.
Allen?
Bobby Knuckles.
Oh yeah. Robert Whitaker.
Yeah, Arnold Allen.
Arnold Allen?
Yeah.
Ipswich. Shout out.
Ipswich Town. You know
There's
Ipswich Town?
there's a lot of good guys and gals in MMA.
They're about to get promoted. You know this, right?
Corey Sandhagen? Yeah. Oh, Ipswich?
What? Why are you laughing?
I was just laughing because you're like Ipswich something other. It's like Corey Sandhagen, and then you're just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
We'll
well,
move on. We don't have to talk about
they're about to be promoted. It's big
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, they got to keep holding on.
Nah,
A while ago.
Sandhagen.
Who hates Sandhagen?
No, listen. No one loves Sandhagen more than me. But I don't know. Are there people? I feel like bantamweight is so divided.
I think you guys you're doing like you're kind of mixing in like people that like nobody's like super passionate one way or another.
No.
Like
I'm
Corey
talking about the
Sandhagen,
true.
That's what I'm
adored.
Yeah. Max Holloway is 100% on that list.
Adored.
Leon's in that list. No. Oh,
I don't think he's quite there.
How can you not love Leon?
We love Leon.
No, that wasn't the question. That was not the question.
Mighty Mouse?
Yes, probably.
Paulo Costa?
Definitely not.
Okay,
but
I got one
we
that will
love
blow
him.
your mind.
We love Paulo.
Iron Turtle. You know yourself.
The amount of love I saw for that guy this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, #MMA Twitter was in shambles after the robbery was put in.
Was it a real robbery?
I mean, 29-28 clear.
For who?
Iron Turtle, rounds 1 and 3. I mean, how did he score round 3?
Suffocated.
He landed 2 strikes.
Suffocated.
2 strikes. Suffocated.
Yeah.
I forgot the last time. I mean, I thought damage was the #1 criteria.
Sure, that
I mean,
is
if
true.
If you're gonna score round 1 for him, how do you not score round 3, and then vice versa? If you're gonna score round 3, how do you not score round 1? They were essentially identical rounds. I mean, yeah, sure, 2 clear from Muniz, 29-28. Iron Turtle, and it was the classic case, man. Wins round 1 on 2 of the 3 judges' scorecards. Wins round 3 on 2 of the 3 judges' scorecards, and unfortunately doesn't get the hand raised. I mean,
yeah, no, I get
round 1, last 60 seconds. I mean, he's just inflicting insane amount of damage after Muniz hugged him for 4 minutes, and then round 3, he had more control time, and Muniz landed 2 punches. I mean, come on.
I got to be honest. I haven't heard Connor speak like this.
I love it.
Like, this is very passionate.
Is there any Iron Turtle merch that you can get? Because
I looked heavy. None yet.
Not even on the freaking Redbubble?
None that I saw. I saw some some alt merch that you could have applied, like a turtle in an Iron Man suit. I thought about maybe getting that.
Nice.
I probably would have just made my own. I had he got in the hand raise, but now the funds aren't going to be there because we lost it by betting on him, unfortunately.
If I'm being,
He was going to do a small run, but
Yeah.
if I'm being honest, I feel like this only makes the legend grow.
Yeah, right. Because when he gets the bell wrapped
Now he's
around
been
his
wrong.
waist-
He's sort of like the Leon Edwards. What is it? 185?
Yeah, 185.
Yeah, he's like.
yeah. Connor asked me back here, and it's accurate. He was like, "Is Bilal the Leon?" And he's 100% the Leon. Like,
No.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to stand for that. No way.
What?
There's no way.
The
Is-
resumes? The similarities in the resumes and not getting the title shot?
how they resisted giving him the title shot.
Okay,
for
but
the
here,
longest
there's a
time?
difference. Yes. Okay, fine. I jumped in a little too. But the difference is I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. There doesn't feel like there's a fan base that is passionately trying to will him to the top. I remember.
Bilal, you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, come on! Don't act like the Leon Edwards fans were out.
Yo, they were out. What are you talking about? I did the post
bangers out there.
One
for
of the
Bilal,
greatest
too.
moments of my career was doing the post show and the people from England calling, crying.
That's after.
Are people calling in and crying? Are they going to cry?
Bilal didn't get the title shot.
Are they going to cry? Are they going to cry?
Wins.
Are they
going
to cry?
Wins. There will be.
There are people banging the drum for.
You know what's the worst part about this?
You're
you know what's the worst part about this?
No, you're revising history.
The worst part about this conversation is that if you go back to March, since that fight in England, I'm the one who has said Bilal's getting screwed. I've said this countless times.
Yes.
And that and I guarantee you, this guy is going to take this clip right here and cut it and say that I'm a hater. I'm the one
but
who's
you
been
just
saying.
said you're not hating.
No,
Literally
I
just
Gary,
laid it
watch
out.
what's going to happen. Watch
Back-
on my life. Well,
back
now
to
that
the
I'm
matter
saying
at
this here, it's
hand.
going to stop him from doing it. But it
But
would
no,
have
there's
happened.
a similar thing happening where
Ain't no one crying. Ain't no one crying.
The fans of Chicago, the people of Chicago,
No.
Chi-Town will be standing up for
But-
Bilal when it happens.
but you can admit there's
Stop
a
it.
similar
No
thing
one's
where
saying
like Leon
Tears will
earned it.
flood the Chicago
It's
River.
not- You're trying. I'm having to bite my tongue real bad right now because there ain't no one in Chicago standing up or crying. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. There's certain people
We'll
that
see
don't
when
have
the
a
day comes.
connection
We'll
with
see
the
when day
audience.
comes.
You see, Leon did not have this.
He did have the connection.
No, he got it after.
He had it
got
with the
after.
people.
No, he did not.
He had it with the working class.
Leon had
with
go away
Brum.
heat.
He had it with
Nobody
Brum.
wanted Leon
You
to
think the
get that
Southside's
title
not
shot.
standing up for Bilal Muhammad? Come on, man.
I was standing up for him. I was
Title
standing
shot
up.
next.
What?
Shot next. I said title shot next.
Oh,
Sound
I was.
like
After this
Leon said, seems like Bilal. But then he also said
I was
they've
standing up
gone
for
different
Leon.
directions at times, so who knows? But
Yeah.
no, you're crazy.
Either way,
Leon did not have some passionate fan base until after the head kick.
Iron Turtle was robbed blind.
Yeah, I mean,
Closed
no, it
around
was
a minus
crazy.
1,000.
What was it? -1,000?
That's around where he closed, minus 700, somewhere around there.
Wow, really?
Holy.
And when you're just landing massive elbows to finish the fight, like you're just gonna assume that.
Oh, wait.
Around 3 for
He
Iron
closed
Turtle.
there on the live line.
Yeah. Live,
Oh, okay. I was like, what?
live line.
Oh, and the-
Okay.
is
Got it. Yeah, I thought he won.
is that the biggest line for someone who eventually lost?
No, wasn't
There's
there
been-
like a
there's
weird-
been like a minus 20,000 or something?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
In UFC?
Crazy one. Yeah, or in Bellator. There's been worse than that for sure.
Wow. 20,000?
There's been some crazy ones.
Yeah, there's been
like
some
true
ridiculous-
robbery.
That feels like a robbery.
I mean, I can imagine
Well,
what
this was a robbery.
Yeah.
Let's be clear on that.
Sure.
We get some hashtag justice for Iron Turtle in the chats.
Yeah.
You know,
What was the
throw a couple
line
of
on
those in
Pimblett and Gordon
Oh yeah. No, it wasn't that
at
much.
closing? I
It
bet
wasn't
was,
that much.
I bet it was.
The real travesty is that I would have had him on the show, but now I can't have him.
Wow.
Listen, the redemption tour begins, and then
I mean, that's another thing. That was going to be the jumping off point for the merch store.
Well, I'll just say, after talking to Leon just then, my interest, my excitement, I would say, in this fight has now grown. Like him talking about levels and second round, and I know there's the other things that people talk about, but it's going to be good. It's going to be good, and it's great. It's great to see the UK back him. I see them covering him more, giving him more love. They should. There aren't that many UK champions in the history of MMA. In fact, there have only been 3 in the history of the UFC. So they should. And one is an interim champion, of course, Leon II, after Michael Bisping. So they should. And the place that you should go for all your UFC 296 needs is, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook. It's better than DraftKings Sportsbook. It's better than a UFC card. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook when you got a card like this, UFC 296. I mean, golly. Colby Covington, Leon Edwards. Pantoja Royval. Rakhmonov Thompson. Gary Luque. Pimblett Ferguson. That's just the main card. And then you got names like Cody Garbrandt and Brian Kelleher and Irene Aldana and Bryce Mitchell, Josh Emmett, littered throughout the prelims. What a great way to end 2023. And the only place to be, of course, is DraftKings Sportsbook. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour. New customers get $150 instantly in bonus bets for betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, with code TheMMAHour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.1800gambler.net. 21 plus, age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Also, thank you very much to our good friends over at Cash App. When you set up direct deposit with your Cash App account, you can get your paycheck up to 2 days early. And look, they say time is money. So how much money is that 2 days worth? I'm not an economist, but I'd say it's a lot. Basically, what I'm saying is if you set up a direct deposit on Cash App, you have time to spare and money to spend. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store and set up direct deposit today. How did the Parlay Boys do on Saturday?
I feel like you know the answer to this one.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we had Iron Turtle in the Parlay Boys, and of
course,
that was the losing leg. So I mean,
that was it.
That was it. Yep.
Well, you went 3 for 4,
which means we lost.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Is there anything that an avid gambler hates than when you lose a parlay and someone says, "Well, you went 3 for 4"?
You did go 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, split decisions that you should have won do not count. So back to the well one more time in 2023. Last fight card for the year. I think we bounce back here.
All right. What about you?
Not so great on my picks either. The hot streak has certainly cooled down here. I mean, look at that. That's 1-6 on the singles. Thought for a second we might get Iron Turtle and Iron Turtle round 3 when he was on top in the third round, but alas, didn't get it. Hit one parlay and have another one now carrying over to 296. Shavkat being the last leg. So down almost 4 units on the week, but that's all right. You know, the hot streak had to come to an end at some point. Still up 26 on the year, still over 100 all time. So we moved to 296. I'm very much looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah,
I feel like I'm gonna have a lot.
How many? Yeah, I was just gonna ask. How many do you think you'll have?
A lot. I think I already have like 10 in the chamber.
Wow. When was the earliest one?
Probably like 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
When are we going to get an update on your futures picks? I guess next week. Is anything in the cards for this one? Anything in the balance?
Well, it looks like John Jones hit, and then Pantoja to be flyweight champion at the end of the year. I think plus 450.
You have that?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so we need it.
So there is something.
Pantoja.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's something in balance this weekend.
Are you going to hedge on Roy?
No shot. I'm doubling down with my guy.
I like it. I like.
Once Many Men hits, I'm gonna feel that much better.
Wow.
If he doesn't walk out to Many Men, we might be in trouble.
Hedge? Maybe
Yeah. I might have to put the live hedge in as soon as he walks out. If it's not Many Men.
Many men wish upon me.
Yep.
So just Pantoja, and is John Jones the only one that hit?
John Jones is the only one that hit.
Okay.
Pantoja could make it too. Sheesh.
Okay. And
15 or 16, but you got to remember these are all like big odds and like they're small bets. So it may be profit if Pantoja and John Jones hit. If not, it'll be a minor loss. Could have had Valentina had she not gotten the draw 10-8.
When you made the Pantoja pick, had he been booked to fight this summer yet?
No.
Wow.
I made this in December of last year.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Be nice if it hits.
Yeah.
Nice if it hits. Imagine if you were holding a Brandon Royval one. That was probably like plus 2,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right.
Probably big odds for that one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that one's kind of flying under the radar.
That fight?
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot wait for it, man. It's going to be all action.
I know.
We've already seen it. We saw it 2 years ago, and it was all action.
You saw it twice.
It was incredible.
Tough, too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. Shout out. Great memory on you, man.
Oh, thank you.
Unfortunately, I wasn't watching that season.
No, neither was I. I just read about it.
Oh. And then A.K. Lee, post-show write-up.
Yeah. He could do a whole breakdown of it. Some big news. You guys see Tough is coming back?
Yeah, middleweights and featherweights?
Yeah. I'm excited to not watch a single second of it.
Who do we think's going to host?
You mean Coach?
Yeah, sorry. John Jones and Stipe?
What is happening here? Why are we even talking?
Do you
about
think
this?
Bilal and maybe?
Yeah, Bilal and Leon.
Yeah.
Although you know who always talks about it randomly? Patty Pimblett talks about coaching Tough a lot. Like,
really?
Just randomly. They'll be like, "Yeah, I should coach against this guy."
On what platform?
Patty and Islam?
Just in like interviews, you'll hear him talking about coaching Tough, like kind of picking out rivals.
People still strive for this.
It's weird. I don't get it. Like nobody watches this. Fighters, UFC, ESPN, everybody involved. You tried with Conor McGregor and it didn't work.
That's
It's time to call.
What happens if
it's over? The paddles came out. The Conor McGregor paddles came out. They put it to the chest. They gave it a good try, and it's just dead. Tough is dead. No more, please. Enough.
I would say this, and Frank, I'll go back to you in a moment. I would say that it could perhaps still work overseas You know what I mean? Like if you're trying to break the UFC into a new market and you want to do, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, like tough China or tough Japan or tough Brazil or tough, maybe I think here in this market it is dead. What is it? Season 32 or something? Like
and also, what do you need tough for? Just call it something else. Do soming else.
Contender Series was the perfect evolution of it. Contender Series is one of the best things they've ever done. Contender Series was the perfect like graduation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. With all this tough talk, though, I do have a bit of breaking news here. Pantoja and Royval did not fight on tough.
Where was it?
That was a mix-up of Brandon's. Brandon Moreno.
I see. I didn't watch it.
I just read about it. Just read about it.
Thank you.
Wow. We went in that entire conversation with a mix-up of the names. That was great.
Why do I think that?
They fought before. I mean, they fought 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Pantoja won.
Really? I could have sworn I saw them on tough.
Well,
Moreno.
No, Brandon Moreno.
Right.
Which Pantoja also won that. 3-0 against Brandon Moreno.
That's what I was confusing. Man, and here you were giving me props on my memory.
Yeah, no.
He didn't know. He was just like, yeah, great.
I mean, I admitted that I didn't watch it. You know, I wasn't like, that was a great fight. That was a great
But I
fight.
did also say I didn't watch it myself, so I feel like
Yeah, sure.
Was this a Morosi moment? No, I don't think it was that bad.
A Morosi moment?
You know, Shohei on the plane.
What's going on to the
Oh,
desk?
yes. Oh, the DiBella.
Yeah.
It's going to be great to drink the espresso out of.
I think I think it's a nice addition to the set. What do you think? Can I see that shot here? That's a nice.
Oh, yeah. You got to love the green, white, and red as well.
Just covers up the name, Ariel.
The name is totally covered up. Who needs the name? Yes?
I'm fuming right now.
Why?
I'm fuming.
What did I do?
Not what you did.
Is there a world where the
What is going
new tough coaches
Wait,
fight?
why is Rick fuming?
He's on fire.
Wow.
The Lakers. Hold on.
Wow.
Oh, what is happening?
Wow. Frank has tried to get an MMA-related question in twice, and it's now been interrupted.
Wait, he said he's
nonsense.
The Los Angeles Lakers unveil a unique NBA in-season tournament banner to honor the 2023 IST Championship. It will be a single forever banner hung on December 18th, where future dates will be added should the franchise win additional IST titles in the future. I'm done with basketball after this.
This is great.
This
so well
the last straw.
So just in defense of this, it's just a single banner and they'll add years to it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You're not going to get separate banners for each in-season.
One is too many.
That seems more fitting.
No, it was great.
One is too many.
That seems more fitting.
They announced
imagine
all
by the way, imagine if the Knicks did
tournament
this.
teams for 7 games played, and some of them less.
The Knicks did this. It's the Lakers.
Well,
it's just as big.
I know it actually makes it less bad that it's Lakers because they have a gazillion banners.
This is why it's embarrassing.
Nah, it's fine.
The Knicks haven't had any good basketball played in there in 4 decades, so they need that banner. The Lakers, this is embarrassing.
One banner
should be
fine.
embarrassed.
People put up banners for fucking nothing. They put up banners for
not the Lakers. The Lakers have championship banners.
I'm sure they have a silly banner up there.
Pacific Division champion.
Disgusted with what's happening.
Yeah, what's more prestigious, this or winning the Pacific Division
They don't
in
need any of
1986?
those. Take those down.
One banner's not bad.
It's not bad.
No,
this is what you're fuming about? I thought it was something serious.
Mad. This is serious. I'm extremely mad about this.
Frank, what was your question about MMA?
Well, before we get to that, let me just. No, I'm kidding.
I thought you were serious.
I'm kidding. Go ahead, Frank. The floor is yours.
It's not even a great question.
No, please.
What if the new tough coaches fight before Connor and Mike do?
That's a good question.
That's great.
I mean, is there a world
I love
that
Frank
can
calling
happen?
him Mike.
Yeah, like Mikey. Old Mikey is his best
Mikey
boy.
Chandler.
That's pretty funny.
I don't think that's even possible.
Who do we think are going to be the new coaches, man? I'm looking forward to this one.
The reason I'm fuming is because we're talking about tough. We're talking about this. Just the degradation of sports, the degradation of what is meaningful in these sports is I can't handle it.
Stipe Jones?
That's what I said.
Why? Why do we need to have them host?
You know what I would do?
A TV
Can
show?
Eddie Islam?
I would say just either no coaches and well, I've been saying this for ages. Blow up the format, make it completely different. Clearly, they don't want to do that. Or you make it like. You make it like a thing like the inmates are running the asylum. I think that would be kind of cool. You just have to train yourself. You know what I mean?
Did they not do that, or did I make that up? What was the James Krause season? Was that?
There was a comeback season where there was no like official coach, but people would
I
come in
truly
as
don't
guest
know. Were there
hosts.
coaches for that one?
Tough 4, George came in and
No. The one
that one I don't know.
recent comeback one.
That's too.
We
That's
need
too late.
AT&T. I don't know.
And then, or you like, what if they do like 2 relatively young, unknown
Comers.
You know what I mean? Or is that just stupid?
Why do these people need to waste their time with this?
I actually don't hate the Patty idea, by the way, because I think some of the guys would be so upset that he's teaching them.
Who did he coach against?
Who's his biggest rival? I don't know.
He said Ilya could be fun. He's mentioned Ilya.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, Hansen
Ilya's,
is
I
Tyson
mean,
boy.
totally different weight classes at this point.
And Ilya could be champion by the time this season.
Listen, I'm just recalling the record. I'm not advocating for the fight. I think nobody should coach it because it's the dumbest thing going. Like this show should not exist anymore.
Or just have legends do it. Have Rampage do it. Have Rampage and Rashad do it.
I like the legends idea.
Just have them do it.
I'm more open to that, but
I think Brad Katona would have a little something to say about your hating over there, Rick. I think he'd have something to say about that.
Rampage and
made his career winning tough.
I'm trying to think who would
He's
be.
a 2-time champ.
But that's the point. It was so
Ultimate
meaningless the first time that he had to do it again.
The ultimate fighter.
What was the That's Money segment of the week?
We actually really didn't even spend that much time on it, but it was our guy, D. Haney.
Ah, yes. What a performance.
A clean sweep, 120, 107 across the boards. Does it get much better than that?
No, it was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Andy Cruz, by the way, did you guys watch that fight?
Yeah.
That guy was great.
I watched the IG Live.
Oh, the IG Live with Keyshawn.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great night. It was a great night. But no, Andy Cruz is something else. And then Eddie getting on there and cutting a promo in the ring. The backstory to that is amazing. That he told Mannix, "Get me the mic. I want to talk right now." That's incredible. I wonder why they don't do that in MMA.
Best promoter in the game. It's not even.
People say I'm biased when I say that. Like, how could you even argue
Who's
against
number
it?
2?
I mean, Chael comes on and what does that mean, promoter? How many? No, I'm talking about the guy who gets up there and makes you care. Actually, the stuff that he was saying about
said it.
The stuff that he was saying about PBC was bang on.
He explained it. You need somebody to be in that seat to say, "Hey, you should care about this person. Let me tell you why."
Yeah, but the bootlickers will say, "No, look at the." I'm just talking about this guy versus this guy versus this guy versus this guy. I'm not talking about their business versus their business. And you could then bring in the argument, okay, their business is doing better than their business. I'm just talking about who right now gets you excited, gets you emotionally invested, gets you hyped to watch his fights.
It's Eddie Hearn, and there's nobody close, in my opinion. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm a bootlicker too. Eddie Hearn is number 1. Quite frankly, I don't think enough people really do it. I don't think there's a lot of competition. It's kind of just him. He's the one out there doing this.
I would say Eddie Hearn and Don Davis are the co-leaders.
Don Davis finds himself in another
you don't have to twist
role of
my arm.
co-leading.
I don't have to twist my arm. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the Don Davis experience. So
I enjoy it. You know what? I fucked up. I wanted to ask him about the history of chief support. I was setting it up, and then we got into everything. I teed it up, yes, and I didn't ask him about it. All right, well,
you blew it.
We'll have him on Wednesday. People say we don't have him on enough. I'll have him on Wednesday.
I know, that's what people always DM me. When are you guys going to have Eddie Hearn on again?
When is Eddie Hearn coming, and when's Iron Turtle coming? Those are the pressing
The
questions.
day that Iron Turtle makes his debut on this show,
It'll be big, but it has to be worthwhile. It has to make sense.
Well, it'll always be worthwhile. It has to be the right
Lost
time.
at the Apex. I don't know if it was that
worthwhile.
I'm just saying.
Disrespect. I mean, the amount of turtles I saw in the chat today was overwhelming.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know who uses Cash App? I presume it's the great Eddie Hearn. He is all about security, and so is Cash App as well. And with real-time transaction alerts and card law, Cash App ensures your money isn't getting involved in any funny business, even if funny business is how you might have lost your card in the first place. Sheesh. Actually, you should probably go find it. You might not know exactly where your card is, but with transaction alerts, you can get some peace of mind. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today. The next time I sit in this chair, we'll be talking about the aftermath of UFC 296. I cannot wait for that, but we will be back on Wednesday with another episode of the program, this time from La Belle Province. The crew will be here, but I will be home. They've completely checked.
Wait,
look at this shot right here. This is a great shot. This is a great shot.
Yeah, they've checked it.
They're like,
Didn't know we were cutting back here.
thank you for that. Is that Andy?
Lucky that I still had the headphones.
Is that Andy or is that Alex back there now? I don't know.
me.
Oh, that was great. That was a great
Usually
shot.
Yeah, usually that's an Alex. That's another box.
Yeah, honestly, it's just like.
And mostly me, if we're being honest.
No, it's great. It's great. Will you come in because I'm not here on Wednesday?
No, absolutely. Couldn't be bothered.
No, I get it. Will you be here?
I'll be here. Don't worry. I'll be here. Yeah.
Frank, will you be here?
What was the last time there was a show and I wasn't here?
You took that like 4-week European trip.
Yeah. 20 months ago.
Yeah, listen.
Back in June of 2022.
Listen.
Yeah. I'll be here.
You'll be here.
Don't worry.
All right.
Someone's got to open the doors.
Mbappe meme. He'll be here no matter what. He's here.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Great show as always. Goodbye for now. There we go, Frank.
You're like the puppet master.
What does that mean? Oh,
yeah, you can like declare what music you want played by just getting quiet.
I feel like that's a byproduct of our
relationship.
Yeah, chemistry. I actually thought Nurkic was mad about something really serious.
Yeah, when he said I was fuming.
He's fuming about the banner, the IST. By the way, when did it become the IST?
It shouldn't exist. Just like tough. These should both be put in the dirt.
I was also going to tell the. This is going to be a great prop, by the way. I was going to tell the Chiefs fans that I have a cup for their tears. 5 inches over the line. You see that, Frank? You see the Chiefs fans?
My favorite part about yesterday was knowing Taylor Swift was there.
Is she going to write a song about it, Frank? Is she going to write a song? I saw that one a lot.
How'd you know Taylor Swift was there, Frank? You didn't even watch.
Because I was in the room where the game was being watched.
She was there. They're saying she's going to write a song about it, about the heartbreak.
There was on Reddit footage of them leaving the game. And I'm like, would you just leave these people alone? Because they're not happy right now.
I am ashamed to say that the moment he threw that pass and they scored the touchdown, I was like, now we're going to be flooded with Taylor Swift stories as a result of this. Like, she somehow pulled this off. Well, guess what, Frank? It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. I couldn't get it. I'm the Bills?
I think it's me. I am the problem. Oh, you just...
I was trying to do a Bills thing.
Frank, would you have done hand on the knee to Taylor when she was upset?
Yeah. Thank you very much, all our guests. Back on Wednesday, same time, place to leave a face.